Chapter 529. As Han Shuo made his way out of the underground cavern, he kept pondering a question that had been bothering him. The 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces didn't seem to include demonic yuan. So what exactly was demonic yuan? The 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces were different. They were all based on the utilization of the energy existing between heaven and earth, using the soul and body of a living being as the foundation. Absorbing or mastering these energies would strengthen one's body and soul, allowing one to become a god that stood above all other living beings. However, whether it was the 8 elemental energies or the 4 edictal forces, they were all powers that had existed since ancient times. Through the extraction and use of this ancient power, cultivators could fuse their bodies with this power and gradually strengthen themselves to become a god. However, the demonic arts that Han Shuo practiced originated from within his body. Although he could improve it by absorbing some strange energy, Han Shuo had never been able to sense the existence of demonic yuan from heaven and earth. This was very surprising to Han Shuo. Those who practiced the 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces all relied on this external source of energy. However, Han Shuo's demonic arts were different from the 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces. It was a process of limitlessly excavating and evolving one's own potential. This seemed to be completely different from the energy that the skeletal staff knew of. From the information he had just obtained, there were many who used other energies to become gods in the boundless universe, such as fear, desire, and so on. As long as one grasped the method to use and absorb these energies, one could also become a god through training. However, those who became gods ultimately relied on external forces. As for the demonic arts that Han Shuo cultivated, the demonic yuan was formed naturally within his body from the very beginning. What surprised Han Shuo was that demonic arts could use some secret techniques to activate demonic yuan, and even form a power similar to the elemental energies. For example, using the mystical glacial spellfire to release demonic yuan through a special method in one's meridians and bones could produce purplish-red demonic flames with extreme heat and cold attributes. Another example was that Han Shuo could use demonic yuan to heal his own internal injuries, and even help others recover from physical and mental injuries. This characteristic could only be achieved by gods who practiced the Edict of Life. Alternatively, he could use demonic yuan to form some special attacks that could cause the sky to darken. This seemed to be the same as the gods who practiced the element of darkness. In addition, although demonic yuan didn't exist between heaven and earth, Han Shuo could devour some energy for his own use, such as resentment, evil spirits, and other negative energies. He could transform them into demonic yuan and further improve his strength. This was different from those who practiced the 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces. Generally, those who practiced the 12 elemental energies could only absorb the energy that existed between heaven and earth for their own use. After becoming a god, they could only absorb the divine energy of other cultivators of the same elemental energy. They couldn't absorb energy from other elemental energies. However, when Han Shuo carefully thought about it, he discovered that the demonic yuan that naturally formed in his body could not only absorb some evil energies of different elemental energies for his own use, but could also be used to manipulate demonic yuan through different demonic techniques. It could even be formed into energies similar to other elemental energies. From this point alone, demonic yuan was different from the 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces that Han Shuo knew of. After pondering for a moment through the knowledge stored in the tricolored skulls of the skeletal staff, Han Shuo discovered that there was absolutely no knowledge of demonic yuan in those memories. In other words, even the original owner of the skeletal staff, that mid-god, didn't know of the existence of demonic yuan. This was clearly very strange. Han Shuo believed that the division of divine ranks that mid-god knew should be the basic division of all the energies in this universe. Judging from the different cultivation methods of demonic yuan and all other known energies, the strange formation of demonic yuan, and the fact that the mid-god didn't know anything about demonic yuan, Han Shuo came to a very shocking conclusion: Earth, where demonic arts cultivators came from, shouldn't be part of this so-called universe, formed from numerous material planes. This was the only explanation that made sense. Otherwise, there was no way that mid-god didn't know of the existence of demonic yuan. Because Han Shuo himself knew how powerful those who cultivated in demonic yuan were. He had only reached the carnal realm, but he was already more powerful than the so-called demigods. According to Chu Kanglin, those who broke through the Omen realm could even ascend to the heavens. If such a group of incomparably powerful cultivators existed in this so-called universe, they wouldn't be nameless people. They would have long been known by the gods. In addition, demonic yuan was fundamentally different from the 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces. From this, it could be seen that demonic yuan and demonic arts cultivators didn't belong to this universe at all. Han Shuo was shocked. He let out a light sigh and shook his head with a bitter smile. He was speechless at his own conclusion. However, ever since he started cultivating demonic arts, he clearly understood how powerful demonic arts were. Therefore, his determination to concentrate on cultivating demonic arts had never wavered. Vaguely, Han Shuo sensed that the cultivation method of demonic yuan seemed to be above the 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces. This feeling originated from Han Shuo's many years of cultivation of demonic yuan. However, Han Shuo still didn't know the specifics. Mr. Han Shuo, are you inside? Outside the door, the young lady with a pair of snow-white wings asked in a gentle and graceful voice. Yes. Han Shuo discarded all the messy thoughts in his mind and adjusted his chaotic state of mind. He put on a bright smile, removed the formation in the house, and slowly opened the door. On the open space outside the door, the beautiful young lady with snow-white wings stood gracefully. On her exquisite face, there was a pair of extremely intelligent and deep eyes. This young lady looked completely different from Croesus, but she had inherited the profoundness in Croesus' eyes. That pair of deep, intelligent and beautiful eyes, when complemented by her beautiful appearance and that pair of snow-white wings, made her so beautiful that she seemed otherworldly. Seeing that Han Shuo had opened the door, the beautiful young lady smiled sweetly and said, "So Mr. Han Shuo is inside. My name is Jasper. I'm very happy that Mr. Han Shuo is willing to become a visiting advisor of War Demon Valley. I've come this time to ask Mr. Han Shuo for some guidance in martial arts." Jasper cultivated in the elemental energy of wind, unlike her father Croesus, who cultivated in the elemental energy of earth. From the aura emanating from her, Han Shuo determined that she possessed the strength of a level 3 destroyer, a little stronger than Hemana and Sylph. The strength of the Abyss realm was divided into abyssal troopers, destroyers, Rakshasas, and demons. Among them, Rakshasas were considered to have entered the threshold of demigods, becoming demons and forming a soul body of elemental laws. They were considered base gods that Han Shuo had just learned of. As for what level the 5 great abyssal demon kings were, Han Shuo had no way of guessing until he met them. Martial arts? Miss Jasper, the martial arts I cultivate in are not quite the same as what you know. However, I can give you some advice, Han Shuo said to Jasper with a faint smile. What kind of advice? Jasper looked at Han Shuo attentively and revealed a very interested expression. She asked Han Shuo, what kind of advice? Every time you cultivate, spend some time meditating, using your soul and mental strength to sense the existence of the element of wind. By doing so, when you form your body of element in the future, you may even be able to form a soul of element without the help of Demon King Manticore, Han Shuo said sternly as he looked at Jasper in front of him. This method of cultivating mental strength was the basic skill of every magus on Profound Continent. However, in the Abyss realm, as they started off by cultivating their physical bodies, they probably wouldn't know how to cultivate mental strength. The reason why Han Shuo said so was because he wanted to conduct an experiment through Jasper. As expected, when Jasper heard Han Shuo's words, she looked at Han Shuo in puzzlement. Her eyes were blank as she said, "Mental strength? Meditation? I don't understand what you mean." "How about this, come in first and I'll explain it to you." Han Shuo turned his body sideways to allow Jasper to enter. Han Shuo stepped aside to let Jasper Indiana. When Jasper came in with a puzzled look on her face, Han Shuo made her sit cross-legged and began to explain to her. The cultivation of the elemental energy between heaven and earth, you have only mastered the way to utilize the physical body. In fact, you can also utilize the soul. Han Shuo imbued Jasper with some general knowledge of magic on Profound Continent. While Jasper listened with a puzzled face, Han Shuo chanted a necromancy spell, forming several bone spears in the space in front of Jasper. He said, "The soul perceives the elemental energy through mental strength. Through the incantation, it can form another form of elemental attack just like this. As soon as he finished those words, the bone spears flew out with whooshing sounds. Amazing! Jasper was pleasantly surprised. She asked rather impatiently, "How did you do that?" "Calm your mind, calm your soul, and try to slowly comprehend the elemental energy." "Oh right, your body can aid in the comprehension of your soul by absorbing the element of wind. Let me tell you how to meditate." Han Shuo instructed Jasper to sit down, and taught her the meditation method most commonly used by magi on Profound Continent. The reason why Han Shuo helped Jasper so wholeheartedly was because he had other intentions. He wanted to see if he could confirm his conjecture about the last layer of the cemetery of death through Jasper. He wanted to find out if the so-called secret to becoming God was to combine the strengths of two material planes and form a soul body of elemental laws. In addition, while Han Shuo had Jasper absorb and circulate the elemental energy of wind with her body, his consciousness was closely observing the circulation of the wind element in Jasper's body. He was trying to figure out the secret behind how creatures of the abyss realm could form a body of elemental element, with their flesh as the starting point. As long as Han Shuo could figure out the secret behind cultivating a body of elemental energy in the abyss realm, Han Shuo would have grasped the secret to becoming God. Once Han Shuo returned to Profound Continent, he could help some magi around him become gods. Chapter 530. The body structure of the abyssal realm was somewhat different from that of the natives of Profound Continent. Their bones were denser, their meridians were more resilient, and their bodies were more robust to begin with. It was no wonder that they could directly absorb and dissolve elemental energies. Standing behind Jasper, Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness, extended his left hand, and gently placed it on Jasper's fair left shoulder. A few strands of demonic yuan entered Jasper's body like gossamer threads. Guided by his consciousness, the demonic yuan slowly circulated inside Jasper's body. He immediately understood some of the differences between Jasper's body and that of the natives of Profound Continent. As he did so, Han Shuo carefully observed the way Jasper's body gathered and utilized the element of wind. He discovered that a cyclone had formed inside Jasper's body. The cyclones formed a mysterious diagram that absorbed the element of wind into the cyclone, and through the cyclone the element of wind would be stored in the meridians and bones bit by bit. This was similar to how Elizabeth's body of divine favor absorbed some divine energy. Han Shuo was rather astonished when he thought of Elizabeth. Back when Elizabeth was on Profound Continent, her peculiar body of divine favor was able to absorb the divine energy bestowed by the Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice at the same time. This was somewhat contrary to Han Shuo's common sense. Through the information left behind by the mid-god in the skeletal staff, Han Shuo learned that the energy bestowed by the gods of different elemental energies could not be absorbed. However, Elizabeth was clearly an exception. The cyclone in her body was somewhat similar to Jasper's, but she could absorb the divine energy bestowed by the Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice. This was rather strange. Han Shuo pondered for a moment and soon after, he was enlightened. That Elizabeth could absorb the divine energy bestowed by the Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice. However, that divine energy was probably not divine energy at all. Divine energy was the foundation of a god. They could only obtain divine energy through their own cultivation and the power of faith from their believers. It was absolutely impossible for them to bestow their hard-earned divine energy to their believers. When he thought of this, Han Shuo realized that although Elizabeth's body was special, it was not so special that it would leave him speechless. With one hand on Jasper's shoulder, Han Shuo carefully probed the cyclones within Jasper's body with his demonic yuan under the guidance of his consciousness. His mind was secretly pondering on the method of formation of those cyclones. Is Han Shuo here? Han Shuo, who was lost in thought, was suddenly awakened by a cry from outside. Han Shuo could tell from the voice that it was Hamana and Sylph. Withdrawing his left hand from Jasper's shoulder, Han Shuo raised his head and answered, "I'm here." Soon after, he said to Jasper, who had sunk into a meditative state, "The acquisition of mental strength isn't something that can be achieved overnight. Follow the method I taught you and try to meditate when you return. After some time, when your understanding of the element of wind and soul has deepened, you will naturally be able to sense the existence of mental strength." "Many thanks, Mr. Han Shuo." Jasper smiled sweetly and stood up from her cross-legged position. She said, "Just by meditating for a while, my soul seems to have grown even closer to the element of wind. What a miraculous method of cultivation. I have never heard of it before. Mr. Han Shuo is truly a miraculous person." Upon hearing Jasper's words, Han Shuo could not help but carefully sense Jasper's soul with his consciousness. He suddenly discovered that her soul seemed to have become a little more agile and graceful. Han Shuo was startled. He thought to himself that the people of the Abyss realm had extremely outstanding perception of the physical body and elemental energy. Once guided by the right method, the affinity between the soul and elemental energy would indeed grow tremendously. At this rate, it would not be long before Jasper would be able to sense the existence of mental strength during meditation. Miss Jasper, what are you doing here?" Hemana asked with some surprise when she saw Jasper standing in front of the door talking to Han Shuo. Her charming face suddenly turned a little unnatural. "I'm here to consult Mr. Han Shuo on some questions regarding martial arts," Jasper replied indifferently. Her deep eyes glanced at Hemana and Sylph, who was standing behind Hemana with a similarly odd expression. She said thoughtfully, "In the Abyss realm, the strong are revered. A capable man can obtain any kind of woman. You two are truly fortunate to be following Mr. Han Shuo." Hemana and Sylph both had odd expressions on their faces when they heard Jasper's words. They seemed as though they wanted to retort or say something. However, after hesitating for a while, they did not utter a single word and only stared blankly at Jasper. "All right, Mr. Han Shuo, I won't disturb you any longer. When I can sense the existence of mental strength, I will come back to ask you some questions." Hee. Hemana and Sylph are famous beauties in War Demon Valley. Enjoy them to your heart's content. Before she left, Jasper winked mischievously at Han Shuo. Without waiting for Han Shuo's response, she left with a faint smile on her face. Han Shuo was rather astonished. He did not expect that a beauty with a serene and elegant appearance like Jasper would mischievously utter the word enjoy. It appeared that the Abyss realm was indeed different from the profound continent. The people here were much calmer when it came to awkward matters. "Han Shuo, she has taken a fancy to you." When Jasper disappeared and Han Shuo revealed a dumbfounded expression, Sylph said sourly, "No way. She just came over to ask me some questions about martial skills. It shouldn't be what you think." Han Shuo broke into laughter and shook his head, disagreeing with Sylph's speculation. After a pause, he asked, "Has Quinoa told you everything?" "Yes. From now on, the two of us no longer have to compete for the position of chief of the War Demon Guards. Lord Quinoa has just said that the two of us will belong to you from now on. I heard that it was an order personally issued by Lord Crozius." "Han Shuo, you are truly honored," Hemana said smilingly as she looked at Han Shuo. Hemana looked at Han Shuo smilingly. She didn't seem to mind that Crozius had given them to Han Shuo as if they were goods. She even seemed a little delighted that Crozius had personally given the order. Han Shuo couldn't understand why. "Han Shuo, Jasper must have taken a fancy to you. Every one of the 6 Rakshasas of War Demon Valley is several times older than her. Moreover, a few of them have guided Jasper in martial arts since she was young. It is precisely because of this that she would not fall in love with any of them. You, on the other hand, are different. You are very magical to her. On top of that, you are sufficiently powerful and have an indescribable temperament. It is only natural that she would fall in love with you at first sight." Sylph stubbornly explained according to her own understanding of the matter. "There is no doubt about it. We worship and revere the strong. The fact that Jasper helped you in your battle with Wuxia shows that she has a favorable impression of you. Just now, when she heard that you were staying in War Demon Valley, she immediately came to ask for martial arts advice from you. This has already made her attitude clear." Hemana also expressed her opinion after hearing Sylph's explanation. After listening to the two ladies' words and recalling some of the peculiar happenings in the Abyss realm, Han Shuo somewhat agreed with the two ladies' conjecture. When he recalled Jasper's creamy white skin, that pair of beautiful snow-white wings, and that pair of intelligent, deep eyes, Han Shuo's desire began to stir. Looking at Sylph and Hemana before him, Han Shuo suddenly let out a mischievous laugh and said, "Since Crozius has gifted the two of you to me, does that mean that I can do whatever I want with you?" Hemana and Sylph exchanged glances and surprisingly replied in a natural and unrestrained manner, "Of course." With a carefree laugh, Han Shuo reached out to grab Hemana and Sylph by their waists. Han Shuo lifted both of them up at the same time. As the two ladies let out soft cries of coquettishness, Han Shuo flew and landed on the spacious bed in the room. Hemana and Sylph's green and purple eyes simultaneously revealed a pair of lustful, seductive expressions, as though they were ready to be devoured by Han Shuo at any moment. The body structure of these two alien ladies was not quite the same as that of an average human. On their chest and abdomen, there were naturally formed armors. On their shoulders, elbows, and knees there were even protruding spikes. However, when complemented by their healthy wheat-colored skin, they gave off an extremely wild and seductive sense of beauty. After throwing the two alien ladies onto the bed, Han Shuo was not in a hurry to make love to them. Instead, he reached out and caressed the protruding spikes on their elbows and shoulders. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "How magical! And on your chests, these naturally formed armors, those patterns are so beautiful." The spikes protruding from their bodies and the naturally formed armor seemed to be the most sensitive parts of these alien ladies. As Han Shuo exclaimed in admiration and rubbed his hands wantonly on these parts, the two seductive alien ladies started panting at the same time, their faces flushed as though they were on fire. The two ladies panted softly as the spikes on their shoulders, elbows, and knees retracted bit by bit into their bodies. Under Han Shuo's gaze, the beautiful armors covering the important parts of their chest and abdomen slowly turned the same color as their skin. They also lost their sturdy defensive power bit by bit, exposing their tender and firm breasts and the lush grassy ground. "No, I like the way you two have spikes protruding from your bodies. I think you two look even more seductive and sexy like this." Han Shuo chuckled as he used his secret demonic flirting skill to caress the sensitive parts of the two alien ladies' breasts, buttocks, and abdomen, while expressing his opinion with an evil smile on his face. The two ladies immediately understood. The spikes that had just been retracted into their bodies once again protruded ferociously. Even their chests and abdomen were once again covered with beautiful armors. But this time the armors had a different kind of appearance. They were like flowers blooming, with the important parts in the center exposed as the stamens of the flower. Haha! What an enchanting and magical painting of beauties! Han Shuo was overjoyed. His hands wantonly caressed the bodies of the two girls. The two alien girls seemed to have never known that Han Shuo had such a marvelous secret art of flirting. Under Han Shuo's gentle caresses, the two girls' lust erupted like a mountain torrent. They panted heavily, their eyes filled with lustful lust. Their bewitching bodies, which were beautiful with a hint of malevolence, began to twist and turn like pythons. "Mr. Han Shuo, is Mr. Han Shuo in?" For the third time someone called out from outside the door. Han Shuo, who was at a critical juncture, was startled when he realized that the voice belonged to Wuxia, whom he had just defeated. He spread out his consciousness, only to discover that Wuxia had come alone. Moreover, his expression was respectful and cautious. He did not seem to be here for revenge. Hemana and Sylph had obviously heard Wuxia's cries from outside. The eyes of the two young ladies, whose bodies were suffused with passion, were a little uneasy. They seemed to be struggling to sit up from the bed. For this Wuxia, who had been coveting the two of them for a very long time, there was a deep fear in the two ladies' hearts that was hard to erase in a short period of time. Wuxia had long declared that he wanted their bodies. As he was one of the 6 Rakshasas of War Demon Valley, even the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius, had tacitly agreed to it. If not for Han Shuo's appearance, the two of them would have had no other choice. Now that Han Shuo had defeated Wuxia, they could be considered to have escaped from Wuxia's clutches. However, with Wuxia outside, even though they could not restrain their lust from Han Shuo's teasing, the deep-rooted fear in their hearts still prevented them from acting rashly. However, it was obvious that Han Shuo would not let the two ladies have their way. Hearing Wuxia's call from outside and looking at the two charming alien ladies below him, Han Shuo's heart was filled with another extremely intense desire to possess them. This desire was stronger than Han Shuo could have imagined. Therefore, not only did Han Shuo not let go of the two ladies' chests, he even increased his strength and pressed down, preventing the two ladies from getting up from moving. "I'm here." But please wait a moment, Mr. Wuxia. I'll be ready soon, replied Han Shuo loudly from inside the room. Under the pleading gazes of the two alien ladies, he suddenly pounced on Hemana. His forceful object ferociously poured into the beautiful place covered with sparkling water droplets. A moan that sounded like a moan or a sob escaped from Hemana's mouth uncontrollably. Under the incessant teasing of the secret demonic arts, Hemana, who had long been unable to restrain her desire, was completely filled. That intense stimulation and pleasure was simply uncontrollable. Outside the pavilion, Wuxia, the level 2 Rakshasa, who was sitting on the back of a giant ghost-faced spider, had his originally respectful expression turned incomparably ugly. Listening to Hemana's incomparably enchanting moans from inside the room, Wuxia clearly understood what was happening inside. One could well imagine how depressed and sullen he was. That beautiful and enchanting body in the room should have been his to enjoy. However, at this moment he was not the one riding on top of it. All he could do was listen respectfully from outside, imagining how carefree and comfortable it must have been inside. However, his strength was inferior to the other party. Even if he was filled with rage and resentment, it was of no use, especially after Lord Crozius had personally given the order. He had no choice but to come over and apologize in order to seek the forgiveness of this powerful dragon. Beautiful music that could stir one's heart and soul reverberated in Wuxia's ears, causing his sullen and depressed face to turn ashen. This was even more unbearable to him than if he were to be killed on the spot. However, as a level 2 Rakshasa, Wuxia's mental fortitude was also outstanding. He firmly suppressed the thought of recklessly charging in and fighting Han Shuo to the death. He bitterly endured the sounds that made him want to vomit blood. Bear with it. I must bear with it. There will be a chance for revenge. There will definitely be. Wuxia's body shivered as he constantly hypnotized himself. Inside the room, while using his consciousness to spy on Wuxia, Han Shuo was vigorously conquering the beautiful body beneath him. He felt an incomparable pleasure. On the one hand, it came from the wonderful figure beneath his crotch. The wonders of this alien lady were beyond his expectations. It was as though there were thousands of tendrils wrapping around his strong object, giving Han Shuo a sense of ecstasy that he had never experienced before. Alien ladies are indeed different. This trip to Profound Continent was truly not in vain. Han Shuo thought to himself. Another kind of pleasure came from his soul. When he thought of how Wuxia, the man who should have Hemana and Sylph, could only watch helplessly as he enjoyed Hemana, Han Shuo almost couldn't restrain himself from cheering out loud when he thought of how Wuxia was just outside. What made Han Shuo even more excited was that while he was vigorously conquering Hemana, he could feel that his state of mind in the carnal realm seemed to have reached an extremely mysterious realm. The demonic yuan in his body did not need to be manipulated by Han Shuo. It flowed rhythmically from the demonic infant and circulated within his body, according to the path of demonic arts cultivation. While this made Han Shuo overjoyed, it also gave him a deeper understanding of the problem of breaking through to the carnal realm. He understood that as long as he did things as he pleased, not only would his state of mind rapidly improve, even his demonic yuan would become richer and more vigorous. After an unknown amount of time, Hemana, who was beneath him, had fainted and was on the verge of death. Han Shuo pulled himself up and grabbed Sylph, who was overflowing with lust, and continued his conquest of Sylph. Wait a minute. How long has it been? This damned mutated human. He's humiliating me on purpose. Damn it, should I fight it out with him? Outside the room, Wuxia gnashed his teeth hatefully, cursing all 18 generations of Han Shuo's ancestors in his heart. Chapter 531. Wuxia waited in torment for an unknown amount of time before he saw Han Shuo casually draped in a black-green warrior's attire. Wearing a satisfied smile on his face, he walked out of the room while holding his baggy trousers. Looking at the satisfied smile on Han Shuo's face, Wuxia was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he had no choice but to squeeze out a sincere apologetic smile. It was just that this smile appeared extremely ugly and awkward. Mr. Han Shuo, I was in the wrong earlier. I have come this time to apologize to you. I hope you can forgive my recklessness. Han Shuo, who was comfortably stretching his body, narrowed his eyes and looked at Wuxia. He was secretly prepared to deal with Wuxia's attack at any time. Upon hearing Wuxia's apology, Han Shuo was startled. Soon after, Han Shuo's eyes shone with a strange light as he stared blankly at Wuxia. Under Han Shuo's strange gaze, Wuxia was obviously not used to it. He slowly lowered his head, not daring to meet Han Shuo's malicious gaze. His voice became a little softer. "I hope Mr. Han Shuo can forgive me." Han Shuo responded with a nasal sound. Soon after, without looking at Wuxia, he turned around and returned to the room. Wuxia creased his brows. He suddenly raised his head to look at Han Shuo's back and softly cried out, "Mr. Han Shuo, have you forgiven me?" "Yes, I have. You can leave. As long as you don't offend me, I can't be bothered with you." Han Shuo could tell that Wuxia wasn't sincere in his apology. He wasn't interested in feigning civility with him either. He coldly added, however, "If you plan to retaliate against me, I hope you are well prepared. Otherwise, if I survive, I won't even give face to Crozius. I think you understand what I mean." Behind Han Shuo, upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Wuxia's pupils abruptly shrank. He viciously glared at Han Shuo's back, as if he had the desire to immediately make a move. However, he was also clearly hesitant. Just when he could not make up his mind to make a move, Han Shuo had already walked into the room. Wuxia took a deep breath, as though he was trying to swallow his resentment. The next moment, he even revealed a faint smile and said, "Mr. Han Shuo is now a visiting advisor of my War Demon Valley. From now on we are on the same side. It's just two women. I, Wuxia, am not a petty person." "Very well," Han Shuo replied coldly. In his heart, he began to attach more importance to this Wuxia. To be able to endure to such an extent, even if his strength wasn't sufficient, he was definitely a ruthless person. Either this person didn't make a move, or once he did, he definitely couldn't be underestimated. "Oh, right, other than apologizing, according to Lord Crozius' instructions, you are to come to the War Demon Grand Hall 2 days from now to participate in the meeting to discuss how to deal with Venomfang Castle. I hope that you will be punctual," Wuxia shouted as he looked at Han Shuo's back. "Got it." Han Shuo turned his head around, slightly narrowed his eyes, and replied indifferently to Wuxia. Wuxia appeared very humble with his body hunched. He lowered his head and said, "In that case, I won't disturb Mr. Han Shuo's happy occasion any longer." Wuxia had just taken the opportunity to take a glance inside. With his sharp eyes, he could immediately see Hamana and Sylph's beautiful bodies lying in disarray. He was afraid that when he raised his head, Han Shuo would notice the killing intent in his eyes that he couldn't completely conceal. Therefore, he didn't dare to raise his head to look at Han Shuo. However, when one's consciousness had reached the realm that Han Shuo had reached, even if he didn't deliberately use his consciousness to spy on Wuxia, he could still clearly sense Wuxia's extreme hatred towards him. His self-righteous attempt to cover it up only made Han Shuo feel that it was laughable. It didn't have any effect at all. What a pitiful fellow. I reckon he must be quite angry this time. You deserve it for trying to snatch women from me." Looking at the two snow-white mermaids on the large bed, and then at Wuxia whose shoulders were still twitching as he walked away, Han Shuo viciously muttered to himself in a low voice. His voice was neither loud nor soft. However, with Wuxia's strength as a level 2 Rakshasa, he should have been able to hear it. Wuxia's body suddenly staggered and trembled for a moment before he steadied himself. With his back facing Han Shuo, Wuxia seemed to be hesitating whether he should immediately fight Han Shuo to the death. Under Han Shuo's callous gaze, Wuxia finally held back and disappeared before Han Shuo's eyes in a somewhat miserable manner. What an extraordinary character! What a pity! Han Shuo muttered to himself. With a thought, he activated his demonic arts. Clang! The door to the room was suddenly shut. Looking at the two beautiful ladies on the bed, the corners of Han Shuo's mouth hooked into a satisfied smile. After slightly decorating the room, Han Shuo once again descended into the secret underground chamber that Earth Elite Zombie had excavated. He took out the skeletal staff and, following the connection between him and Little Skull, Han Shuo's soul descended into the netherworld. This was a canyon covered with white bones and mountains of rotting corpses. The aura of death in this place was extremely dense. At a glance, the entire space seemed to be shrouded in the pure element of death. The grayish-white aura of death lingered in the air. Many formidable undead creatures were nurtured in this bizarre place. Evil knights, mummy lords, old fey zombies, bone devils, and other high-level undead creatures could be seen everywhere in this canyon that Tanai could see. They wandered aimlessly, each and every one of them like devoted and loyal guards, very cautiously defending the canyon. In the depths of the canyon, several powerful presences occupied the area. They should be undead creatures even more powerful than the old fey zombies and bone devils. For so many high-level undead creatures to gather here, something extraordinary must have happened. Han Shua had sensed Little Skull's intense mental energy fluctuations in the Abyss realm. Therefore, after Wuxia left, he fled to the Netherworld. Following the coordinates of Little Skull's soul, Han Shua conveniently descended into this bizarre place. Han Shua was on a barren mountain. Around Han Shua were densely packed undead creatures. Among them was Little Skull, who was riding a bone dragon, proudly hovering in midair, with an overbearing demeanor of a sovereign overlooking the world. Below him, all 5 elite zombies were present. There was a bone dragon, a king zombie, and 3 evil zombies whose strength had been constantly enhanced by Han Shua's demonic arts. None of them were missing. After absorbing the enormous energy from the ice goddess statue on the icy peak of the Shrine of Ice, Water Elite Zombie had a gentle face. His eyes seemed to have ripples of water, giving off a feminine and otherworldly temperament. On Water Elite Zombie's body was a water blue armor that covered more than half of his body. Jade ripples undulated within the armor. It was a stark contrast to the lifeless atmosphere of the Netherworld. After obtaining the Virile Leaf, the tall and skinny Wood Elite Zombie had made rapid breakthroughs on the path of evolution. His body naturally exuded an exuberant vitality. That exuberant aura of vitality, and Wood Elite Zombie's original corpse aura, actually fused together perfectly. Even Han Shua couldn't help but sigh at the miraculousness of the 5 elite zombies. "Father, why have you come?" While Han Shua was staring at Wood Elite Zombie and Water Elite Zombie, Little Skull, who was hovering high in the air, suddenly asked Han Shua. After a short pause before Han Shua could answer, Little Skull continued, "Father, who was it that hurt you last time? I want to imprison his soul here forever, and let him suffer endless pain. There will be opportunities. Don't worry, when I return next time we will fight side by side," replied Han Shua. Soon after, he looked at the high-level undead creatures that were scattered all over Tanai's Great Gorge, and asked, "I sensed the intense undulations of your soul, so I came to see what's going on. This time you've come out in full force. Is it some big operation?" "Yes, father. I sensed an extremely powerful creature in that Tanai's Great Gorge in front of me. This creature has surpassed the Bone Dragon and King Zombie. It is a serious threat to my path of expansion. Therefore, this time I came to exterminate it, and occupy that Nether Valley. I want to see why this place can breed so many high-level undead creatures," replied Little Skull. After hearing Little Skull's words, Han Shua couldn't help but pay more attention to that Great Gorge. Through what he sensed just now, Han Shua already understood that the Great Gorge was different from other places in the Netherworld. The element of death in this place called Nether Valley was much denser than in other places. In addition, there were several powerful auras concealed within, which also piqued Han Shua's curiosity. After absorbing the origin crystal of death, Little Skull cultivated the body of death element and the soul of death element at a speed that even surprised Han Shua. According to Han Shua's new understanding of the hierarchy of gods, he understood that Han Shua was already a base god of death. A Little Skull at this level was absolutely abnormally powerful in the Netherworld. Han Shua really didn't expect that Little Skull would so quickly discover an existence of the same level as him. After staying in the Abyss realm for some time, Han Shua, who understood the cultivation methods of the Abyss realm, knew that Little Skull had started using the element of death by cultivating his bones in the Netherworld. The path he took was equivalent to the path of the creatures of the Abyss realm. However, because his soul had received a portion of Han Shua's memories, in addition to many fortuitous encounters, and with the help of the origin crystal, he was able to form the soul of element so quickly. Because he had used the element of death to forge his bones from the very beginning, his body of element was formed as well. When he thought about it this way, Han Shuo realized that Little Skull should be extremely familiar with the attacking methods of bones. And after his soul had fused with the element of death and formed the soul of element, if Little Skull could become proficient in using necromancy magic, he would definitely become even more powerful. Although Little Skull had received a lot of Han Shuo's memories at that time, Han Shuo's knowledge of necromancy magic was still half-baked. Therefore, Little Skull did not know how to use advanced necromancy magic. Now, as Han Shuo looked at Little Skull before him, he suddenly had the idea of imprinting the memories of necromancy magic onto Little Skull. Chapter 532. There had always been a mysterious connection between Han Shuo and Little Skull. This was because Little Skull was refined from Han Shuo's own blood essence, mixed with some random materials. Later on, Han Shuo left a permanent mark on Little Skull's soul through the Seal of Darkness. However, due to some unforeseen event that even Han Shuo was unaware of, a portion of his memories was also transferred to Little Skull. It was precisely because of his high starting point and the support of demonic arts that Little Skull was able to evolve into the base god realm at a speed that left even Han Shuo flabbergasted. Now that Little Skull had formed a soul of element in the base god realm, Han Shuo believed that Little Skull would be able to make a breakthrough even faster and truly become a so-called god, once he received some more quintessential magical knowledge of the element of death. Han Shuo looked at Little Skull and transmitted, "Let me give you some memories. They may help you understand the element of death faster, and help you improve your strength." Little Skull, who was riding the skeletal dragon, appeared somewhat stunned after hearing Han Shuo's words. His purple demon eye glinted with puzzlement as he stared at Han Shuo and asked, "Father, what memories?" "Some techniques of using the element of death on the soul. Given your current affinity with the element of death, once you understand how to use the element of death, you will certainly become even more powerful," Han Shuo explained. Little Skull was the well-deserved master of this group of undead creatures. Before them, Little Skull had absolute prestige. However, when facing Han Shuo, Little Skull had always been obedient. He had never disobeyed Han Shuo's orders. After hearing Han Shuo's words, Little Skull did not waste any time. He immediately leaped down from the skeletal dragon and stood before Han Shuo. He looked at Han Shuo and asked, "Father, what should I do?" Han Shuo's consciousness in the carnal realm possessed all kinds of wonderful uses. Given the mysterious connection between him and Little Skull, it was not difficult for him to use his consciousness to transmit his memories of necromancy magic to Little Skull. Especially since Little Skull's soul had become one with the element of death, Han Shuo was even more confident. "Is this place safe for now?" Han Shuo did not act immediately. He looked at Tanai's high-level undead creature in the distance and asked Little Skull. In this netherworld, Little Skull, who had cultivated to base god of death, had a deeper understanding of this region than Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo first asked Little Skull before he acted. Little Skull's purple demon eye swept across the nether valley in the distance, and then to the 5 elite zombies beside him. He said, "Father, they have successfully practiced the formation. With the 5 of them here, I think it will be very safe." Han Shuo was overjoyed. He happily replied, "Very good. The penta-elemental undead formation is finally ready. How powerful is the fusion of the energies of 5 elements?" The 5 elite zombies could sense Han Shuo's delight, and were also extremely happy. These 5 little fellas all possessed high intelligence, and were even boasting about their efforts to show Han Shuo that they had made a difference. Han Shuo did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't worry, Father. That formation is very powerful. Even if I'm inside, I won't be able to escape if the 5 of them go all out to kill me," Little Skull replied. Han Shuo was delighted to hear those words. Han Shuo only knew a little about the power of the penta-elemental undead formation from Chu Kanglin's memories. But to be honest, Han Shuo was not too sure if it would be of great help to him. Now that Little Skull said that even with his current base god realm, he would not be able to escape from the penta-elemental undead formation, Han Shuo knew that the power of the penta-elemental undead formation would not be weak. Most importantly, the power of the penta-elemental undead formation was not static. As long as the 5 elite zombies continued to evolve, the power of the penta-elemental undead formation would increase exponentially. Given Han Shua's understanding of the 5 elite zombies, he believed that the penta-elemental undead formation would one day bring him an enormous surprise. Very well, let's begin. Han Shua stood in front of Little Skull. He extended his hand and gently placed it on the sparkling white skull of Little Skull. Han Shua's consciousness expanded and his eyes flashed with black lightning. He stared fixedly at the little skull in front of him. The memories of necromancy magic in his consciousness were extracted like silk being peeled from a cocoon. Under the guidance of his consciousness, these memories took the form of specks of starlight and slowly converged into the soul of Little Skull through Han Shua's large hand that was gently placed on the Little Skull's skull. The usage of the soul consciousness memory transfer demonic art required extremely exquisite techniques, as well as a proficient understanding of the soul to be able to use this method. Memory transfer. Although it did not require too much technique and knowledge to be the one receiving the memories, it required extremely powerful soul energy. Otherwise, a fragile soul would not be able to withstand the invasion of the consciousness before the memories even entered the soul. The soul would be destroyed in an instant with no chance of recovery. It was precisely because the memory transfer was too dangerous that Han Shua was so cautious. At first, his consciousness only carried some extremely weak and simple memories, and tried to enter the soul of Little Skull very slowly. He was afraid that the soul of Little Skull would not be able to withstand it and lead to an irreversible tragedy. As it turned out, the soul of element formed after the Little Skull had fused with the origin crystal of death was much stronger than Han Shua had expected. The memories of basic necromancy magic entered the soul of Little Skull without any delay. Moreover, the Little Skull quickly absorbed and digested them in a way that Han Shua could not understand. Han Shua felt neither sorrow nor joy in his heart. Only his eyes shot out rays of black lightning. Through his right hand, he used the most exquisite method of using his consciousness to transfer the memories to Little Skull bit by bit. Although the memory transfer was very dangerous, it did not consume too much of the magical yuan. It mainly required the caster to comprehend the correct application of the details and have a deep understanding of the existence of the soul. At this moment, Han Shua's many years of practicing necromancy magic and deep understanding of the soul showed its advantages. Necromancy magic had very high requirements for a person's understanding of the soul. Han Shua was quite accomplished in this aspect. Due to his familiarity with the soul, he did not encounter any difficulties in the first memory transfer and released the memories with great precision. In this area filled with many high-level undead creatures, Han Shua and Little Skull were using a profound method to carry out the most exquisite application of demonic arts to the consciousness. If nothing went wrong, it would not take long before Han Shua could transfer all his years of understanding of necromancy magic into the soul of Little Skull, allowing the Little Skull to have a deep understanding of necromancy magic in the shortest amount of time. However, it seemed that the heavens were not in their favor. Midway, 2 extremely violent and dangerous waves suddenly descended, one after the other. A kind of evil soul energy suddenly erupted and was suddenly produced within the Little Skull's body. This evil energy definitely had nothing to do with the Little Skull. It was very obviously predatory. Not only did it want to intercept the memories that Han Shua had transferred to the Little Skull, it also seemed that it would not let go of the Little Skull and Han Shua's soul. As soon as it appeared, it began to frantically snatch. Han Shua, whose eyes flashed with black lightning, could clearly see the evil purple light circulating within the Little Skull's purple eye. Han Shua could feel that the evil soul energy that suddenly surged out of the Little Skull's body came from the purple demon eye that Little Skull had always worn on his left eye socket. This purple demon eye was forcibly dug out by the Little Skull from the statue of the great goddess Dad Era, worshipped by the forest troll in the holy land of the forest troll. When the purple demon eye was first worn by the Little Skull, both Han Shua and the Little Skull felt an evil energy invading them at the same time. However, at the critical moment, the Little Skull put on the strange eye patch and avoided the disaster. Since then, the Little Skull had been wearing the strange eye patch for a long time. The eye patch seemed to have the effect of suppressing the evil energy of the purple demon eye, so the Little Skull was safe and sound. One day, the eye patch was removed by the Little Skull. For a long time after that, the purple demon eye did not continue to release strong invasive energy. Han Shua thought that the Little Skull had completely understood the strangeness of the purple demon eye. and would not suffer the same unforgettable experience again. Unexpectedly, at the most critical moment of the memory transmission, the purple demon eye, which had not shown any abnormalities for a long time, once again exploded with a strong plundering energy. This energy was even fiercer than the last time. It was actually intercepting the memory that Han Shuo had transmitted to the little skull, and attempting to seize the souls of Han Shuo and the little skull at an astonishing speed. At the same time, it was unknown if the powerful existence in the Nether Valley had sensed the sudden trouble that Han Shuo and the others were in. With a terrifying howl, all the powerful undead creatures in the Nether Valley seemed to have received an attack signal. They did not continue to aimlessly defend the Nether Valley passively. Instead, with a fierce howl, they charged towards the bald mountain where Han Shuo and the little skull were. A death aura that was on par with the little skulls rushed out from the Nether Spirit Tanai amidst the terrifying howl. He led the many high-level undead army, and was prepared to seize the opportunity to make Han Shuo and the little skull stay in the Nether Valley forever. Chapter 533. This was a hopeless situation. Han Shuo and the little skull had to work together to barely withstand the invading energy from the little skull's purple demon eye. This evil energy was so powerful that it was beyond Han Shuo's imagination. The memories about necromancy magic that he transmitted to the little skull through his consciousness were intercepted bit by this evil energy that had suddenly appeared. Moreover, when it was absorbing Han Shuo's memories about necromancy magic, it was constantly releasing the evil energy to overwhelm the souls of Han Shuo and the little skull. It seemed that it would not stop until it had completely taken over both Han Shuo and the little skull's souls. Bystanders simply couldn't help in a battle between souls, especially in this extremely special state. Han Shuo and little skeleton couldn't borrow any external force at all. All they could do was bitterly hold on and prevent the evil energy from corroding and encroaching on them. Although the little skull's soul had fused with the element of death and cultivated into a soul of element, it was still much inferior to Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo's consciousness was a demonic art that sublimated the soul through a special method. This was a cultivation method that was completely different from the 8 major elemental systems and 4 major edictal systems. It had all sorts of incredible uses. It was only when he was faced with the invasion of this powerful evil soul that Han Shuo fully displayed the various uses of his consciousness. Under Han Shuo's full strength, his consciousness turned into thin lines that were hard to see with the naked eye. They actually condensed into strange formations in his mind, forming barriers that blocked the invasion of the evil energy. The little skull had cultivated into a soul of element and was very familiar with and able to use the element of death. However, in a battle between souls like this, the soul of element that little skull cultivated could not compare to the strangeness and tenacity of Han Shuo's consciousness. It could only barely cooperate with Han Shuo under the guidance of Han Shuo's consciousness. From the very beginning, little skull had been using the aura of death on his body. He had walked the same path as the creatures of the Abyss realm, gathering the incomparably dense element of death on his pure white bones, forming a body of crystal-clear jade bones with extremely high combat power. It was for this reason that when his soul fused with the origin crystal to form the soul of element, he was able to quickly grasp the key to cultivating the body of element from his body of bones and reach the realm of base god. Little Skull, who had just attained the base god crystal, had formed a soul of element on Earth. However, he still did not know how to use the energy of the soul. This time Han Shuo wanted to transfer the memories of necromancy magic to him, in order to make up for his shortcomings in this area. However, it seemed that he was still a step too late. The evil energy that erupted from the purple demon eye was no longer limited to the purple demon eye. It had long since surged towards Han Shuo and Little Skull like a mountain torrent. Although Han Shuo's consciousness had all kinds of marvelous uses, he could only retreat step by step under the invasion of this soul energy that was not on the same level as him. Just as Han Shuo and Little Skull's souls were on the verge of being completely occupied by that energy at any time, departed spirit Tanai rushed out of a cloud of terrifying misty green aura of death. It was a strange green mass of aura. The aura of death within it was incomparably dense, and faint wisps of green light were radiating from it. Terrifying shrill howls erupted from within the green mass of aura. Behind the green mass of aura, 3 skeleton kings and 2 bone dragons, along with many periostracum, old fey demons, and other high-level undead creatures, charged straight towards them. The formidable undead creature within the green mass of aura possessed formidable strength that rivaled Little Skull. Along the way, the terrifying aura of death erupted like a flood, blowing up all of Little Skull's subordinates in the periphery. Not a single one of them was spared. The creature within the green mass of aura annihilated all the undead creatures in the periphery as though crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Leading the numerous high-level undead creatures behind it, it charged towards the small hill. It did not waste any words. Along the way, it let out shrill howls incessantly, causing the undead creatures on Little Skull's side, who had lost their backbone, to constantly retreat in fear. Their momentum had weakened by more than a level. The soul of this undead creature with base god strength was much stronger than that of Little Skull, a rookie who had just become a base god. Its shrill howls coincided with the essence of necromancy magic. The aura of death lingered in the air, forming a magic similar to soul tremor. It destroyed the will of the numerous undead creatures on Little Skull's side. Only the 3 evil knights refined by Han Shua using demonic arts, and the 5 elite zombies were completely unaffected by the shrill howls. The 5 elite zombies, in particular, were not only fearless, but had already spread out on the bald hill according to the arrangement of the penta-elemental undead formation. Except for Water Elite Zombie and Earth Elite Zombie, the other 3 had taken out the treasures of their respective elements. The energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth rapidly fused together in a way that no one could understand. Suddenly, chilly winds blew within the penta-elemental undead formation. Colorful cyclones formed out of thin air. Sinister, ruthless, frigid, and all kinds of auras that could suppress one's willpower spread out from the great formation. It was as though a world-destroying demon was hibernating within the formation, waiting for any creature that came to challenge its majesty. Strangely enough, the undead creature from the Nether Valley that had swept through the penta-elemental undead formation, as though it was about to enter the penta-elemental undead formation, suddenly froze. The cloud of green mist lingered within the penta-elemental undead formation for a while before it once again let out a terrifying shrill howl. The 3 skeleton kings and the 2 bone dragons that were charging towards it came to an abrupt halt, not daring to take another step forward. The cloud of green mist stood in front of the penta-elemental undead formation. Its shrill howls turned into orders to stop its subordinates from attacking. It seemed to have sensed the evil and ruthless energy concealed within the penta-elemental undead formation, and did not dare to take another step forward. At this time, Han Shua and Little Skull were still retreating in defeat. The layers of defensive forces deployed by their consciousnesses had been shattered by the invasion of the evil energy. They could no longer form any effective defensive measures. Just as Han Shua was feeling depressed for no reason, the cloud of green mist that stood in front of the penta-elemental undead formation abruptly erupted with formidable soul energy. It instantly joined the dangerous battle between Han Shua's Little Skull and the evil soul energy from the purple demon eye. This soul with base god strength was equally ambitious. As soon as he joined the battle, he immediately launched soul attacks on Little Skull. He seemed to be determined to obtain Little Skull's soul, both of them cultivated in the elemental energy of death. In terms of soul manipulation, this fellow was far superior to Little Skull. As soon as the new soul energy appeared, Little Skull's soul, which had been under the protection of Han Shua's consciousness, immediately felt an unbearable pressure. It was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Han Shua felt a fear that he had never felt before. He was afraid of Little Skull's soul, but there was nothing he could do. This feeling made Han Shua want to vomit blood. Suddenly, a turning point appeared in the dead end. The soul energy from the purple demon eye that had been constantly pressuring Han Shua suddenly split off and attacked the new soul energy in a domineering manner. The soul energy from the purple demon eye was the most powerful. It had an extremely strong desire to plunder, as if it wanted to capture the souls of Little Skull, Han Shua, and the newcomer in one fell swoop. After losing half of the pressure from the soul energy, the pressure on Han Shua's consciousness immediately decreased by a lot. He hastily reformed the fragmented defensive formation in the battlefield of consciousness. At this time, the new soul energy that had originally joined the battle to completely absorb Little Skull's soul had instead taken on the brunt of the soul energy from the purple demon eye. For a moment, Han Shua's little skull and the new soul energy had all become passive defenders. However, with the addition of this new soul, the pressure on Han Shua had abruptly lessened. Although he was still retreating, he wasn't defeated as quickly as before. However, if this trend continued, Han Shua's little skull and the new soul energy would still have no chance. In the end, their souls would be completely erased and they would become puppets of the soul of the purple demon eye, unable to escape for the rest of their lives. At this time, Han Shua suddenly had an absurd yet extremely daring idea. As soon as this idea came to mind, Han Shua only hesitated for a moment before he immediately executed it. Taking advantage of the fact that he still had some energy left, Han Shua braved the threat of having his consciousness destroyed in both body and body. At this incomparably dangerous moment, Han Shua shuttled between his soul and body. Something miraculous that made Han Shua wild with joy suddenly happened. As Han Shua's soul shuttled, the four entangled souls simultaneously twisted together and fell from the abyss realm into the space-time tunnel, falling into the abyss realm of unknown distance. As soon as they entered the space-time tunnel, the other three souls, including Little Skull, suddenly became extremely weak. Only Han Shua, the owner of the skeletal staff, who was the caster, was completely unaffected by this soul shuttling through the space-time tunnel. His consciousness did not weaken in the slightest. In the short span of a few seconds, Han Shua, who had planned this beforehand, gathered all his strength and burst out his consciousness and mental strength at the same time. First, he bombarded the weaker soul that arrived later, instantly dealing a heavy blow to that soul. After that, Han Shua exerted his strength again. He concentrated all his strength and bombarded the evil soul in the purple demon eye, which had been weakened to the extreme in the space-time tunnel. At this time, the soul energy in the purple demon eye also exerted its strength with all its might and bombarded Han Shua's concentrated attack. A terrifying rumble erupted from the three souls. In the short span of a few seconds, a miraculous change took place in this space-time tunnel of unknown location. In the abyss realm, Han Shua, who was hiding deep underground, felt as if he was being bombarded by a giant hammer. Blood flowed from all 7 of his orifices. His body trembled violently. Han Shua, who was holding the skeletal staff, felt a splitting headache. It was as if 10,000 sharp knives were twisting in his brain. It was an unbearable pain. The evil soul energy from the purple demon eye had not been extinguished yet. It was still tenaciously surviving. Although it was much weaker than before, it was still inexplicably fierce and continued to stubbornly occupy Han Shua's soul. A soul aura filled with endless resentment and slaughter and destruction suddenly erupted from the demon's lair edge that was dormant in Han Shua's body. This vile soul of the demon's lair edge, which contained the negative energy of thousands of souls, finally erupted at the most critical moment after fusing with the origin crystal of destruction. The vile soul within the demon's lair edge converged with the power of Han Shua's consciousness and ruthlessly bombarded the soul in the purple demon eye that was crazily counterattacking. Rumble. It was as if a huge explosion had occurred in Han Shua's brain. 7 blood arrows shot out from all 7 of his orifices. Han Shua's majestic body also fell to the ground, as if he had lost all signs of life. After a long time, Han Shua didn't know how much time had passed. The first thing he felt was a splitting headache. He first felt the rumbling explosion in his brain. For a moment, Han Shua even thought that he had died. After a while, Han Shua gradually regained consciousness. Suddenly, pieces of disorderly memories flooded into Han Shua's brain. His eyes were blank, staring blankly in front of him. He opened his mouth and muttered, "Who am I? I am Dadera, I am Han Shua, I am Lich Haley." All kinds of memories flooded into Han Shua at once. It was as if he had become 3 people. His brain was filled with the memories of 3 people. Han Shua found it hard to adapt to the splitting headache. As he muttered blankly to himself, his brain rapidly reorganized and sorted out the disorderly memories. Han Shua mumbled to himself for a long time in this position. He didn't know how long it had been. Suddenly, Han Shua, who had maintained this position for a long time, burst into wild laughter. He laughed so hard that blood flowed out of his mouth. His left hand grasped the skeletal staff, and his right hand held the demon's lair edge. He said in a wild voice, "Low God Dat Era, base god of death Lich Haley. Haha. I have erased their soul imprints and occupied their memories. The demonic separation is a success. Waha, the heavens are on my side, the heavens are on my side." While Han Shuo was laughing heartily, the skeletal staff in his left hand and the demon slayer edge in his right hand were transforming. Like liquid, they slowly formed into two human silhouettes. After a while, two identical Han Shuo transformed from the skeletal staff, and the demon slayer edge appeared. Han Shuo pointed at the Han Shuo transformed from the skeletal staff and said, "Base god of death, it's me." Then, he pointed at the Han Shuo transformed from the demon slayer edge and laughed maniacally. "Low god of destruction, it's me. Haha, it's all me. After the demonic separation, it's all me. This is the outer body incarnation of the demonic path that can only be discovered but not sought. I'm rich, waha." Chapter 534. No matter how hard Han Shuo racked his brains, he couldn't figure out what kind of miraculous event had taken place in those few short seconds of his soul traversing through space to create such a bizarre, yet delightful scene. The original imprints of Low God Dat Era and Base God of Death Haley had been erased and replaced by all of Han Shuo's memories and consciousness. In other words, from this moment on, Low God Dat Era and Base God of Death Haley had vanished forever. Their souls were occupied by Han Shuo's demonic energy. In a way that even Han Shuo couldn't understand, they were attached to the demon slayer edge and the skeletal staff, allowing Han Shuo to possess three souls and form the so-called outer body avatars of the demonic path. Low God Dat Era had cultivated to become a low god by using the energy of plunder as her primary ability. However, her energy of plunder wasn't as widespread as the energy of the 8 elements that could be found in all material planes. Therefore, after becoming a low god, her progress was very slow. She wouldn't be able to take another step forward for tens of thousands of years. In that war that involved all the experts on Profound Continent 5,000 years ago, Dat Era, a low god whose second nature was to plunder, participated in it. However, Dat Era didn't side with any party. Instead, he was like a thief, waiting for an opportunity to plunder. In the end, his divine body was destroyed by a mid-god of the Druidic order, who cultivated in the Edict of Life. His soul was sealed in the purple demon, eye formed from the remains of his divine body. Gods who cultivated in the Edict of Life generally wouldn't do something that would destroy the body and soul of a human, unless they had no other choice. On top of that, Dat Era wasn't in cahoots with the evil gods of death and destruction. Therefore, he was lucky enough to escape the calamity. However, he was sealed and sent back to the forest troll. Dat Era was, after all, a god. Although he was sealed with an eye patch, his divine energy was still present. For 5,000 years, the forest troll's faith in Dat Era had always existed. Therefore, even after he was sealed, Dat Era was still slowly gaining divine energy thanks to the power of faith contributed by the forest troll. Dat Era, who was constantly thinking of breaking free from the seal, had his eye patch torn apart by Little Skull in the sacred land of the forest troll, dug it out, and placed it in his empty eye socket. At that time, Dat Era was wild with joy and immediately tried to occupy the souls of Han Shuo and Little Skull. Later on, when Little Skull and Han Shuo couldn't take it anymore, Han Shuo reminded Little Skull to put on the eye patch that sealed Dat Era. The eye patch that sealed Dat Era sensed Dat Era's plunderer nature, and finally released the energy left behind by the mid-god cultivating in the Edict of Life, immediately inflicting heavy damage on Dat Era. It was also because of this that Dat Era remained quiet for quite a few days after being heavily injured. Slowly, the last of his strength was released, and the blindfold that sealed him finally lost its sealing power. Having been injured once, Dat Era didn't dare to act recklessly, fearing that he would once again suffer an irreparable blow. He had been waiting for a suitable opportunity all this time, and when Han Shuo used his consciousness to transfer his memories to Little Skull, the cunning Dat Era, who had been patiently waiting for a long time, suddenly made his move. He planned to take advantage of the crucial moment, when the souls of Han Shuo and Little Skull were connected to each other to occupy both of their souls. If not for the addition of the base god of death, Haley, who had been patiently waiting for a long time, Dat Era would have successfully occupied the souls of both Han Shuo and Little Skull. Unfortunately, it seemed that his luck wasn't too good. In the end, Han Shuo and the vile souls in the Demon's Lair Edge worked together to completely erase the master seal of his soul. Han Shuo's consciousness then split into a complete set of memories and consciousness to replace his soul. It fused with the vile souls in the Demon's Lair Edge and used the Demon's Lair Edge as its body to form an avatar. Not only did Han Shuo gain nothing, but he also lost everything. Under the joint attack of Han Shuo and the vile souls, Han Shuo's memories, divine energy, and soul were completely dominated by Han Shuo. The Demon's Lair Edge, a peerless weapon forged using demonic arts and fused with the element of destruction, became a low god of destruction that possessed the characteristics of demonic arts. Haley was in a similar situation. He was a necromancer who cultivated his soul. After a long period of time, Haley finally reached the base god realm of death. In the Nether Valley where he stayed, there was an enormous gravestone that was somehow formed. That gravestone had the ability to gather the element of death. However, it seemed that it couldn't be moved out of the Nether Valley. After discovering the miraculousness of the Nether Valley, Haley stayed there and used the gravestone to accelerate the gathering and cultivation of the element of death. Han Shuo obtained a lot of useful information from Haley's memories. Haley, a base god who cultivated his soul as a necromancer, far surpassed Han Shuo in the application and understanding of the element of death. After occupying all of Haley's memories, Han Shuo suddenly understood the boundary of aging that he couldn't release before, as well as some necromancy knowledge that he didn't understand. This was the second time that Han Shuo occupied the soul of a necromancer. The first time was with Claude, who directly made Han Shuo an archmage and allowed him to understand a lot of knowledge that he didn't understand. But this base god of death named Haley, his understanding of necromancy knowledge was far beyond Claude's level. Han Shuo immediately understood many cryptic necromancy knowledge. It was unknown what happened in the space-time tunnel, but Han Shuo similarly erased Haley's soul imprint. His consciousness split out all of Haley's memories and forcibly took over and fused with Haley's consciousness and memories. With Haley's original soul as the foundation and the skeletal staff as the body, Han Shuo formed another avatar with base god strength. At the same time, the secrets of the other two skulls in the skeletal staff completely fused with the soul of Han Shuo's avatar. It was only at this moment that Han Shuo discovered that one of the skulls contained knowledge and understanding of necromancy, while the other explained in detail all the secrets of the Cemetery of Death's formation and utilization, including how to use the skeletal staff to perform interplanar teleportation. The original owner of the skeletal staff was a mid-god of death. The knowledge and understanding of necromancy that he had left behind was completely suitable for Han Shuo, a base god of death who had forcibly seized all of Haley's memories, to continue cultivating and comprehending it. This was simply the most perfect thing to do. The only thing that made Han Shuo a little regretful was that the Cemetery of Death wasn't created by the original owner of the skeletal staff. Han Shuo only knew how to use it, but he couldn't create another one by himself. The Cemetery of Death was created by that overgod of death, and was distributed to his subordinates as a tool, so that they could travel to various material planes through the Cemetery of Death and spread death and destruction. This would increase the level of faith of that overgod and strengthen his divine energy in the process of death. As long as he could find an interplanar teleportation matrix or another Cemetery of Death in the Abyss realm, with the memories that Han Shuo had obtained from the skeletal staff, he could absolutely use the coordinates to perform interplanar teleportation. Although it was a long journey back, it would be very simple once he found an interplanar teleportation matrix. Father, father. Little Skull's consciousness sounded in his mind. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before quickly coming to his senses. He hastily asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just that my soul and body have separated," replied Little Skull. Little Skull replied. After a pause, Little Skull suddenly asked in astonishment, "Father, why do I feel that you've become three people? What is going on? Where are the other two forces? Where did they go?" From the beginning of the soul traversal, Han Shuo's consciousness had only been focused on Dadera and Haley. Little Skull had never participated in that extremely dangerous battle of souls. When his soul came out of the spatial tunnel, it had returned to normal. It was just that he was shaken by the aftermath of the last soul shock from Han Shuo and Dadera. "Haha, there aren't three people. It's just me." Han Shuo was very pleased. He didn't explain much and said, "Come, let's return to the netherworld. I'll return your soul to its original position." This time Han Shuo's body didn't move. It was the avatar that had fused with the skeletal staff in Haley's soul. After a flash of brilliance, the skeletal staff was still in Han Shuo's hand. However, the main soul within had already crossed the material planes and descended into the netherworld. In the netherworld, the body of the skeleton formed by Han Shuo's consciousness was still resting on the little skull's shoulder. However, after losing their souls, the two skeletons without any consciousness appeared rather strange. As soon as the two souls of Han Shuo and Little Skull entered, the two skeletons once again regained their vitality. However, the purple demon eye within the little skull's left eye socket had already shattered. Specks of purple starlight were absorbed by the jade-like skeleton of the little skull. Currently, Han Shuo's soul was at the base god realm of death. This soul had an extremely wonderful comprehension of the element of death. With a single thought from Han Shuo's soul, the element of death would condense and release its might through various kinds of wondrous magic. However, although this soul possessed all of Han Shuo's memories, consciousness and memories, just like the consciousness of the main body, this soul was not consciousness after all. Therefore, Han Shuo could not impart all of his memories to the little skull through this base god of death soul. The transfer of memories could only be achieved through consciousness that specialized in demonic arts. Han Shuo was not in a hurry. At this moment, the body formed by the element of death gazed into the distance at the army of death that had arrived together with Haley. There were still no changes in this place. In front of the penta-elemental undead formation, a cloud of green mist floated motionlessly. Behind it were 3 skeleton kings and 2 bone dragons, quietly awaiting their master's orders. After completely absorbing the soul energy of Haley, the base god, Han Shuo abandoned the body of the skeleton that he had previously condensed. He transformed into a shadow and entered the cloud of green mist. The green mist that had been lingering in the air gradually dispersed, revealing a green rhombus-shaped crystal. That green rhombus-shaped crystal was none other than Haley's body. However, after Han Shuo's soul had fused with the skeletal staff, he no longer needed this green crystal that was highly condensed from the element of death. This crystal was the same as an origin crystal of death. The only difference was that it could be fused with the body. Any living being that cultivated in the element of death could fuse with this green crystal to form a body of death. Han Shuo did not need it, but a necromancer like Fanny desperately needed it. As long as Han Shuo could figure out a set of refinement methods for the element of death in the Abyss realm, once he returned to Profound Continent, Fanny would be able to form a body of element through this green crystal that was already a body of element. Han Shuo's soul enveloped the green crystal and emanated the majesty of Haley. The 3 skeleton kings, the 2 bone dragons, and the other high-level undead creatures immediately submitted to Han Shuo, not daring to move a muscle. Han Shuo, who had completely occupied Haley's soul and memories, was now Haley. Naturally, those undead creatures would be silenced by Han Shuo's might. Han Shuo did not waste any words. He pointed at the little skull in the distance and said, "From today onwards, apart from me, he is also your master." These high-level undead creatures all possessed intelligence. When they heard Han Shuo's words, they revealed puzzled expressions. However, there was a deep-rooted hierarchy among undead creatures. Although they were puzzled, they did not dare to disobey Han Shuo's orders. Each and every one of them respectfully prostrated on the ground and shouted in unison, "Yes, master. Revenant Tanai has a strange gravestone. There are some complicated and obscure patterns and lines on the gravestone. In the future, your cultivation will be faster here. Spend some time and see if you can comprehend anything from it." Han Shuo transmitted as he looked at the little skull. "Understood, father. Congratulations, father. I have now understood some things. Father has undergone an unimaginable transformation. I know that father has become very powerful now," said the little skull. As expected of the wisest one, Han Shuo thought to himself. He then said, "All right, I'll take my leave for a while. When I have time, my main body will transfer the memories of necromancy magic to you." Shortly after, Han Shuo handed Haley's green crystal to the Earth Elite zombie. His soul shuttled back. and he once again summoned the Earth Elite zombie in front of him. After collecting the green crystal, he sent the ignorant Earth Elite zombie back. Han Shua's soul could freely travel between two planes, but he couldn't carry any physical objects. Therefore, he used the Earth Elite zombie as a medium. As for the two avatars that had just been formed, Han Shua still wasn't very proficient in using them. Before he completely understood the secrets of his avatars, Han Shua wouldn't separate his three souls in case something went wrong and he couldn't fix it in time. Oh, I forgot about the meeting that Wuxia mentioned. I don't know how long it's been. Let's go up and take a look. When Han Shua thought of this, the skeletal staff in the demon's lair edge transformed into two rays of light and simultaneously disappeared into Han Shua's body. Now that Han Shua's strength had skyrocketed by more than 10 times, Crozius was no longer someone that Han Shua needed to be especially careful of. Therefore, even though Han Shua was late, he didn't take it to heart. Those who possessed absolute strength could absolutely make others wait for them. This was the rule of the Abyss Realm. Chapter 535. Han Shua, where are you? Lord Crozius has sent an emissary to urge you to go to the War Demon Grand Hall as soon as possible to discuss important matters. Hemana immediately panicked when she saw Han Shua after emerging from the underground chamber. Hemana was obviously in awe of Crozius. In War Demon Valley, Crozius was the local tyrant with absolute authority. Hemana was afraid that Crozius would blame Han Shua for this matter. Therefore, she appeared extremely worried. Time was divided in the Abyss Realm differently from that on Profound Continent. 1 day in the Abyss Realm was equivalent to half a month on Profound Continent. Based on what Wuxia said 2 days ago, Han Shua understood that he must have stayed in the underground chamber for a month. No worries, I'll head over now. Han Shua was unruffled. After scanning the surroundings with his consciousness, he smilingly asked, "Where's Sylph? She's still inquiring about you. As she doesn't know where you are, the two of us split up." "I'll stay here and wait for you," Hemana replied. It seems that I should have notified the two of you in advance. The next time I go missing, don't be in such a hurry to look for me. I'll be back before long," Han Shua said to Hemana, a little embarrassed. He then strode outside and said, Come with me. Let's see if this meeting is over." The War Demon Grand Hall is the most majestic building in the center. I can take you there, but I can't accompany you into the War Demon Grand Hall because I'm not qualified to do so. "I'm sorry," Hemana apologetically explained to Han Shua, as she followed Han Shua towards the War Demon Grand Hall. The hierarchy in the Abyss Realm was very strict. If one's strength hadn't reached a certain level, there was no way one could get along with people of the same level. Hemana and Sylph, the two alien girls, only possessed the strength of destroyers. Obviously, they weren't qualified to participate in the meeting at the War Demon Grand Hall. This was the rule of the Abyss Realm. After hearing Hemana's explanation, Han Shua didn't insist and quickly headed towards the War Demon Grand Hall with her. This was the rule of the Abyss Realm. After hearing Hemana's explanation, Han Shua didn't insist and quickly headed towards the War Demon Grand Hall with her. On the way to the War Demon Great Hall, Han Shua inspected his body with his divine sense and discovered that his main body had suffered some injuries. His demonic infant had also suffered some damage. However, after going through this dangerous battle, his willpower had become even more tenacious. Compared to the minor injuries that the demonic infant had suffered, the benefits he had obtained were simply immeasurable. At present, Han Shua's demonic body art only had the strength of a demigod. But of his two avatars, one possessed the strength of a base god of death, while the other was even more terrifying, having reached the low god realm of destruction. Han Shua's strength had far exceeded that of the past after his three souls coexisted. If he were to return to Profound Continent now, Han Shua believed that the six-horned tribal king of the soul race and the saintess of the Church of Light would have no chance of escaping alive. On Profound Continent, perhaps only the primordious dragon with unfathomable strength could put up a fight against Han Shua. Han Shua had always been thinking about this hatred that was buried deep in his heart. "Captain Nambro, so you are the one in charge of guarding the door. Han Shua is late this time. May I know if the meeting is still going on?" Hemana asked hurriedly when she saw the captain of the Shiro Brigade standing solemnly in front of the most majestic building. Nambro was as cordial as ever when he saw Han Shuo again. He looked at the two anxiously and said to Hamana, Lord Crozius had informed Mr. Han Shuo long ago and sent someone to invite you again. Why are you only here now? Captain Nambro, my master is indeed a little late this time. Can he still go in? Hamana asked anxiously after hearing Nambro's words. I will bring Mr. Han Shuo inside. You wait outside. Nambro replied before he turned to Han Shuo and said, Mr. Han Shuo, please follow me. Han Shuo nodded smilingly. He did not have the slightest awareness that a latecomer should have. He followed behind Nambro unhurriedly and asked nonchalantly, How long has the meeting been going on? Who are the participants? What issues are they discussing? It's been some time. The 6 Rakshasas and a few distinguished visiting advisors are all here. They are mainly discussing how to deal with Venomfang Castle's attack. Nambro's Shiro regiment had been rescued by Han Shuo previously. Nambro naturally took special care of Han Shuo. He then added, Venomfang Castle's troops have been approaching our War Demon Valley over the past few days. Some of our patrols in the outskirts of War Demon Valley have been eliminated. I reckon that it won't be long before Venomfang Castle launches an attack on War Demon Valley. This time Venomfang Castle is aided by Demon King Golander's Shadow Warriors. The future of our War Demon Valley is bleak. Shadow Warriors? Are they really that powerful? That terrifying? Han Shuo creased his brows and asked. It was as though there was an invisible pressure shrouding Han Shuo at the mention of Shadow Warriors. Nambro forced a smile and nodded, saying, Shadow Warriors are Demon King Golander's strongest guards. Every Shadow Warrior possesses the strength of a demon. The most powerful among them are even more powerful than our Lord Crozius. The destruction that a demon can cause is beyond your imagination. Sigh, it's a pity that his lordship's message to Black Jade City was a little too late. I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for the reinforcements that Lord Manticore dispatched. As he spoke, Nambro and Han Shuo quickly climbed up several dozen floors and arrived before a heavily guarded giant stone door. Nambro gestured for Han Shuo to wait for a moment before he went in alone to make his report. After the interval of a few breaths, Nambro waved at Han Shuo, and Han Shuo took the opportunity to enter the meeting venue. The place was extremely spacious. There was an enormous oval-shaped table at the center, with some wide stone chairs scattered around it. Right at the front, Crozius, who was as imposing as a boulder, sat proudly in the chairman's seat. The dignified and imposing manner of a superior was on full display. The seat next to Crozius was occupied by the head of the 6 Rakshas of War Demon Valley, Quinoa. The other 5 seats were occupied by demigod experts wearing the medal of Rakshasa. Wuxia, the level 2 Rakshasa whom Han Shuo taught a ruthless lesson the last time, was also among them. Below the 6 Rakshas were the seats for the visiting advisors. Han Shuo had never seen any of these visiting advisors before. He had no idea where they suddenly popped up from. There were a total of 5 visiting advisors. 3 possessed demigod strength, while the other 2 were only slightly weaker. They should have been summoned at crucial moments. These 5 visiting advisors were obviously different from those in the district where Han Shuo resided. They should be treated better. From the way Crozius looked at them, Han Shuo could tell that these 5 visiting advisors were highly valued. As soon as Han Shuo appeared, everyone in the hall cast their gazes on him. Among them, Quinoa shrugged at Han Shuo from afar and revealed a bitter smile as a greeting. Wuxia, on the other hand, smiled faintly and nodded in greeting. However, his eyes carried a hint of schadenfreude, as though he was waiting to see Han Shuo make a fool of himself. The other experts of War Demon Valley, who were meeting Han Shuo for the first time, had astonished expressions on their faces. While secretly observing Han Shuo, no one knew what they were thinking. In a remote corner of the hall, Crozius' daughter Jasper stood tall and slender. She held a thick notebook in her hand and seemed to be writing something down. When she saw Han Shuo approaching, she stealthily shot Han Shuo a look of caution before continuing to write at a rapid pace. From Hamana, Han Shuo learned that Jasper had always played the role of a recorder. She would always take part in every important meeting held in War Demon Valley. However, the Abyss Realm was a place where the strong were revered. Although Jasper was Crozius' daughter and had a legitimate excuse to stay in the Great Hall, She could only record from afar. Moreover, she had to stand. She did not possess sufficient strength. The fact that she could stand here was already thanks to her father, Croesus. She did not have the qualifications to sit down. In front of Han Shuo, Croesus looked at Han Shuo with a somewhat cold expression. He said with displeasure, "I had Wuxia inform you in advance and sent someone to invite you before the meeting began. I didn't expect Mr. Han Shuo to put on such airs. Mr. Han Shuo has only just arrived when our meeting is about to end." After hearing Croesus' words, Han Shuo really did feel a little embarrassed. After all, Croesus had indeed done his best. Han Shuo had been delayed for so long due to the Battle of the Souls, and his arrogance when he first met Croesus had obviously left a very bad impression on Croesus. The Abyss Realm was a place that paid great attention to ranks and respected the strong. Croesus could still tolerate Han Shuo's arrogance the first time they met. However, Croesus had notified Han Shuo in advance twice. In the end, he was still late. From this point, it could be seen that Han Shuo had maliciously broken the rules. This was something that Croesus could not forgive. "Mr. Han Shuo, you are also a visiting advisor of War Demon Valley. You should understand some of the rules. Lord Croesus has been taking good care of you. Dropping the ball at a critical moment is not something a visiting advisor should do. Oh right, I forgot to tell you that I am the chief visiting advisor of War Demon Valley. From now on, you will listen to my instructions. Understood?" As soon as Croesus finished speaking, a two-headed, four-armed alien standing below the 6 Rakshasas said to Han Shuo in an eccentric tone. He looked like a conjoined twin. From the front he had the face of a man, a burly man. However, from the back, he had the face of an enchanting woman. His chest even had 2 towering peaks. He had the characteristics of a woman. When he spoke in unison, mixing the voices of a man and a woman. It sounded eccentric and indescribably awkward. He was the strongest among the visiting advisors. Even when compared to the second-in-command of War Demon Valley, Quinoa, he wasn't much inferior. As he spoke, he twisted his body. The 2 faces, one male and one female, who shared the same neck, turned their heads and looked at Han Shuo. It was an extremely strange sight. "My apologies. I've just arrived and haven't fully adapted to the flow of time in the Abyss Realm. When I was training, I accidentally missed the time." Han Shuo only looked at Croesus and explained nonchalantly. As he spoke, Han Shuo walked towards the oval table, as if he hadn't heard the words of the chief visiting advisor at all. "Forget it. You have just become a visiting advisor of War Demon Valley. Perhaps you still don't understand the rules of War Demon Valley. I won't hold it against you for the first time, but if it happens again, I won't be so good-tempered." Croesus stared deeply at Han Shuo for a few moments and softly snorted. He didn't do anything to Han Shuo at such a critical moment. However, if it were during peaceful times, Croesus, who had slaughtered his way to the position of Master of War Demon Valley, would definitely not let things go so easily. "Thank you," Han Shuo casually replied. When he walked to the seating area of the council, he looked at the lowest seat. His brows were tightly knitted at first. Then, as if he had thought of something, he revealed a faint smile and walked to the head of the visiting advisors. He said naturally, "Androgynous fella, make way for me." The few Rakshasas and visiting advisors who were originally whispering about how Croesus had changed his temperament suddenly fell silent upon hearing Han Shuo's words. The great hall of the council abruptly became so quiet that even the drop of a pin could be heard. What did you say?" The chief visiting advisor was obviously a little dumbfounded. He looked at the male face of Han Shuo in astonishment. "Androgynous fella, make way for me. Don't you understand human language?" ridiculed Han Shuo. As soon as he finished those words, Han Shuo gently pressed his left hand on the shoulder of the chief visiting advisor. The aura of destruction from the demon's lair edge instantly poured into his body. All the experts in the entire hall immediately felt a terrifying evil energy of destruction, violence, and plunder. The soul within the demon's lair edge possessed the strength of a low god. However, Han Shuo did not activate it all at once. Instead, he gradually increased his strength from demigod level. By the time the aura of base god was released, the chief visiting advisor who was barely holding on could no longer hold on. His face was filled with fear as he stood up tremblingly. In an extremely wrong tone he said, I can't make way for you. You're so fierce. You scared me to death. This time Han Shuo spoke in a pure female voice. The male's mouth was completely shut. However, the male's face had the strange, bashful and timid look of a little girl. Han Shuo was a little creeped out by the weirdness of the chief visiting advisor. He sat on the seat that Han Shuo had forcibly snatched from him. His eyes, however, were looking at the enchanting female figure on the back of the alien. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Mr. Han Shuo, from today onwards, you are allowed to be late for any meeting. Crozius, the master of War Demon Valley, suddenly looked at Han Shuo with a pleasantly surprised face and said resolutely, This is the new rule of War Demon Valley, and it is set specifically for you. Chapter 536. In the Abyss Realm the strong were revered. As soon as Crozius sensed the base god strength Han Shuo had just displayed, his displeasure at Han Shuo's tardiness was swept away. He immediately expressed his attitude, fully proving that Crozius did not become the master of War Demon Valley merely because of his outstanding strength. After Crozius finished speaking, the meeting hall remained silent. The 6 Azuras and the 5 visiting advisors looked at Han Shuo with eyes full of astonishment. The dispirited and powerless look in Wuxia's eyes was very obvious. He sighed dejectedly, thinking that he probably wouldn't have the chance for revenge. The tall and slender beauty Jasper, who had been diligently taking notes, stopped writing and looked at Han Shuo with a pleasantly surprised look in her eyes. As long as one's strength was tyrannical enough, one could win the respect of anyone in the Abyss Realm, including one's enemies. Han Shuo had long understood the rules of the Abyss Realm. Therefore, when he came to test his skills on the head of the visiting advisors, Crozius, the master of War Demon Valley, immediately changed his attitude towards Han Shuo. With a calm and unruffled smile on his face, Han Shuo unhurriedly sat on the seat of the head of the visiting advisors. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the androgynous fellow sitting opposite him, looking at him with a resentful look. The androgynous fellow said, All right, I'll let you have this seat of the head of the visiting advisors. I like powerful men like you. Han Shuo felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly recalled something and immediately stood up from his seat. When Crozius saw Han Shuo suddenly stand up, he thought that Han Shuo had something to say. He hastily asked, Mr. Han Shuo, is there anything you're dissatisfied with in War Demon Valley? Don't worry, after this meeting is over, I'll arrange a spacious and secluded manor for you, along with some beautiful women of various races. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Han Shuo was stunned. Soon after, he smiled and said, In that case, many thanks, your lordship. Lowering his head to look at the chair that the androgynous fellow had sat on, Han Shuo revealed an ugly smile and said, Can you change it to a stone chair? Mr. Han Shuo, why you're such a hateful person? You're infuriating me to death, humph. The two-headed person on the other side angrily scolded Han Shuo, her delicate body trembling in anger. When Crozius saw the ugly expression on Han Shuo's face, he coughed lightly and said, All right. Brayshaw, don't provoke Mr. Han Shuo any further. Upon hearing Crozius's words, the androgynous fellow named Brayshaw revealed a resentful expression. He glared at Han Shuo angrily without saying a word, as though he was ready to retaliate against Han Shuo for threatening him with his disgusting eyes. Nambro, come in and change a new chair for Mr. Han Shuo, Crozius shouted. Nambro, the captain of the Shiro Brigade, ran in after a while and moved a new stone chair. When he saw where Han Shuo was standing, he was visibly startled. Nambro stared blankly for a moment. Under Crozius's urging gaze, he hastily helped Han Shuo change the stone chair. As he was respectfully retreating, Crozius suddenly said nonchalantly, Nambro, I won't pursue the matter of the Shiro Brigade 3 days ago. Nambro, who was carefully retreating, was first stunned when he heard Crozius's words. He hastily turned around and kowtowed, his head touching the ground as he said, Thank you, Lord Crozius. He raised his head and glanced at Crozius. Then, he gave Han Shuo a grateful look before respectfully retreating from the meeting hall. He understood that the reason why Croesus didn't pursue the matter was because of Han Shuo. Han Shuo wasn't too clear about the rules of War Demon Valley. When he sat down and saw Nambro looking at him with gratitude, he found it a little strange. However, he didn't think too much about it. Just as he was about to ask Croesus what the meeting was about, he saw the resentful gaze of that disgusting Brayshaw. He immediately let out a cold snort and glared at Brayshaw, saying, "If you dare look at me like that again, I'll kill you right here and now." Brayshaw was greatly shocked. His charming expression abruptly changed. He looked straight at Croesus, no longer daring to look at Han Shuo. He was afraid that Han Shuo would suddenly make a move and kill him right here in the meeting hall. Brayshaw had been in War Demon Valley for quite some time now. He understood how much Croesus valued experts. An expert with demon strength was not someone a Rakshasa like him could compare to. Once he got into a conflict with Han Shuo, Croesus would definitely help Han Shuo and sacrifice him. This was a very common thing in the Abyss realm. If one wished to live a little longer, one must never provoke those whom one could not afford to provoke. Brayshaw had long understood this. "Mr. Han Shuo, I really didn't expect you to be concealing your strength. Haha, if I had known that Mr. Han Shuo was so powerful, I would have given you the best treatment from the start." Croesus calmly admitted to the actions of his faction a few days ago. Then, he looked at Brayshaw and the others and said, "All of you have witnessed Mr. Han Shuo's strength. You wouldn't have any objections if he was the new head of the visiting advisors, would you?" "Of course not, of course not. Of course, of course." The few visiting advisors answered one after another. Brayshaw, the former head of the visiting advisors, also expressed his position bashfully. "Rules are rules. The strong should stand at the top. I won't have any objections." "That's good." Croesus looked at Jasper in the distance and said, "Record it down. From today onwards, Mr. Han Shuo will be the head of the visiting advisors of War Demon Valley. His treatment will be the best. An independent manor with an area of 700 meters will be given to Mr. Han Shuo for his use. In addition, select a beautiful young lady from each clan of War Demon Valley and send her to the manor. It is their honor to serve Mr. Han Shuo." "Yes, father," Jasper replied. Then she stole a glance at Han Shuo and hastily lowered her head to continue recording. This time, War Demon Valley has encountered a major crisis. The experts of Venomfang Castle are on their way to War Demon Valley. Some of our peripheral defensive measures have already been removed by them. I reckon that in a few days, those experts of Venomfang Castle will launch a full-scale attack. Not only is the number of enemies invading War Demon Valley this time, there are also at least 2 Shadow Warriors participating in the attack. I am most worried about these 2 Shadow Warriors. Both of them are demons. In addition to the master of Venomfang Castle, Yeki, there are at least 3 demons. It will be very difficult for our War Demon Valley to deal with them." Croesus looked at Han Shuo and described the current situation. Then he revealed a somewhat awkward, gentle smile and said, "Fortunately, we have Mr. Han Shuo. With Mr. Han Shuo here, our chances of success have increased. As long as we can hold out until reinforcements arrive, our War Demon Valley will be able to teach Yeki of Venomfang Castle a lesson." "Lord Croesus, what level of demon is Yeki? And those 2 known Shadow Warriors, what level of demon are they?" Han Shuo knitted his brows and asked Croesus. "Yeki is the same as me, a level 1 demon. The strength of the other 2 Shadow Warriors is unknown," Croesus replied. Han Shuo nodded and thought to himself that with his current strength, just a low god of destruction avatar was enough to suppress all 3 demons. It seemed that this crisis wasn't all that difficult to deal with. This is only the known strength of Venomfang Castle. We don't know if Venomfang Castle still has other means and experts. In addition, after news of the explosion of the interplanar transportation point appeared in Venomfang Castle, some other experts have snuck over. Some of them are on the side of the other 3 great demon kings, while some are experts from smaller forces with unknown motives. We don't know if they will participate in this, Croesus said in a heavy voice, as though he had recalled those unknown dangers. If that's the case, Han Shuo thought for a moment. Suddenly, he put on a stern face and said to Croesus, "I have a matrix. If I deploy it outside War Demon Valley, it will definitely cause great casualties to the enemy. However, this matrix requires a lot of special materials. I'm not sure if War Demon Valley can gather them all. Han Shuo was extremely interested in some of the special materials of the Abyss Realm. However, without the money of this world, it would be rather impossible for him to acquire a large amount of them. But with this added reason, he would be able to acquire a large amount of them without much trouble. Matrix? What's a matrix? Crozier stared blankly for a moment. Obviously, he didn't quite understand what Han Shuo meant. Just like this. Han Shuo didn't know how to explain either. He casually took out a few magic crystals and deployed a hexagram necromancy matrix on the ground. Under the influence of Han Shuo's mental strength, the dense aura of death in the surroundings began to converge towards the center. Finally, with a thought from Han Shuo, the few magic crystals suddenly exploded. The aura of death condensed within them instantly exploded, shooting out rays of radiance of death. After absorbing the memories of the base god Haley, Han Shuo was able to deploy and release some necromancy matrices. The one he was displaying now was merely the most basic radiance of death. By using a few magic crystals, the element of death would be condensed several times over, causing it to erupt with intense radiance of death in an instant. Everyone in the hall was an expert. Under Han Shuo's meticulous control, no one was hurt. Only a few holes of various sizes were left on the steel-like stones in the hall. While Crozier was staring dumbfoundedly at Han Shuo put on a calm smile and said, "This is just the most basic of matrices. With sufficient and good materials, its power can be increased by 100 or even 1,000 times." Crozier's face was filled with astonishment. He stared blankly at the small holes on the stone walls of the hall. After a long while, he abruptly turned to Jasper and solemnly instructed, "Bring Mr. Han Shuo to the weapon material warehouse in War Demon Valley. Let Mr. Han Shuo choose whatever materials, weapons, or supplies he needs. If he doesn't have enough, I can think of another way." Chapter 537. Mr. Han Shuo, are you really not a native of the Abyss Realm? After leaving the War Demon Grand Hall and making their way to War Demon Valley's warehouse, Jasper's beautiful eyes were glowing with radiance. Her gaze was fixated on Han Shuo as she asked with great interest. Han Shuo forced a smile and nodded. He helplessly replied, "This is the third time you've asked me along the way. I'm really not a native of the Abyss Realm. What do you want me to say to make you believe me?" "I believe you," Jasper smiled. Shortly after, she explained, "I'm just curious. I've never imagined the existence of other material planes. This is truly miraculous. You actually came from another material plane." "Oh right, have you been meditating according to my method for the past few days?" Han Shuo hastily changed the topic, fearing that Jasper would repeat her questions. "Of course I've been meditating all this time. However, I haven't sensed the presence of mental strength," Jasper replied with a frown. She appeared somewhat distressed. "It doesn't matter. This matter isn't urgent. As long as you meditate seriously, with the wind element in your body as the foundation, it won't be a problem for you to sense the presence of mental strength." Han Shuo comforted her. After thinking for a moment, he took out a palm-sized green crystal strung on an exquisite silver chain from his space ring and handed it to Jasper. The green crystal was dug out from the magic staff of a wind archmage that Han Shuo had killed. The green crystal had the ability to store wind element and amplify wind magic. For an average magus, training with this green crystal would allow them to sense the power of the wind element at a faster rate. The mithril chain was shining brightly, and the green crystal was sparkling and translucent. Apart from the benefits it could bring to a wind mage, it was also an exquisite piece of art. Just like Hamana and Sylph, when they saw the jewelry Han Shuo had gifted them, Jasper's eyes suddenly lit up. Her eyes focused on the green crystal necklace. She exclaimed in surprise, "What a beautiful necklace! Is this a gift from you?" "Yes, take it. Wear it when you meditate. Perhaps it will allow you to sense the presence of mental strength more quickly." Han Shuo casually handed the necklace to Jasper. He didn't feel the slightest heartache over a magic crystal of this level. Thank you, Mr. Han Shuo. You are truly a magical and adorable person." Jasper was overjoyed. She gently received the crystal necklace that Han Shuo gave her. In her excitement, she suddenly leaned against Han Shuo and stood on her tiptoes. Her fragrant, rosy cherry lips suddenly moved closer and kissed Han Shuo on his left cheek. A refreshing fragrance suddenly entered Han Shuo's mouth and nose. The touch of those warm, soft, and beautiful lips made Han Shuo's heart flutter. His left hand subconsciously touched the spot where Jasper had kissed. Han Shuo brought the finger of his left hand to his nose and took a whiff. He leisurely remarked, "How fragrant." Jasper's charming face was still sparkling with the luster of excitement. She did not blush because of her abrupt action. She fondled the magic crystal necklace in her hand lovingly, as if she didn't mind what she had just done. Han Shuo, who was suddenly kissed by Jasper, had evil thoughts rippling in his mind. His eyes gazed deeply at Jasper's body, fair and creamy skin, a tall and graceful figure, and a pair of snow-white swan-like wings. No matter how he looked at it, Jasper had the capital to attract any man. Her snow-white wings, in particular, gave Han Shuo an unconventional desire to possess her. At this moment, the two were walking toward a relatively desolate area at the rear of War Demon Valley. As the warehouse of War Demon Valley was not far ahead, there were not many people living in the vicinity. There were only grotesquely shaped plants and a stone forest in picturesque disorder. Han Shuo kissed the lingering fragrance on his fingertips and gazed at Jasper, who was as beautiful as an angel. An uncontrollable desire arose in Han Shuo's heart. Adhering to the principle of following one's heart's desire, Han Shuo did not restrain himself. The two were extremely close to each other. As soon as Han Shuo's evil thoughts rose, he acted almost immediately. His big hand suddenly reached out and landed on Jasper's snow-white wings in a split second. Jasper, who was fondly fiddling with the green crystal, immediately sensed a big hand gently caressing her wings. For members of her race, the wings were one of the most sensitive parts of their body. Jasper's entire body suddenly went numb when Han Shuo touched her. She looked at Han Shuo in astonishment and blushed. She timidly said, "Mr. Han Shuo, you are a..." Before she could finish her sentence, Han Shuo, who had been caressing her delicate wings and clicking his tongue in wonder, could no longer hold himself back. He pulled Jasper into his arms, one hand caressing Jasper's snow-white wings while the other hand landed on Jasper's slender and beautiful legs. He began to violate the most beautiful maiden in War Demon Valley without the slightest bit of politeness. Mr. Han Shuo, don't do this, don't." Jasper was somewhat panic-stricken. Although she had a favorable impression of Han Shuo, she had never experienced such a scene, especially in an area where people could come at any time. Han Shuo's sudden invasion caused her to instinctively resist. "What's that sound? Who's there?" Jasper's soft cries of struggle alarmed the War Demon guard stationed at the warehouse not far away. After a cry of alarm, a dozen or so War Demon guards rapidly approached. The timing wasn't right. His lust also slowly receded with a cry of alarm. Han Shuo knew that if he were to forcibly possess Jasper at this moment, it would go against his state of mind. He lightly coughed and appeared somewhat embarrassed. He awkwardly pulled his hands back and said with a hollow laugh, That. Miss Jasper is too beautiful. I couldn't help myself." Jasper's tender, fair face was flushed red. Her watery eyes looked at Han Shuo's embarrassment and helplessness as he tried to explain himself. With a mixture of shyness and joy, she said, You, why are you so lustful? It's because you are too beautiful, really. You kissed me first just now. I thought you were also." Han Shuo awkwardly explained while scratching his head. His skin had yet to reach the legendary realm of being impervious to fire and water. Jasper recalled Han Shuo's arrogance in the War Demon Grand Hall, and his unstoppable bravery in the battle against Wuxia. She then looked at Han Shuo's current awkwardness and could not help but burst into laughter. She bit her lips to hold back her laughter and softly reprimanded, "Sophistry, you scoundrel. Oh, it's Miss Jasper. What's going on? Is this guy bullying you?" A tall and burly man, who seemed to be of the same race as Croesus and Hemana, called out from afar. He was riding on a flying abyssal creature that looked like a giant eagle. Behind him were a dozen or so War Demon guards of similar strength. They were all riding on giant eagle-like creatures. All of them were glaring at Han Shuo with hostility. It seemed as though they would rush over and tear Han Shuo to shreds at Jasper's command. Even if he bullies me, it's none of your business. Besides, he's someone that even Wuxia and Brayshaw couldn't handle. Do you think you have the strength to avenge me? Jasper said indifferently as she looked at the few people above her with a faint smile. The few war demon guards were no fools. After hearing Jasper's words, they immediately understood who Han Shuo was. None of them dared to put on a brave front and make an enemy out of Han Shuo. The one in the lead revealed an awkward smile and said, "Ah, so it's Mr. Han Shuo. Miss Jasper, what brings you here with Mr. Han Shuo?" "This is my father's token. I've brought Mr. Han Shuo here to select some goods from the warehouse. My father has ordered that anything that Mr. Han Shuo fancies can be taken from the warehouse. The few of you guard the outside well. You don't have to worry about what's going on inside." Jasper raised a token and waved it at the few people. Then she led Han Shuo and swaggered into the warehouse. The few war demon guards who came after hearing the news became extremely respectful when they saw the token that Jasper had raised up. They stood motionless in the air. Only after Han Shuo and Jasper had entered the warehouse did the leader let out a sigh of relief and said, "It's actually Lord Crozier's highest grade Valley Master token. Who is that Han Shuo? He can actually take any goods he likes from the warehouse at will. This is truly inconceivable. Don't worry about it. I think Miss Jasper has taken a fancy to him. Perhaps Lord Crozier intends to marry Miss Jasper to him. That's why he gave the Valley Master token to Miss Jasper. That fella is really lucky." As soon as he arrived in War Demon Valley, he managed to pluck those two thorny flowers, Hemana and Sylph. Now he has even managed to get his hands on Miss Jasper. I wonder what kind of luck he has. Another person said enviously. To be able to defeat Lord Wuxia in battle, it's only natural that this person would be highly regarded by Lord Crozier. From what Miss Jasper said, it seems that even the head of the visiting advisors, the demon, was defeated by him. With such formidable strength, if Lord Crozier doesn't bring out the truly good stuff, how will he be able to keep him? While the war demon guards were discussing spiritedly behind him, Han Shuo followed behind Jasper and arrived at a small valley in War Demon Valley. After the previous incident with Jasper, the atmosphere between the two became somewhat ambiguous. Jasper didn't say a word, and neither did Han Shuo. However, every time Jasper turned around to look at Han Shuo, her beautiful eyes would carry a strange color that made Han Shuo want to do it again. "We're here." Jasper finally came to a stop on top of Tanai on the hill. She looked at the iron and stone door that stood there for a long time and said, just as Han Shuo was about to speak, the soul of the skeletal staff in his body suddenly sensed a very familiar aura from a secret chamber behind the iron and stone door. Han Shuo's heart jolted. He impatiently shouted, "Open the door!" Chapter 538. It was an indescribable experience. As Han Shuo stood in front of the door, the death base god soul in the form of the skeletal staff could clearly sense one of the items within. It gave him an extremely familiar aura. It was obviously very strange, but it had really happened. From the urgency in Han Shuo's tone, Jasper could clearly sense the excitement in Han Shuo's heart. She looked at Han Shuo suspiciously but did not say anything. She took the Valley Master medallion given to her by Crozier and walked towards the stone door. She inserted the medallion into one of the grooves, causing the stone door to slowly rise. As the stone door rose, a wide and bright passageway was revealed. Torches were lit on the stone walls. One could see that there were 4 stone chambers in the surroundings. At Jasper's signal, Han Shuo walked in with her. Pointing at the 4 stone chambers on both sides of the passageway, Jasper explained, "This is the weapons warehouse of War Demon Valley. There are also some special and rare materials. Feel free to take your pick." After entering, Han Shuo stared fixedly at one of the stone chambers. While Jasper was speaking, he had already barged in. After a series of clanking sounds, Han Shuo knocked over several oddly shaped weapons and dug out a bone medallion from a groove on the dusty stone wall. The medallion wasn't large and was shaped like a wheel. It was made of some unknown bone. The front of the medallion was engraved with the design of a skull, while the back was engraved with a canopy of necromancy magical formation, from which faint elements of death were emanating. Having unraveled all the secrets of the skeletal staff, Han Shuo recognized that this bone medallion was a key to opening the Cemetery of Death. Back then, the original owner of the skeletal staff also had such a bone medallion, which was distributed along with the Cemetery of Death. However, that person later memorized the imprint on the bone medallion and transferred it to his own skeletal staff, rendering the bone medallion useless. Holding the bone medallion in his hand, Han Shuo was almost certain that there was a Cemetery of Death in the Abyss realm. Using the Death Base God Soul as a primer, Han Shuo released his mental strength and slowly integrated it into the bone medallion. He discovered that the imprint on the bone medallion had also been stripped away. Han Shuo, what are you doing? As Han Shuo pondered while fiddling with the jade bone tile, Jasper walked over in puzzlement. This thing, where did you get it from? Han Shuo asked solemnly as he waved the bone token in front of Jasper. I don't know. It looks like it's quite old. It should be a tribute from someone in the past. This thing is covered in dust. I don't think there's anything special about it. Han Shuo, what use does it have? Jasper was surprised and replied in confusion. Help me investigate the origin of this thing. I have a use for it. Han Shuo knew that Jasper was in charge of organizing and categorizing the materials in the warehouse. This was also the reason why Crozius had asked her to lead the way. I'll check it for you. But this thing is quite old. I'm sure it wasn't delivered when I was in charge of the warehouse. It may take some time, Jasper said with a smile. It seemed that helping Han Shuo made her very happy. All right, thank you in advance, Han Shuo replied. When he saw the bone medallion, he was suddenly relieved of a burden. The existence of this bone medallion indicated that the Abyss realm must have had subordinates dispatched by the Overgod of Death. In that case, there must be another Cemetery of Death in the Abyss realm. As long as it was confirmed that there was a Cemetery of Death in the Abyss realm, once Han Shuo located the location of the Cemetery of Death, he would be able to return to the Cemetery of Death on Profound Continent. Seeing that there was hope for his return, Han Shuo was naturally delighted. Don't worry. Give me some time and I will help you figure it out. Now you can go to these 4 stone chambers and choose whatever materials you need, Jasper said with a faint yet elegant smile. Jasper smiled elegantly. She looked at the dusty and messy stone chamber and explained, this warehouse is the oldest. Many of the items inside are antiques. Perhaps there aren't too many items that suit you. You can look around in the other 3 stone chambers. It was only after hearing Jasper's words that Han Shuo recalled the purpose of his visit. After looking around, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that this stone chamber was much bigger than he had imagined. The entire chamber was as wide as a basketball court. Materials were neatly arranged everywhere. There were oddly shaped weapons and armors, as well as stones, bones, and wood of various colors. Many items that Han Shuo had never seen before were scattered throughout the chamber. Han Shuo's understanding of the Abyss realm was still lacking. Many of the materials here were different from those on Profound Continent. However, with his powerful consciousness, Han Shuo believed that he would definitely be able to find some amazing items in this mystical Abyss realm. He was in no hurry. He took the items one by one and slowly asked Jasper about the characteristics and specific uses of these materials. Jasper, on the other hand, was a very knowledgeable manager. She was actually able to recite the characteristics and specific uses of most of the materials scattered all over the place with great familiarity. As Han Shuo listened to Jasper's description, he used his eyesight and consciousness to spy on the materials, not letting a single one slip by. Gradually, a strange light flashed across Han Shuo's eyes. The corners of his mouth curved into a pleasantly surprised and excited smile. One by one, the materials were all stored into Han Shuo's space ring. In just a short while, nearly 100-odd items in this stone chamber had disappeared. Han Shuo, what is that thing? A pocket? How can you store so many things? This is unbelievable. Jasper was astounded by what she saw. She looked at Han Shuo in extreme shock and asked blankly, "Oh, this is a space ring. Just like a pocket, it is used to store things." Han Shuo explained. Then, he suddenly recalled that those who cultivated in the 8 elements and 4 edictal forces in the Abyss realm relied on their bodies as their foundation. Their understanding of the soul was insufficient, and they were unable to sense the existence of mental strength. Naturally, it was impossible for them to smelt a space ring, which required a high level of skill. Space ring. Jasper was at a loss. Soon after, she asked excitedly, "How many things can it store?" Looking at the stone chamber the size of a basketball court, Han Shuo said, "The space inside is as big as these 5 stone chambers. Can store a lot of things." Han Shuo, you really are a mystical person. Why are there so many mysterious things about you? Jasper's little mouth was agape for a long while before she finally exclaimed in amazement. "Here, I'll give you one. This space ring is only as big as a stone chamber, but it's enough for you to store a lot of things." Han Shuo casually took out a space ring of inferior quality and handed it to Jasper, saying, however, "You can only use it after you sense the existence of mental strength." What a beautiful treasure! Jasper was overjoyed. She put on the light purple space ring on her slender fingers and fondled it admiringly. "No matter how beautiful it is, it's still not as beautiful as your beautiful hands." Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. He extended his hand and caressed Jasper's fingers. With a face full of sincerity, he looked straight into Jasper's eyes and praised her. He thought to himself that this lass had to take it off slowly. If she was too hasty, it wouldn't be enough. Jasper's pretty face was covered in a dense blush. Her bright eyes roamed around Han Shuo's body. She clenched her teeth and said in a low voice, "You scoundrel, you only know how to flatter me." "It's true. Everyone in War Demon Valley knows that you are the most beautiful." Han Shuo giggled. In his heart he was overjoyed. He was overjoyed that this abyss realm indeed had many amazing treasures. Based on Jasper's description and his own investigation, he discovered that this stone chamber alone contained many treasures that could not be found on Profound Continent. And those were all treasures that could be used to refine demonic weapons. In addition, there were also some rare materials that were hard to come by on Profound Continent or on Earth. However, they were stored in this warehouse in large quantities. For example, black iron ore and black gold ore of the highest purity for weapon forging, as well as several types of blue gold sand that were even more valuable than diamonds. All of those were things that could only be chanced upon. Almost 100 rare materials, as long as they were useful to Han Shuo, he would unreservedly store them into his space ring. With so many treasures in his possession, in addition to the brain-devourer imps that he previously plundered, Han Shuo could immediately start refining a new body for Dark Dragon Gilbert. Not only that, if Han Shuo spent some time, he could use these materials as the foundation to refine a demonic weapon with the same special functions as the Bloodseeker. It would be strange if he didn't feel delighted. "Was Hemana and Sylph tricked by you in this way?" "Humph! You are such a pervert." Jasper pouted coquettishly. Soon after, she giggled and said in a low voice, "However, in the Abyss Realm, there is no one who talks to women in such an amiable and approachable manner. You are so interesting." No matter how foolish Han Shuo might be, he could tell that Jasper was interested in him. As he still had business to attend to, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He merely chuckled and said, all right, let's go check out the other 3 stone chambers." As he spoke, Han Shuo deliberately moved closer to Jasper. He gently inhaled the elegant fragrance on Jasper's body and wore a face of enjoyment. Jasper had feelings for Han Shuo to begin with. She chided Han Shuo with a smile on her face, seemingly very happy to flirt with Han Shuo. Wearing an elegant smile, she introduced the materials and resources in the other 3 stone chambers to Han Shuo. In the other 3 stone chambers, there were many materials that were extremely useful to Han Shuo. These materials could not be obtained on Profound Continent. This made Han Shuo extremely excited. He incessantly said, "This is useful, that is useful, yes, this is useful." Jasper was speechless. Chapter 539. In a manor in the southern part of War Demon Valley, Han Shuo, Hemana, and Sylph had all moved in. This new manor was of a much higher grade than the previous 3-storied building. Under Crozius's orders, some beautiful women from various races in the Abyss Realm were arranged to serve Han Shuo. For so many years, Han Shuo had never enjoyed himself so easily. Even though Han Shuo held a high position in Brettel City, he had always been painstakingly studying demonic arts and magic. He had never spent any extra time enjoying life. But now that he had come to the Abyss Realm, Han Shuo was completely relaxed, with the intention of enjoying himself to the fullest. As Han Shuo's status in War Demon Valley rose, Hemana and Sylph's adoration for Han Shua had reached the point where they could not leave each other's side. Every moment they could not see Han Shua, they would feel that something was missing. It had to be said that due to the difference in body composition between the two alien ladies, their endurance in certain matters was rather astonishing to Han Shua. Back then, even Phoebe, who had reached the realm of great swordmaster and swordsmanship, could not endure Han Shua's torment in bed. However, these two charming ladies were even more outstanding than Phoebe in terms of endurance. Their unique bodies often brought Han Shua pleasure. However, Han Shua's sturdy physique and endurance far exceeded the two ladies' expectations. Every time he was pleasured, Han Shua would go wild. Even when the two ladies joined forces to deal with Han Shua, they still found it hard to describe. Every time they would be tormented by Han Shua to the point of hovering between life and death. Every time he dealt with the two young ladies, Han Shua would have the spare time to head out of War Demon Valley with Jasper. Using the abundant materials in War Demon Valley, he spent some time setting up a Shura Soul formation, similar to the one in the Valley of Sunshine. Now that Han Shua's strength was more than a notch higher than before, in addition to the abundance of materials provided by Crozius, Han Shua had also set up some other minor formations. Han Shua, who had two avatars, had an extraordinary understanding of the element of death and the edict of destruction. Over the past few days, Han Shua had fused some death magic formations and some fundamental mysteries of the edict of destruction into the Shura Soul formation. How strong was the Azura illusionary soul formation that was formed in the end? Even Han Shua was looking forward to it. For the next few days, Jasper did her best to assist Han Shua. She helped Han Shua procure the materials he needed, and she helped Han Shua assemble the War Demon Guards and set up the formations. During these days, Han Shua had taken advantage of Jasper quite a bit. The two flirted with each other, and their feelings for each other grew. As the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius saw all of this. Not only did he not stop Han Shua's invasion of his precious woman, but he deliberately provided opportunities for the two, as though he couldn't wait to push Jasper into Han Shua's arms. Just as the War Demon Guard had said, given the strength Han Shua had displayed, he could rise to a high position in the hands of any demon king. War Demon Valley was currently in a critical phase. If Crozius wanted to keep Han Shua, how could he not pay a heavy price? Ever since they entered War Demon Valley, Han Shua had displayed a strong attitude. If Crozius wanted to keep Han Shua, apart from investing in resources, he naturally had to cater to Han Shua's tastes. And Jasper, the #1 beauty of War Demon Valley, was Crozius' biggest bargaining chip. Mr. Han Shua, is this the formation? Can you teach it to me? It's so magical. Brayshaw, the two-faced man as Han Shua's assistant, had been eagerly following behind Han Shua. No one knew what he was thinking, but he had been nagging at Han Shua's ears with a disgusting, coy tone, which annoyed Han Shua to no end. As soon as he heard Brayshaw's words, Han Shua's expression immediately turned ugly. He glared at Brayshaw and threatened, "Don't give me that sarcastic talk. Have you completed the task I gave you today?" "Of course. How would I dare to not carry out the task you gave me?" After spending 2 days with Han Shua, Brayshaw discovered that Han Shua wasn't as fierce as he had imagined. As long as one didn't deliberately provoke Han Shua, he wouldn't do anything too out of line over trivial matters. This two-faced man, whose limelight and status had been stolen by Han Shua, did not resent Han Shua because of this. On the contrary, he was overly enthusiastic, busily gathering manpower and resources for Han Shua. Even Han Shua couldn't fathom what this fellow was thinking. However, his actions had indeed saved Han Shua a lot of effort. Therefore, even though Han Shua was extremely annoyed by his coy tone, he didn't really do anything to him. Forget it. You damned ladyboy, I can't be bothered to talk to you," Han Shua grumbled impatiently. He glanced at Jasper, who was snickering beside him, and said, "All right, we can finish tomorrow. All that's left is to wait for those Venomfang Castle scumbags to come and test their might." Han Shua, actually, Uncle Brayshaw is a very nice person. At least, he's much more straightforward than that Brakya, Jasper suddenly said on the way back. Her eyes were filled with a faint trace of worry. It was unknown whether she was worried for Han Shua or Brayshaw, but she reckoned that the latter was more likely. Han Shua felt somewhat puzzled after hearing Jasper's words. He asked, "What's the matter with that Brayshaw?" "Uncle Brayshaw comes from a strange race in a remote region. His race all look like this. When he first came to War Demon Valley, Uncle Brayshaw was discriminated against by many. However, thanks to my father's protection and Uncle Brayshaw's formidable strength, he gradually established himself in War Demon Valley. When I was young, Uncle Brayshaw used to amuse me. He doesn't put on any airs at all. He's always like this. Sometimes his voice is male, sometimes female, and sometimes mixed. All these years, he has been fighting for War Demon Valley, unlike that Wuxia who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. I hope you won't end up harming Uncle Brayshaw because of some trivial matters." Jasper seemed to be rather concerned about Brayshaw. She was afraid that Han Shua would casually find an excuse to cripple Brayshaw, so she tried her best to persuade him. Han Shua creased his brows and nodded, saying, "I see. Don't worry, as long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't do anything to him. I fear no one in War Demon Valley, including your father. But since War Demon Valley is willing to provide me with money, manpower, I will at least show my gratitude." "Oh right, I found out about the origin of the bone tile you asked me to investigate," Jasper said with a faint smile. Jasper smiled faintly. Her heart relaxed a little after hearing Han Shua's words. She recounted what Han Shua had instructed her 2 days ago. Han Shua's expression jolted. He hastily asked, "What is it?" "Perhaps you really have to make a trip to Black Jade City. This bone tile was obtained from Demon King Manticore. Back then, my father advanced into the realm of demon with the help of Demon King Manticore. Lord Manticore was very happy and allowed my father to pick a few items from his armory. This bone tile was obtained from one of the armors my father picked. Later on, my father discovered that this bone tile was useless and casually threw it in the warehouse," Jasper explained. "Manticore, it seems that he must know what's going on." Han Shua mumbled to himself. Soon after, he turned to Jasper and said, "All right, go back and meditate. I reckon that in a few days you will be able to sense the presence of mental strength." After spending a few days together, Jasper had become very trusting of the mysterious Han Shua. After hearing Han Shua's words, she smiled, nodded, and left without saying much. She then muttered, "Humph. He must be in a hurry to go back and fool around with Ximena and Sylph, those two little vixens." Han Shua's sharp ears caught all of Jasper's whispers. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. He thought to himself, "It seems that I'll have to find an opportunity to pluck Jasper, lest she criticize me behind my back." When Han Shua returned to his manor, the two beautiful ladies, Ximena and Sylph, came to him. They hooked their arms around the crook of Han Shua's arm and led Han Shua into his room with beaming smiles on their faces. Their eyes were brimming with the desire of love. "Let's postpone today. I'm going to the secret chamber to cultivate for a while," Han Shua apologetically explained to the two ladies when he entered the room. Then, he went alone to the secret chamber unique to the manor. Using the secret chamber, he once again ventured deep into the ground and retrieved the ring containing Gilbert's soul. Han Shua had communicated with Gilbert over the past few days. Gilbert also understood the environment he was in. Now that Han Shua had enough materials and Gilbert's soul was sufficiently powerful, Han Shua said to Gilbert, "Gilbert, I have gathered all the materials needed to refine a body for you. Even without your original bones, I can forge a decent body for you. Do you want to give it a try?" "Forget it, master. I'll wait a little longer. I still prefer my original body. When I return to Profound Continent, I'll use my original body as the foundation." After cultivating his soul for so long, Gilbert's soul was already very resilient. When he had a new body, Han Shua believed that with Gilbert's powerful soul, he would certainly make rapid progress. "I see. Since you say so, we'll wait a little longer. Don't worry, I already have an idea. After these 2 days, we'll immediately go to Black Jade City and figure out the problem with the interplanar transportation matrix." Han Shua knew that Gilbert was getting impatient, especially after Han Shua told him about the beauty of some alien ladies in the Abyss realm. This little lewd dragon had become restless. After comforting Gilbert, Han Shua chanted an incantation to summon Little Skull, and prepared to transfer the memories of necromancy magic to him. But when Little Skull arrived from the netherworld, Han Shuo was immediately astonished by the little skull before him. Chapter 540. A grayish-white tombstone was embedded in Little Skull's chest. The tombstone was engraved with complex and cryptic inscriptions. The inscriptions contained an extremely intense aura of death. Like a source of energy, it formed a certain connection with Little Skull's soul, giving Little Skull an unconventional and powerful aura. All of Haley's memories had been forcibly occupied by Han Shuo. Although Han Shuo had not personally inspected the Nether Valley, he was very familiar with every nook and cranny of the Nether Valley. With a single glance at the tombstone on Little Skull's chest, Han Shuo immediately cried out in surprise, "The tombstone on your chest? Is it the one in the Nether Valley?" The reason why Haley, a base god of death, had stayed in the Nether Valley all this time was because there was a gravestone in the Nether Valley that had a peculiar function. That gravestone had a miraculous converging effect on the element of death. Haley's strength grew faster in Tanai than anywhere else. As the gravestone could not be moved, he had to stay in the Nether Valley. Although the gravestone on Little Skull's chest was much smaller and more exquisite, from Han Shuo's impression of the gravestone from Little Skull's memories, he discovered that the gravestone on Little Skull's chest was the same as the gravestone. That was why he asked, "Yes, Father. You asked me to study that gravestone, so I used my soul to observe it. I don't know how it happened, but it inexplicably entered my body. It can speed up my absorption of the surrounding energy of death. It's very useful," Little Skull replied. Han Shuo was astounded. He thought that Haley had spent God knows how much time but still failed to move that gravestone. That was why he had been staying in Tanai all this time. He did not expect that Little Skull would actually shrink that enormous gravestone into his body in such a short time after arriving at the Nether Valley. He even turned it into a mystical artifact that could amplify his strength. This was truly out of Han Shuo's expectations. Oh right, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Was it like the purple demon eye, where a powerful soul appeared and tried to occupy your soul? With the purple demon eye as an example, Han Shuo instinctively raised his guard against the strange thing on the Little Skull's body. After thinking for a moment, he hurriedly asked, "No. Through this tombstone I seem to have understood something. However, I haven't gotten it into my body for long, so I haven't really figured out what's going on," the Little Skull replied. After staring at the Little Skull for a while, Han Shuo shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Forget it. Be careful and don't make any mistakes. Otherwise, if another powerful soul comes out like last time, we will be in trouble." "I know, Father. I will be careful." Han Shuo did not say anything else. Following the steps of casting magic in the Netherworld, he used his consciousness to transfer the memories of necromancy magic into the Little Skull's body. The characteristics of Han Shuo's main soul were different from those of his two avatars. However, the memories within the souls were shared. In other words, the memories of the main body and the avatars could all be shared with the three souls. Therefore, Han Shuo's consciousness was completely aware of the understanding of necromancy magic of his avatar of death. He could also transfer the memories to the Little Skull's soul through his consciousness. However, this time, Han Shuo was not able to smoothly transfer all the memories into the Little Skull's soul as he wished. The reason was because of the gravestone on the Little Skull's chest. The gravestone that the Little Skull had just obtained seemed to have a mysterious power that protected the Little Skull's soul from being invaded by any foreign objects. Even Han Shuo, who had some kind of connection with the Little Skull, could not cross the barrier and transfer the memories into the Little Skull's soul. What surprised Han Shuo the most was that the Little Skull did not control that power. Once Han Shuo's consciousness tried to transfer the memories into the gravestone, the power would suddenly appear and forcibly form a protective barrier that blocked Han Shuo's memories. This mysterious power was filled with the element of death. Han Shuo did not dare to rashly cause a conflict with the Little Skull's soul. Otherwise, he might cause the destruction of the Little Skull's soul. Therefore, Han Shuo gave up after giving it a try. He explained the problem to the Little Skull. "Father, I can feel this power as well. However, I feel that this power is protecting me and has no intention of harming me," the Little Skull answered after a long silence after Han Shuo's explanation. "That's right, I've also sensed it. This power is indeed protecting you. Han Shuo frowned and said, however, in this case, I can't transfer some of my understanding of necromancy magic to you through this method. Forget it. When you can control this power and the mysteries of the gravestone, perhaps I can continue to use it. Yes, Father. Recently, I have also been trying to understand the power of the gravestone. I discovered that through the gravestone, I have made some indescribable progress in understanding the existence and utilization of the element of death. Perhaps this gravestone can also help me improve faster, the little skull explained. Han Shuo was somewhat surprised by his words. After thinking for a while, he said, "All right then. For the time being, you should focus on studying the gravestone. When you understand its mysteries, I will transfer the memories I have obtained to you." With that, Han Shuo chanted a magical incantation and sent the little skull to the netherworld. What would come would eventually come. The enormous threat that was Venomfang Castle was gradually closing in on War Demon Valley. In the short span of 2 days, all the hidden sentries within a radius of 100 miles around War Demon Valley were wiped out. When Crozius discovered the arrival of the enemies from Venomfang Castle, he immediately issued an order for all the hidden sentries to return to War Demon Valley and stop wasting manpower. The people from Venomfang Castle seemed to be waiting for something. They did not immediately launch an attack even after arriving at War Demon Valley. However, the citizens of War Demon Tanai, who were strictly forbidden from leaving the city, gradually realized that something was amiss. Unwittingly, the shocking strength of Venomfang Castle gradually spread among the citizens of War Demon Valley. The 3 words Shadow Warriors became the most discussed term among the citizens of War Demon Valley. Every single citizen of War Demon Valley would reveal an expression of fear when they heard the word Shadow Warriors. In the short span of a few days, the entire War Demon Valley was shrouded in a tense atmosphere of preparation. All the War Demon guards came and went in War Demon Valley. The experts of the 6 Rakshases, as well as a few visiting advisors that everyone in War Demon Valley knew of, all wore worried expressions. They seemed to be worried about this unusual battle. In War Demon Valley, Crozius, the 6 Rakshas, and the 5 visiting advisors stood shoulder to shoulder with Han Shuo at the entrance of the city wall that was as tall as a hill. A few days in the Abyss Realm was equivalent to more than a month on Profound Continent. Making use of this time, as well as the massive amount of resources provided by Crozius, the master of War Demon Valley, not only did Han Shuo successfully deploy the Shura Soul Formation outside War Demon Valley, he also successfully refined 2 demonic weapons. Each of the 16 Pearls of Annihilation could cause a large-scale explosion. Within the explosion, there would be soul-piercing needles that were as sharp as needles shooting out. Anyone who was hit by the soul-piercing needles shot out by the Pearl of Annihilation would instantly perish if their soul wasn't strong enough. Even those with sufficiently strong souls would have to find a place to remove the vicious effects of the soul piercers within a short period of time. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the greater the damage to the soul. Even a godly expert whose soul had fused with the elements of heaven and earth would instantly lose all combat strength upon being struck by a soul piercer. If the damage was not dealt with in time, both body and soul would perish. The Jade Flame demonic shuttle was a vicious demonic weapon that could form a large area of green flames. Anyone who came into contact with even the slightest bit of it would have their soul incinerated from the inside. These 2 demonic weapons were painstakingly refined by Han Shuo using the resources of the Abyss Realm and spending some time and energy. 16 of the Pearls of Annihilation were consumables. Their power would be tremendous after an instant explosion, but one used up would be one less. The Jade Flame demonic shuttle, on the other hand, could be activated using the mystical glacial spellfire. Like the Bloodseether, the energy source it required was Han Shuo's demonic yuan. With these 2 demonic weapons and 2 avatars, Han Shuo was full of confidence. He didn't pay too much attention to the invaders. Compared to Crozius and the others, Han Shuo appeared calm and unruffled. Mr. Han Shuo, is the so-called formation ready? How can it display such formidable power as you have described? Wuxia curled his lips in disdain as he gazed at the densely packed stone forest surrounding War Demon Valley, as well as the bizarrely shaped and colorful banners. Whether it's powerful or not, you might as well go in and give it a try. However, if Mr. Wuxia accidentally dies inside, I won't be responsible for it. Han Shuo looked at Wuxia smilingly, brimming with confidence. I believe that Mr. Han Shuo will definitely bring us some surprises. Crozius seemed to have a lot of trust in Han Shuo. However, when he looked at the densely packed stone forest, his gaze was somewhat odd. In Crozius' heart, he was more concerned about Han Shuo's strength. As he didn't know the true power of the formation, he thought that Han Shuo was merely using this method to loot his weapons and resources. He didn't really hold any hope for the formation. In less than half a day, Venomfang Castle will launch their attack, said Han Shuo confidently. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said mysteriously, I can feel it. Chapter 541. Before the Great Battle, War Demon Valley was shrouded in a suffocating pressure. Almost every citizen in the city was mobilized to fight for the safety of War Demon Valley. The Abyss Realm was a place where every citizen was a soldier. Under the cruel competition, every high-level abyssal creature was a battle-hardened warrior. Although Venomfang Castle's attack this time was different from the past, and everyone in War Demon Valley was fearful, when the time came, not a single one of them flinched. As Han Shuo expected, after half a day, abyssal creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared one after another in front of the stone forest that Han Shuo had deployed outside War Demon Valley. There were tens of thousands of enemies from Venomfang Castle. Most of them were gigantic abyssal creatures that lacked high intelligence. Only a tenth of the abyssal creatures that had the appearance of humans and were powerful. Their leaders were the triops that Han Shuo had seen before. Under their command, more and more abyssal creatures gathered and stood outside the towering city walls of War Demon Valley. Some of the defensive measures in War Demon Valley remained at a more primitive stage. Sharp fences covered in spikes, giant bows and arrows were mounted on the city walls, and huge boulders that were ubiquitous in the Abyss Realm. An especially huge triops clad in pitch-black iron armor, and wielding a 2-meter-long trident was riding on a 5-tailed warhawk. He stood proudly in the sky opposite War Demon Valley in an awe-inspiring manner. His eyes were cold and merciless, and his body exuded an aura that looked down on all under the heavens. Behind him was a group of triops, similarly clad in pitch-black iron armor and riding on warhawks. Those triops were the true trump cards of Venomfang Castle. Every one of them had the strength of a level 3 destroyer. Below them were densely packed abyssal experts of all shapes and sizes. 6 or 7 Rakshasa-level auras were on full display. Han Shuo could easily sense their positions. Lord Yeki, why has a stone forest suddenly appeared in front of War Demon Valley? When we attacked in the past, this stone forest was never there. Is there a problem? An abyssal creature with a wrinkled face that resembled a mangy dog looked up at the red mantis above his head and asked. Hearing his words, the invaders also focused their attention on the open space between the two sides. Hundreds and thousands of jagged stone pillars were scattered in the middle of the two sides without any pattern. Among them, there were also some colorful banners with unknown monsters drawn on them. The green and blue miasma lingered in the stone forest, giving it a mysterious aura. What is it? There's a very strong element of death in there. It also seems to contain the aura of destruction. What the hell is War Demon Valley doing? One of the three-eyed race's middle eyes shone with a strange light like a torch as he looked at the stone forest in front of him. Second brother, with General Zijaya here, no matter what methods War Demon Valley uses, they won't be able to change their fate. We don't need to worry about anything. All we need to do is cooperate with Lord Zijaya and take down War Demon Valley, Yeki said with a chilling smile as he glanced at the three-eyed race member beside him. That's true. The three-eyed race member nodded and similarly revealed a confident smile. He then turned to look at the legendary general star of the Shadow Warriors, Zijaya the level 3 demon. He was a man over 4 meters tall with purple demonic skin. His entire body was covered in crisscrossing scars. His purple eyes were filled with the fanaticism of a paranoid maniac. An intense aura of destruction was faintly emanating from his body. Some abyssal creatures around him deliberately kept a distance from him. This time I wonder if we will be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Sight. As though recalling something, Croesus abruptly turned to the pale-faced Jasper and instructed in a somewhat pained tone, "If War Demon Valley falls, you should commit suicide ahead of time. Zijaya, that lunatic, likes to eat beautiful women alive. He doesn't let them die immediately during the process. To any woman, that is an unbearable and cruel experience." "I understand." Jasper couldn't help but shiver when she heard Croesus's words. She didn't even dare to imagine that dreadful scalp-numbing scene. "Here, take this. If he dares to come close to you, throw this at him. But you have to be careful, this thing covers a very large area. You have to stay at least 50 meters away from it. Otherwise, even you won't be able to escape." Seeing that Jasper was trembling from head to toe, Han Shuo took out a pearl of annihilation and handed it to Jasper, telling her how to use it. Grasping the pearl of annihilation handed to her by Han Shuo, Jasper felt as though she had grabbed hold of a life-saving weapon. She resolutely said, "I know what to do. However, you don't have to worry. With me here, I believe he won't even have the chance to get close to you." Han Shuo smiled faintly and consoled Jasper. After Han Shuo uttered Zijaya's name, all the surrounding experts of War Demon Valley paled. It was as though an invisible mountain was pressing down on their hearts. For a moment, the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Han Shuo's calm and unruffled demeanor did not put the crowd at ease. They naturally believed that as an outsider, Han Shuo simply didn't understand how terrifying Zijaya was. That was why he was acting so carefree. Looking at these people, Han Shuo's eyes were filled with imperceptible contempt. Zijaya, an expert with the strength of a level 3 demon, was at best a pinnacle base god of destruction. Just by relying on that avatar of destruction with the strength of a low god, Han Shuo could easily crush him. The one who should be afraid should be Zijaya. It was just that Zijaya couldn't sense Han Shuo's powerful aura. It was only during the actual battle that he would understand how terrifying the enemy he was facing this time was. Charge, take down War Demon Valley. Under the oppressive atmosphere, the master of Venomfang Castle, Yeki, suddenly raised his head and let out a shrill howl. His voice was as sharp as the wailing of a demon. The abyssal creatures that were everywhere, under the control of high-level experts, charged towards War Demon Valley with a courageous momentum. The densely packed stone forest was filled with these abyssal creatures in almost an instant. However, the so-called matrix that Han Shuo claimed to be quite powerful didn't erupt with the slightest lethality that would astonish them. All it did was hinder the attackers a little. "Mr. Han Shuo, is this the power of the matrix that you spent a great deal of resources and a few days to build?" Brachya's face was ashen. It was unknown whether it was because he was afraid of Zijaya or something else. He was so angry that he became somewhat incoherent. Croesus's face was also somewhat unsightly. Although he did not say a word to Han Shuo, his eyes expressed his dissatisfaction. There was not the slightest movement. As the master who had spent a great deal of resources, the fact that he did not fly into a rage and fall out with Han Shuo meant that he had cultivated himself to perfection. "I haven't activated it yet. What's the rush? Let's wait a little longer. When more of them enter, I will make my move." Han Shuo, on the other hand, was unperturbed. He ignored the murderous gazes of the crowd and leisurely consoled them. Chapter 542. As expected, it's useless. That gave me a fright. I really thought there was some trick to it. Yeki sneered disdainfully as he gazed at his subordinates surging into the stone forest. "Get ready. 3rd and 4th squads charge in and take down War Demon Valley in one go. From today onwards, War Demon Valley belongs to our Venomfang Castle." That three-eyed clansman shouted excitedly while licking the corner of his lips. Under his command, the swarms of Venomfang Castle lined up in an orderly formation, mounted on huge, oddly shaped, low-grade creatures, and surged into the stone forest one after another. Zijaya, the leader of the Shadow Warriors, had been watching Venomfang Castle's charge against War Demon Valley with cold eyes. He was nonchalantly gnawing on a fair jade-like arm. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood. He appeared extremely cruel. The stone forest between the two formations occupied a vast area. It didn't seem crowded even with over 1,000 enemies surging in all at once. More and more enemies were entering the stone forest. The first to enter had almost reached the city wall. Crozius, the Lord of War Demon Valley, first suppressed the fury in his heart and looked at Han Shuo. Only when the enemies were within reach did he gnash his teeth and give the order, "Get ready. Once the enemies get close, attack with all your might." "Mr. Han Shuo, the enemies have already reached the city gate. Shouldn't we make our move?" Brayshaw, that eccentric alien, was actually able to keep his composure. Even when Crozius, Wuxia, and the others no longer held any hope in Han Shuo, he still took the time to ask about Han Shuo. "Yeah, Han Shuo, it should be time to activate the matrix, right?" Jasper also looked anxiously at Han Shuo and said somewhat worriedly. Of all the people in War Demon Valley, Jasper could be considered as the only one who truly cared about Han Shuo. However, it was precisely because she cared about Han Shuo that she hoped that Han Shuo could truly make some contributions to prove to everyone, so that they wouldn't view Han Shuo as a worthless scoundrel who only knew how to take advantage of the situation to plunder War Demon Valley's resources. "Forget it, I don't have high hopes for this so-called formation. I only hope that Mr. Han Shuo can help me stop one of the Shadow Warriors when they rush over. That would be enough." Crozius shook his head and sighed softly. His face was filled with disappointment. Han Shuo, who had been unperturbed all this while, still had that infuriating look on his face. He put on a faint smile, looked at the crowd and said, "Those who have entered the stone forest are all low-level existences serving as cannon fodder. Although there are quite a few of them, I believe that the current defensive power of War Demon Valley is more than enough to handle them. My matrix won't waste energy on such trash. In that case, I would like to see what kind of power this so-called formation of yours can display." Wuxia, who no longer held any hope of survival in his heart, was faced with an almost undefeatable enemy. He no longer feared Han Shuo. He might as well die anyway. His speech was no longer as secretive as before. He directly expressed his anger and resentment towards Han Shuo. "You will see for yourself." Han Shuo smiled calmly. Wuxia had already regarded him as a dead man. There was no need for Han Shuo to bicker with him. As the few of them conversed, the first batch of Venomfang Castle cannon fodder that had entered the stone forest had already crossed the stone forest and arrived before the city walls of War Demon Valley. All of a sudden, the hands and feet of the enemies, who did not bring any climbing tools, began to secrete a sticky substance. Under Han Shuo's astonished gaze, these enemies of Venomfang Castle had already used their hands and feet to cling tightly to the walls, rapidly climbing up. "Oh, the Abyss Realm is indeed the Abyss Realm. No wonder they didn't bring any ladders. So their hands and feet can secrete this sticky substance. No wonder." Han Shuo couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment when he saw those low-level abyssal creatures using their hands and feet to climb up like monkeys climbing trees. "Kill!" Beside Han Shuo, the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius, suddenly bellowed with a gloomy face. At his command, 1,000 men moved in unison. Boulders, sharp arrows, iron hooks, these simple yet highly lethal defensive measures were suddenly activated, all of them falling towards the enemies that were climbing down. Fresh blood splattered, bones cracked, and bodies were torn to shreds. In almost an instant, hundreds of low-level abyssal creatures were struck down by the boulders and sharp arrows like raindrops. All traces of life were lost forever between heaven and earth. Barbaric and backward places were often bloody and cruel. This was especially true in the Abyss Realm. The Abyss Realm, which was extremely lacking in science and technology, had always lived in the midst of slaughter and conquest. In every great war, the most precious lives were consumed. Here, blood and cruelty seemed to be the main theme. The never-ending battle between the two forces caused more and more warriors to become even more bloodthirsty and brutal. Below Han Shuo, that cruel scene was unfolding. The enemies who had come to invade War Demon Valley, even though they knew that the first to rush up to the city walls would only be throwing away their lives to buy time for those behind them, still pressed forward fearlessly. It was as if they didn't know the meaning of retreat at all. The people of War Demon Valley, who clearly knew that they were no match for them, were like that. The same was true for those who had come to die as cannon fodder. The Abyss Realm was indeed cruel. "Kill!" In the distance, Yeki of Venomfang Castle let out a shrill howl. Soon after, he shouted, "Crozius, from today onwards, War Demon Valley is mine. I will cut off your head with my own hands." Yeki's shrill howl reverberated across the battlefield, greatly boosting the morale of the invaders of Venomfang Castle. All the trump card experts who had been staying put were finally ready to take action. Following Yeki's shrill howl, they charged over like a swarm of locusts. Zijaya, the bloodthirsty maniac, appeared extremely calm at this moment. His eyes revealed an irrepressible bloodthirsty excitement. His mouth was still chewing on a broken bone, but his demon-like body had already soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he landed next to Qi Yan. The destructive aura of a peak base god instantly spread across the battlefield. With Zijaya's appearance, the other two shadow warriors finally revealed themselves. One was a muscular man whose body was as black as ink. He looked like a giant boulder. He charged towards War Demon Valley like a bulldozer. His tremendous aura was on full display. The other was a bewitchingly beautiful young woman. She had voluptuous breasts and plump buttocks. Her scarlet shoulder-length hair fluttered wildly in the wind. The corners of her mouth curled into a seductive sneer. She flew over like a butterfly. The three shadow warriors were in the vanguard, followed by all the experts of Venomfang Castle. All of them flew over in the air. In order to boost the morale of their side, all of them revealed their powerful auras. It was as though they wanted to destroy the willpower of the people of War Demon Valley right from the start. General Ironstone, General Scarlet Fiend, and General Zijaya. I'm afraid that we won't be able to escape this time. Crozius mumbled to himself. His face was ashen. He shot a glance at Han Shuo, shook his head, and let out a soft sigh. As soon as the figures of the other two shadow warriors were revealed, the experts of War Demon Valley who were familiar with the strength of those two shadow warriors felt a chill run down their spine. A sense of powerlessness and despair rose in their hearts. Even their willpower to resist seemed to have weakened by a lot. Although they didn't know how famous General Ironstone and General Scarlet Fiend were, from the way the crowd looked at them, they knew that in the Abyss realm, these two should be terrifying characters that would make anyone pale with fright. Han Shuo gazed at the two from afar. When he saw that voluptuous, plump buttocks, slender waist and flirtatious young woman, he couldn't help but reveal an interested smile. He said, "Interesting, interesting. This kind of woman should be fun to play with. If you can play with this woman, I'll crawl under your feet, lick your shoes and call you Grandpa." Brakia sneered as he looked at Han Shuo with disdain. Oh! Han Shuo shot a glance at Brakia with a smile that wasn't a smile. As if nothing had happened, he said, "All right then, just wait to call me Grandpa." "Humph, I'll be waiting." Brakia let out a cold groan. He no longer gave Han Shuo a second glance, but instead focused all his attention on the enemies swarming towards them. He was prepared to die, ready to throw caution to the wind. Han Shuo, that Scarlet Fiend likes to play with women the most. She is extremely hostile to men, and her methods are extremely vicious. You already have Hemana and Sylph. You'd better not provoke her. Jasper, on the other hand, was truly worried for Han Shuo. Her black brows were deeply knitted. It's about time. We should be able to activate the Matrix now." Han Shuo obviously didn't care about Jasper's kind words of advice. Before Jasper could finish her sentence, he indifferently interrupted her. Soon after, he looked at the enemies swarming towards them like locusts. Dark, cold demonic light suddenly burst out from between his two hands, shooting towards the towering stone pillars in front of him. As if lightning had struck the ground, after the demonic light shot out, the originally tranquil stone forest instantly underwent an astonishing transformation that left everyone dumbfounded and tongue-tied. In almost an instant, the top of the stone forest was shrouded in thick, dark clouds. Once the canopy of necromancy was activated, the negative energy instantly spread across the entire area. Immediately after, the three trump cards of necromancers, the boundary of aging, fear and weakness, were completed almost immediately, enveloping all those who entered the stone forest. The chaotic energy of destruction, like 1,000 swords dancing wildly in the stone forest, instantly pierced through the bodies of all the abyssal creatures that were struck. Finally, the Shura Soul formation was also activated. Suddenly, the stone forest shone with blood-red radiance. A terrifying, ruthless, and evil energy suddenly erupted. In an instant, the stone forest seemed to be welcoming the end of the world. All kinds of energies interweaved together. Tens of thousands of abyssal creatures were almost completely destroyed in an instant. Some were penetrated by the destructive energy, some were turned into rotten bones under the boundary of aging, some were shrouded by the blood-red radiance, their blood boiling and exploding, and some were trapped in a boundless illusion, strangely stabbing themselves with sharp blades. Chapter 543. Rubble swirled in the air, blood splashed everywhere, and the aftershocks did not stop. In an instant, the stone forest formation had undergone earth-shattering changes. Tens of thousands of abyssal creatures had their lives devoured almost at the same instant the formation went berserk. Under the cover of the canopy of undead, the bloody light that shot out from the battlefield was still like a hurricane, leaving streaks of blood behind. When the huge body was torn apart, the bones were like sharp arrows, sending some of the enemies on the periphery flying. It was like an Azura hell. Piles of corpses piled up at the center of the stone forest. The pungent stench of blood soared into the sky. Tenacious souls carrying unreconciled resentment lingered within the stone forest, forming some sort of bizarre transformation. The dead souls, under the influence of the formation, did not immediately disperse into the world along with the loss of their vitality. Instead, they turned into streaks of blood-red shadows, flying everywhere with boundless resentment, tearing apart and biting the undead to death one by one, adding a more horrifying scene to the stone forest that looked like hell on earth. In the short span of a few breaths, the previously tranquil stone forest had turned into a bloody machine that minced all life. Not a single one of the tens of thousands of abyssal creatures could escape from the stone forest. This slaughter of the three great evil forces of demonic arts, necromancy magic, and the Edict of Destruction. All of them had turned into streaks of blood-red shadows, whizzing and roaming within the stone forest, waiting for more lives to enter. The noisy crowd around Han Shua shut their mouths at once. The battle raging on the wide city walls of War Demon Valley became strangely quiet. Crozius, Wuxia, Brayshaw, the 6 Rakshasas, the 5 visiting advisors, Jasper, and everyone else wore lifeless expressions as they stared dumbfoundedly at the tens of thousands of lives that had been destroyed amidst the billowing smoke. Fear, disbelief, fear, chills. All kinds of emotions that would not normally appear filled their hearts in an instant. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. At least Lord Crozius' materials were not wasted. Han Shua's jaw dropped. He was a little surprised by the terrifying scene he had created. Necromancy magic, Edict of Destruction, and demonic arts magic formations. 3 different types of martial arts that belonged to different worlds yet were equally evil and malicious. The terrifying destructive power created by combining them was something that even Han Shua could not get used to. More than 10,000 elites of Venomfang Castle were devoured by the stone forest created by Han Shua in an instant. Not a single one of them survived. Such power was simply shocking to the extreme. Han Shua, Mr. Han Shua, this is the power of the formation? Crozius, the Lord of War Demon Valley, was actually stuttering at this moment. His deep eyes were filled with confusion, as though he still couldn't imagine what he had just seen. It should be. Lord Crozius, are you satisfied with the power? The corners of Han Shua's mouth curled into a teasing smile as he blinked his eyes. Crozius was speechless. I'm convinced. Brayshaw, this eccentric fellow. His eyes sparkled with little stars that made Han Shua feel disgusted as he stared fixedly at Han Shua. Wuxia's snake-like body stiffened like a 1,000-year-old zombie. He maintained a strange posture of slightly leaning forward in preparation for battle. His face was filled with disbelief and fear as he stared blankly at the blood shadows dancing wildly in the stone forest. After a long while, Wuxia forced an ugly smile and muttered to himself, "It seems that I really have to call him Grandpa. Is this guy even human?" The people of War Demon Valley suddenly quietened down. Every one of them wore a lifeless expression. Their gazes towards Han Shua were filled with reverence. A character who could annihilate tens of thousands of enemies in the blink of an eye was much more terrifying than those fiendish shadow warriors. Retreat, retreat. Damn it, don't enter that stone forest. Motherfucker, what the hell is going on? Yeki, who had flown over on his warhawk, felt as though his tenacious heart was filled with lead. His uncontrollable fear was clearly exposed in his trembling voice. His anxious and helpless voice seemed to carry a hint of sobbing. Yeki, what's going on? Why is it so terrifying down there? Didn't you say that War Demon Valley only has that little bit of strength and that we can easily take them down? As the leader of the Shadow Warriors, Zijaya had experienced all sorts of situations over the years. However, this was the first time he had encountered a scene where tens of thousands of experts were slaughtered in an instant. He too was panicking. Even this bloody butcher, who regarded human life as worthless, felt his scalp tingle and his heart flustered when he saw the unbearable sight of hell on earth below him. A human figure soared into the sky. His body was badly mutilated. Large chunks of flesh hung on his tough bones, as though they would fall off at any moment. Zijaya's face turned incomparably ugly as he looked at the figure that suddenly rushed out from the stone forest. He looked at the inhuman chunks of flesh and the horrifying bloody appearance. He suppressed his towering rage and asked, "Ironstone, is that you? Lord Star Warriors, it's me. What a terrifying attack. They're all dead. Everyone is dead. I'm the only one who escaped. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? Yeki, you deserve to die 10,000 times over. Who did you offend?" The Granite General, who no longer resembled a human, trembled as he spoke incoherently due to his fear. Who the hell is it? Scarlet Fiend General's coquettish and beautiful body was also trembling in anger. Her towering chest was trembling, provoking endless wild and fanciful thoughts. I don't know what's going on either. What should we do? What should we do now? The master of Venomfang Castle was at a loss as the three Shadow Warriors questioned him. The scene below was simply too terrifying and cruel. Even Yeki, who had seen blood before, was somewhat terrified. Don't worry about what's happening below. Nobody is to enter the stone forest again. Fortunately, we are all fine. This time the hatred must be settled immediately with blood. Otherwise, our shadow sect will not be able to answer to the king. He looked at the thousands of Yeki's trump cards riding on flying mounts behind him and said, "Either we take down War Demon Valley, or we all die in War Demon Valley. You all know what the king is capable of. We don't have a third option." As soon as Zijaya mentioned Demon King Golander, the party of Venomfang Castle members, who were originally filled with fear, shuddered. Their gazes suddenly became resolute. They had made up their minds that even if they were to die here, they would not be able to infuriate Golander. Then let's kill. Either everyone in War Demon Valley dies or we all die. Yeki licked the corner of his mouth and revealed a cruel and sinister expression. Without waiting for Zijaya to say anything else, he waved his hand and fiercely roared, "For the sake of our fallen brothers today, we will kill everyone in War Demon Valley. Charge!" Under Yeki's command, the remaining thousands of Venomfang Castle elites, under Yeki's instigation, no longer looked at the bloody scene in the stone forest below. They fearlessly charged towards War Demon Valley. Everyone be careful. The remaining ones are the strongest experts of Venomfang Castle. We must not let them charge into Tanai. There are 3 demons among them. We must hold them off. After the initial shock, Crozius hastily yelled out the hope that Han Shua had given him. Seeing that Venomfang Castle had launched their final assault, Crozius felt a little more hope. "Mr. Han Shua, please help me stop one of the demons." After boosting the morale of his troops, Crozius lowered his voice. His attitude was unprecedentedly respectful. His tone was filled with pleading and reverence as he said to Han Shua. All the surrounding experts of War Demon Valley instantly turned their gazes to Han Shua. At this moment, Han Shua seemed to have replaced Crozius' position, becoming the new spiritual leader of War Demon Valley. It couldn't be helped. The shock that Han Shua had just caused was too appalling. An existence that could kill 10,000 enemies in the blink of an eye with a magical matrix was something that even Crozius, the Valley Master whom they revered as a god, could not compare to. Han Shua, you are truly unfathomable. It was only now that Jasper seemed to have woken up from the shock that Han Shua had given her. Her charming face shone with a bizarre luster that could make one's heart flutter. Her beautiful eyes made no effort to conceal her favorable impression of Han Shua. Unlike the bizarre expressions of the crowd, Han Shua still had that infuriating calmness. Han Shuo shot a glance at the humble Croesus and said with a mischievous smile, "Since I've been paid, I'll do my best. Don't worry, I know what to do." "Many thanks, Mr. Han Shuo. As long as War Demon Valley survives today's calamity, Mr. Han Shuo is free to choose anything that belongs to Tanai." At this point, Croesus looked at the excited Jasper and added meaningfully, "Even if it's my most precious possession, I'm willing to let Mr. Han Shuo take it away." Han Shuo laughed involuntarily. He thought that this abyss realm was indeed a practical place to his liking. He had only revealed a bit of his strength, and this Croesus was already fawning over him at all costs. He was indeed a character capable of great things. "Just focus on dealing with Yeki. I'll handle the 3 shadow warriors for you. After that, just do what you promised me," Han Shuo said with a mischievous smile as he shot a glance at the blushing Jasper. Three shadow warriors? Mr. Han Shuo, you're going to handle 3 shadow warriors alone?" Croesus couldn't help but cry out in shock. Han Shuo nodded and affirmed, "That's right. I'll take care of them all." Chapter 544. Croesus wasn't the only one. Everyone who heard that Han Shuo wanted to take on 3 shadow warriors by himself was stupefied. In the Abyss Realm, every great demon king had his own personal guards. Every one of the 3 shadow warriors was a demon. Their terrifying strength and ruthlessness had long been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. While it was true that Han Shuo had killed nearly 10,000 enemies in an instant using the so-called tactical matrix, he was, after all, just one person, and a person who had yet to display sufficient strength. In the Abyss Realm, where the hierarchy was clearly divided, there were only a few people who could take on 3 shadow warriors by themselves. Each and every one of them was a peak-level expert whose name resounded like thunder. The fact that Han Shuo dared to say that he could take on 3 shadow warriors by himself really shocked these people. Han Shuo looked around and took in the expressions on their faces. He shook his head and said with a faint smile, "You guys just have to do what you are supposed to do. It's just 3 shadow warriors. I don't think they can bring me much trouble." Han Shuo looked at Wuxia and added, "Besides, I'm still waiting for people to lick my soles and call me grandpa." Wuxia's face turned ashen when he heard those words. However, he no longer dared to refute Han Shuo. He squeezed out an incomparably ugly smile and didn't say a word. His heart was filled with an unbearable bitterness. Kill them all. The shrill howls grew nearer and nearer. Finally, they reached the towering city walls of War Demon Valley. The remaining experts of Venomfang Castle were either riding war eagles with thick serpentine tails, or true experts like Zijia flying through the air. With his mortal enemy right in front of him, Croesus could no longer care about Han Shuo. He immediately shouted, "Kill!" Due to Han Shuo's devastating strike from the stone forest, those from War Demon Valley who had prepared many powerful defensive weapons were not put to use. It was only now that the last trump cards of Venomfang Castle were nearing that they blasted out all at once. The sky was filled with iron stone, and arrows that rained down on the crowd like hail. That's all you've got?" Zijia snorted with a cold face. His eyes shone with a frenzied light, and an aura of destruction erupted from his body. He took the lead and rushed forward. The law of destruction was activated in his palms, and most of the attacks were intercepted by him alone. Behind him, the rock warrior, whose body was so badly mangled that it was almost unrecognizable as a human, cultivated in the elemental energy of the earth. An earth armor covered his body that was riddled with holes. Unafraid of the barrage of arrows and stones, he smashed towards War Demon Valley like a small mountain. Scarlet Fiend cultivated in the elemental law of fire. Dense fire element shot out from between her hands and ignited upon landing on the ground. In a split second, the towering walls of War Demon Valley were enveloped in a sea of flames. Yeki, the master of Venomfang Castle, let out a shrill howl as he charged straight at Croesus. He had already decided to fight to the death. The great battle broke out almost instantly. With 3 shadow warriors paving the way, not a single one of War Demon Valley's early attacks had any effect. The remaining experts of Venomfang Castle charged unimpeded all the way to War Demon Valley, causing widespread casualties in the blink of an eye. Both sides had started fighting. Under Jasper's astonished gaze, Han Shuo finally soared into the sky. With the skeletal staff in one hand and the demon slayer edge in the other, Han Shuo entered the fray with a calm face. As soon as he landed in midair, Han Shuo let go of the skeletal staff and the demon slayer edge. To avoid shocking the world, he did not let his two avatars reveal their true forms, but only let them float in midair. As the skeletal staff floated in midair, the base god souls within it constantly released necromancy magic. Bone spears and bone spears flew out like scattered flowers. All kinds of necromancy boundaries were released in an extremely exquisite manner. The Grand Disintegrator, a necromancy magic with considerable destructive power, fell upon the invading enemies one after another, causing them to disintegrate and die one after another. The leader of the Shadow Warriors, General Wuxia, was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. Not a single person of War Demon Valley who got close to him could escape from his murderous hands under the Edict of Destruction. In an instant, nearly 100 people were turned into a bloody mess, forever losing all traces of their lives. As he rampaged, this leader of the Shadow Warriors was still gnawing on the corpse of the young and beautiful War Demon guard he had just killed. Crunching sounds that would make one's scalp numb could be heard. Obviously, this mad demon had entered a state of madness. He was shouting and yelling as though he had gone mad. The Edict of Destruction was contained within the sound waves, causing the War Demon guards around him to feel a stabbing pain in their heads. Their bodies were on the verge of collapse. General Scarlet Fiend and General Rock were equally invincible. Wherever they passed, the War Demon guards would be slaughtered. Not a single one could escape their pursuit. In the Abyss Realm, being one level higher in strength was an irreparable disadvantage. One by one, the War Demon guards fell under the attacks of the three Shadow Warriors. All of a sudden, a shrill howl that sounded like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts sounded from within the Demon Slayer edge. Floating in midair, the Demon Slayer edge found General Wuxia's position like a black meteor and plunged towards him at lightning speed. An enormous aura of destruction erupted from the Demon Slayer edge in a split second. Within the aura of destruction, it was filled with the negative energy of violence, plunder, and boundless resentment. It was as though it would not stop until everything in the world was destroyed. The leader of the Shadow Warriors, Wuxia, who had clearly gone mad, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The next moment he saw a black meteor suddenly smashing towards him. The evil energy contained within the meteor was more frightening and enormous than he had imagined. He didn't even have the time to ponder where this black meteor came from before it pierced through his body. The Demon Slayer edge directly pierced through Wuxia's body. This avatar of Han Shuo, who possessed the low god soul of destruction, had suddenly launched a sneak attack on Wuxia. The Demon Slayer edge was a realm higher, and it contained the plundering energy of Dadera, as well as the resentment and death aura of tens of thousands of living beings contained within the Demon Slayer edge. A mere Wuxia would naturally die. After the Demon Slayer edge pierced through Wuxia's body, it suddenly turned around and gently pierced into the back of Wuxia's head. The base god soul that Wuxia had painstakingly cultivated for many years was instantly sucked into the Demon Slayer edge, along with Wuxia's comprehension of the Edict of Destruction and the remaining energy in his body. By the time the Demon Slayer edge flew out from the back of Wuxia's head, Wuxia's body was nothing but a bag of smelly flesh. He no longer had the slightest bit of valuable energy. Han Shuo's avatar of destruction in the Demon Slayer edge was one of the most bizarre existences. Not only did it possess the characteristics of demonic arts, it also possessed the plundering nature of Dadera. The fusion of the main soul and the origin crystal of destruction had formed an avatar of the Demon Slayer edge. Even Han Shuo himself wasn't too sure how this avatar should be classified. However, although this avatar had fused with the origin crystal of destruction, it didn't have a deep understanding of the Edict of Destruction. Now that Han Shuo had killed Wuxia and absorbed his soul into the Demon Slayer edge, he had obtained some of his comprehension of the Edict of Destruction. Although it was only the comprehension of a peak base god, it could be considered as making up for some of his shortcomings in this aspect. The death of Wuxia, the leader of the Shadow Warriors, by Han Shuo's Demon Slayer edge, immediately set off monstrous waves in the battlefield. The experts of War Demon Valley who were being pursued by Zijaya suddenly saw a flash of black light. Then Zijaya's body collapsed weakly to the ground. Only when the crowd saw the demon's lair edge hovering proudly in midair did they realize who the attacker was. Mr. Hanshua has killed Zijaya. That lunatic Zijaya has been killed. After staring blankly for a moment, all the War Demon guards who saw this scene suddenly shouted as if they had gone mad. Their voices were filled with excitement and surprise. Everyone who heard this news felt the same way. No, impossible, how is this possible? The other two shadow warriors suddenly felt a sense of disbelief and astonishment. Soon after, they shrieked and flew towards Zijaya's corpse, as if to confirm if this was true. He's dead, that level 3 demon has been killed. Good heavens, Mr. Hanshua is really too powerful. Haha, Venomfang Castle is finished this time. We're saved, we're saved. General Starclaw Zijaya is dead. For a moment the battlefield was filled with such excited clamors. Along with the clamor and cheers, the morale of War Demon Valley's side soared. Each and every one of them had reached their peak combat strength. On the contrary, the invaders of Venomfang Castle had ashen faces. After experiencing consecutive blows, they were finding it hard to bear. Haha, Yeki, you shall stay behind today. Crozius felt unprecedentedly carefree. Originally, he was worried about whether or not they could withstand the arrival of reinforcements. Now he was thinking about how to maximize his gains. He attacked Yeki madly in high spirits, thinking that he would push Jasper to Hanshua no matter what. The Abyss Realm worshipped the strong. Hanshua, who had turned the tide and resolved War Demon Valley's crisis, instantly became the spiritual leader of War Demon Valley. Some young and beautiful alien ladies looked at Hanshua with gazes filled with seductive lust. It was as if they couldn't wait to squeeze into Hanshua's chest and let Hanshua do whatever he wanted. Break! Hanshua shouted coldly. The demon's lair edge transformed into a streak of black light and flashed across the void. The next moment that Ironstone General, whose body was as hard as a boulder, suddenly exploded. After killing that Ironstone General, Hanshua stared at the voluptuous and seductive Scarlet Demoness with a playful smile on his face. He teased, "Beauty, do you want to live?" Chapter 545. Yes. The coquettish and flirtatious Scarlet Fiend looked at Hanshua, the culprit who had turned the tides of the battle twice. She was terrifyingly calm. Then, before Hanshua could think any further, the Scarlet Demoness suddenly smiled sweetly. Her body was like a ball of fire as she flew towards Hanshua, taking the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Hanshua wore a charming smile on his face as he gazed at the beautiful woman. It was only when the beautiful woman was right in front of Hanshua that Hanshua suddenly reached out and grabbed her snow-white neck. Under the horrified gaze of the Scarlet Fiend, Hanshua tightened his grip. With a cracking sound, the Scarlet Fiend's neck was suddenly broken. The Scarlet Fiend's body was as red as blood. She looked at Hanshua in disbelief. She was not dead yet, but was still glaring hatefully at Hanshua. Hee, you want to kill me? Your method is a little clumsy. Hanshua sneered. He did not wait for the intense fire element within her body to completely explode. He poured more force into her body and flung the beautiful woman far into the air. Rumble! A violent explosion suddenly resounded across the battlefield. The Scarlet Fiend's entire body was wrapped in blazing flames. It was as though a new sun had suddenly appeared in the Abyss Realm, burning to its heart's content. Having cultivated in demonic arts to the realm that Hanshua was at, he had developed a very sensitive perception of the elemental energies between heaven and earth. The Scarlet Fiend gracefully approached him. The fire element within her body was condensed to the extreme in an instant. Her intentions were self-evident. How could Hanshua let her have her way? What a pity for a beautiful woman. Now Brakya doesn't have to call me grandpa anymore. He got off lightly. Hanshua shook his head regretfully and sighed softly. The death of the 3 shadow warriors by Hanshua had a decisive impact on the entire battle. After more than 10,000 experts were annihilated by the magic formation, the overall strength of Venomfang Castle, excluding the 3 demon-level experts, was far inferior to that of War Demon Valley. It was precisely by relying on the terrifying strength of the 3 shadow warriors that Venomfang Castle was able to charge all the way to War Demon Valley, unafraid of death. However, with the death of the 3 shadow warriors, the experts of Venomfang Castle were clearly no match for them. With their low morale, their situation deteriorated. With War Demon Valley's advantage in numbers, they were gradually whittled down. It's him. It's the monster that walked out of the ruptured plane channel. Suddenly, the 3-eyed man whom Qi Yan called second brother looked at the high-spirited Han Shuo and shouted. Han Shuo, who was feeling regretful for killing General Scarlet Fiend, heard the exclamation of the 3-eyed race member. His heart shook, and he glanced at the 3-eyed race member from afar. He revealed a bone-chilling sneer and said, "Hee, so it's you. You didn't expect this, did you? You monster from another plane. Why would you help War Demon Valley?" The 3-eyed race member who once commanded the enormous abyssal creatures to attack Han Shuo pointed at Han Shuo and shouted angrily. Han Shuo shrugged and said with a faint smile, "They've given me a lot of bargaining chips. Beauties and riches. Of course I'm happy to help them. Do you really think I'd help a race that has been hunting me since the beginning? Haha, sorry about that. We can also give you more bargaining chips. As long as you agree to help us, we can give you double what War Demon Valley has given you." Qi Yan, the master of Venomfang Castle, hastily shouted. Obviously, he could tell the true value of Han Shuo. Don't listen to him. Crozius, the master of War Demon Valley, actually became somewhat nervous. He turned to Han Shuo and added, "I will fulfill my promise to you. Besides, my daughter Jasper is also yours. Lord Han Shuo, War Demon Valley will not mistreat you, I promise. You can't eat from the bowl while looking at the pot." Qi Yan, I'm sorry, I'm a very principled person. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not showing any sincerity in the beginning. Han Shuo smiled faintly. He didn't even look at the despairing Qi Yan. Instead, he shot a glance at the bashful Jasper from afar and winked at her evilly. Jasper's attention was fully focused on Han Shuo. When she saw Han Shuo's meaningful gaze, she immediately panicked. She coyly turned her head away, not daring to look at Han Shuo's gaze that no one dared to look directly into. With the power of one man, Han Shuo had slain 3 shadow warriors, securing victory in one fell swoop. After receiving Han Shuo's reply, Crozius heaved a sigh of relief. Then he sneered and said, "Everyone, let's put in more effort. Let's first annihilate these people. Then we will kill our way to Venomfang Castle and occupy this place that we have been fighting against for so many years." The crowd of War Demon Valley was in high spirits. Relying on their superior numbers and the existence of a super expert like Han Shuo, they immediately launched the final battle. On one side, their morale was high, while on the other, their hearts were filled with despair. One after another, those from Venomfang Castle were drowned and killed by the sea of people from War Demon Valley. The sporadic resistance also grew weaker and weaker. Han Shuo walked straight towards Jasper. The surrounding crowd of War Demon Valley looked at Han Shuo with gazes filled with reverence. Among them, some beautiful young ladies knew that Han Shuo was a passionate person. They wantonly threw flirtatious glances at him, giggling as though they were waiting for him to do as he pleased. "Mr. Han Shuo, when are you free? I'll take you on a tour around War Demon Valley. Lord Han Shuo, can you guide me in martial arts? I'm sure I'll listen attentively to your words." "That's right, give us a chance." The women of the Abyss realm were indeed open-minded and forthright. Beautiful women who thought they were somewhat attractive made no effort to conceal the passion in their eyes. They had already extended invitations to Han Shuo in front of so many people. Not only were there beautiful young ladies among them, there were also a few mature women who were already married. The men beside them were all chuckling, as though they didn't find it inappropriate for their women to be so presumptuous. The Abyss realm is indeed the Abyss realm. Interesting. Han Shuo inwardly marveled. He smiled amiably at a few of the most outstanding women, his eyes very presumptuously sweeping across their alluring bodies, causing the beauties to shriek incessantly, wishing they could throw themselves into Han Shuo's embrace. "You really are a big lecher." Jasper couldn't help but reprimand when she saw Han Shuo walking towards them with a lustful look on his face. She found it both infuriating and funny at the same time. In the Abyss realm, as long as a powerful man had enough capital, it was only natural for him to have many women. All the women of the Abyss realm, including Jasper, did not find this inappropriate. Therefore, from the moment Han Shuo came to the Abyss realm and named Hamana and Sylph, it did not cause any ripples. Jasper also very naturally accepted this fact. To Jasper, it was only natural for the powerful Han Shuo to have some stunningly beautiful women. Having grown up in the Abyss realm, not only did she not dislike Han Shuo's unrestrained behavior, she even felt that her man was a real man. Therefore, when she saw Han Shuo walking towards them with a lustful look, she found it somewhat amusing but did not find it inappropriate. "Your father has bestowed you to me. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." Han Shuo finally reached Jasper's side. He moved his large mouth close to Jasper's ear and whispered, giggling. Among the women of the Abyss realm, Jasper could be considered one of the more delicate characters. Seeing Han Shuo making such an intimate gesture in public, Jasper felt both excited and a little shy. She shot a charming glance at Han Shuo, lowered her voice and softly snorted, "You bad guy, how dare you not stand on ceremony?" Rather than reprimanding, it was more like teasing. Jasper's charming eyes carried a soul-stirring charm, causing Han Shuo's heart to flutter. Soon after, he laughed mischievously and lifted Jasper by the waist. Ignoring Jasper's shy cries, and ignoring the fact that Crozius was leading a group of people to pursue Yeki, he carried Jasper and flew towards the valley at the back. Those from War Demon Valley who had a panoramic view of this scene all revealed dubious smiles and laughed mischievously. Among them, the beautiful women who could not wait for Han Shuo to plunder and violate them revealed envious expressions. Their hearts were in turmoil. "Mr. Han Shuo." Just as Han Shuo was about to disappear, Wuxia, the Rakshasa who had just killed an enemy, suddenly shouted. Han Shuo, who was impatient to conquer Jasper in his arms, shot a displeased glance at Wuxia in the distance and snorted, "Wuxia, do you think you can mock me just because I didn't toy with Scarlet Fiend?" Wuxia's expression changed. He hastily replied, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Under Han Shuo's cold gaze, Wuxia put on a long face and said, "I just want to tell you that this lowly one is convinced." It could be seen that when Wuxia said those words, his heart was filled with fear. He had sincerely expressed to Han Shuo that he would never dare to be his enemy again. It made sense. What qualifications did a mere Rakshasa like him have to challenge Han Shuo for a character who could slay all three shadow warriors? "At least you know what's good for you." Han Shuo gave Wuxia a few deep looks. After ascertaining that Wuxia was sincerely admitting defeat, Han Shuo let out a cold groan and no longer gave Wuxia another look. Carrying Jasper in his arms, Han Shuo swaggered off, laughing wildly in high spirits. Chapter 546. Jasper's cheeks were blushing and her lips were tender and alluring. Her willowy eyebrows were furrowed in shyness, yet her arms were tightly wrapped around Han Shuo. Her heart was thumping wildly with both anticipation and fear. Han Shuo chuckled all the way. Before long, he had brought Jasper to a stone forest not far from his manor. Putting Jasper down, Han Shuo smiled and stared at the bashful Jasper with a fiery gaze. He said in a low voice, "Do you know what I'm about to do?" Jasper let out a cry of embarrassment and buried her head into Han Shuo's broad chest. She pinched Han Shuo's waist with her small hands and whispered into Han Shuo's ear, "Bad guy, I knew I wouldn't be able to escape from your palm. Didn't you deliver yourself to my door?" Han Shuo smiled wickedly and caressed Jasper's snow-white wings with his two hands, so beautiful. Jasper had long known that Han Shuo had a perverted sexual interest in her wings. Her heart was itching incessantly when Han Shuo wantonly touched her sensitive spot. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and her body temperature rose rapidly. In just a short while, her fragrant lips were already panting. This angel-like woman had snow-white skin, a perfect, slender and graceful body, perfectly straight legs and a full bosom. She was extremely attractive in every aspect, especially that pair of snow-white wings. It filled Han Shuo, a fellow with an eccentric sexual preference, with an intense desire to possess her. He clucked his tongue in wonder as he praised Jasper's beauty. As Jasper subconsciously tried to resist, his big hand unceremoniously landed on the snow-white region of Jasper's milky white bosom. As soon as he used his demonic arts flirting technique, Jasper's amorous desire immediately flared up, her body scorching hot. Han Shuo abruptly picked Jasper up and pressed her against a flat boulder. He then pulled up the gauze of Jasper's beautiful legs and wandered his hands wantonly around her snow-white buttocks. As Jasper's tender panting became more and more intense, Han Shuo let out a roar and abruptly mounted her with his spear. After a long while, when Jasper's watery eyes were misty and bewildered, Han Shuo gently caressed Jasper's snow-white wings and softly whispered in her ear, "Jasper, Jasper." Jasper felt as though she had fallen into the clouds. She was immersed in a beautiful dream that she did not want to wake up from. All she felt was that she was drowning in an indescribable happiness. It was a wonderful state of mind and body that came after extreme satisfaction. Han Shuo's gentle voice was like a strange musical note, causing her heart to sink deeper and deeper, as though she would never want to wake up. All of a sudden, she, who had been meditating for the past few days, involuntarily held her breath and concentrated, falling into a state out of. After his body and mind were extremely satisfied, he began to clearly feel that his soul's sensitivity seemed to be much more sensitive than usual. The wind element in his body seemed to be whistling like a light breeze, and his soul also seemed to be swimming in the sound of the wind. A wondrous feeling immediately hid in the depths of his soul. Unknowingly, Jasper suddenly sensed that, in the depths of her mind, there was another kind of energy other than her own soul. This kind of energy was mysterious and unusual. It was like gossamer constantly entangling with her. When she calmed her mind and comprehended, she discovered that the gossamer energy seemed to be able to form a strange connection with the wind element that she could not understand. Han Shuo, who had intended to wake Jasper up, suddenly sensed the unusual undulations in Jasper's mind with his consciousness. Mr. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before smiling faintly. After inquiring, Jasper suddenly discovered that the two of them were still tightly joined together. She immediately blushed with embarrassment and hastily covered up her half-naked body. Her two perfectly straight thighs wriggled and wiggled. A strange yet wonderful feeling of numbness rippled from the bottom of her heart, causing her to let out a soft cry as her body abruptly heated up again. As she moved, Han Shuo also came to his senses. He lowered his head to look at his lower body and discovered that Jasper's slender, snow-white thighs were flowing with obvious traces of blood. Han Shuo knitted his brows and said, "Forget it, I was too rough just now. You won't be able to stand it if I do it again." Slowly withdrawing, Han Shuo gently took out a snow-white dress and covered Jasper's wonderful body. Under Han Shuo's tender ministrations, Jasper's heart gradually calmed down. Looking at the strand of tenderness on Han Shuo's brows, Jasper suddenly felt very touched for some unknown reason. An indescribable tenderness welled up in her heart. In the Abyss realm, the strong were revered. Women, on the other hand, were the weaker group. Unless they possessed extremely formidable strength, they could only be reduced to the playthings of men. Although Jasper was Croesus's daughter, as her strength was merely that of a destroyer, she was still affected by the rules of the Abyss realm. Due to the cruel competition in the Abyss realm and the survival of the fittest, men had always treated women crudely and crudely. Tenderness was rarely seen. For an expert like Han Shuo, who had slaughtered countless enemies, to serve a woman so tenderly and without putting on any airs, this was absolutely impossible in the Abyss realm. Therefore, when Jasper saw Han Shuo's tender ministrations, her heart was simply moved like a mountain torrent. She couldn't hold back her tears no matter how hard she tried. Han Shuo was stunned. He did not understand why Jasper would suddenly cry. He hastily comforted Jasper and said some words of love that were commonly spoken on profound continent. With that, Jasper became even more inexplicably moved. Tears streamed down her face like a broken dam, leaving Han Shuo somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Thank you, Han Shuo. You are truly a good man. I'm just rejoicing at being able to become your woman." Jasper, who had been sobbing incessantly, revealed a smile as beautiful as a pear blossom and begonia as she explained in a low voice. Han Shuo scratched his head and looked at Jasper with a baffled expression. He did not know what to say. I sense mental strength. Is it that kind of thread-like energy? Inside your brain? Jasper, who was crying tears of joy, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Han Shuo and asked hastily, as though wanting Han Shuo to give her an immediate answer. Han Shuo nodded with a smile and affirmed, "That's right, your feeling is absolutely correct. That energy is the mental strength I told you about. In the future, as long as you meditate well, it won't be impossible for your soul to directly fuse with the element of wind." Jasper was wild with joy when she heard those words from Han Shuo. Suddenly, she thought of something and exclaimed, "In that case, does that mean I can use my space ring now?" Of course. Try to use your feeble mental strength to enter the space ring and form your mental imprint within. In the future, with that mental imprint, you will be able to freely send in and take out items. Han Shuo said smilingly, "Thank you. I also have a space ring now. What a wonderful feeling." A small stone would disappear and reappear in Jasper's hand from time to time. She was having so much fun with it that she quickly figured out how to use the space ring. Han Shuo watched Jasper play around with a faint smile. After a while, he suddenly creased his brows and said, "Demon King Manticore has sent someone over." Let's go and take a look. Chapter 547. Inside the War Demon Grand Hall, a middle-aged couple wore solemn expressions as they listened to Crozier's description of the battle. Just as the two of you can see, Venomfang Castle is completely finished this time. At present, Quinoa is leading the experts of War Demon Valley towards Venomfang Castle. If there are no accidents, Venomfang Castle will be captured by us within a short period of time. Crozius, the master of War Demon Valley, looked at the couple in front of him and explained solemnly. The middle-aged couple wore solemn faces as they listened to Crozius' description of the battle. After Crozius had finished, the man said in a deep voice, "That person called Han Shuo single-handedly killed 3 shadow warriors, including Zijaya?" Crozius nodded. He seemed to have yet to recover from the shock. He took a deep breath and said with certainty, "That's right. He single-handedly killed Zijaya, Crimson Fiend, and Rock Warrior." What's even more shocking is that the so-called matrix he built in front of War Demon Valley instantly wiped out nearly 10,000 experts of Venomfang Castle. "That's too terrifying," the charming woman gasped. Her face was filled with shock. "That guy, where did he come from? When did such a terrifying guy appear in the Abyss Realm?" The man asked anxiously as he stared at Crozius with a face of disbelief. "Lord Board, Lord Zinnia, to tell you the truth, Han Shuo said that he came from the destroyed interplanar passage in the territory of Venomfang Castle." Crozius said with a straight face. "What?" The two cried out in surprise. They looked at each other and exclaimed, "Interplanar passage?" Crozius nodded affirmatively. He forced a smile and said, "Really, I believe his words more. Because during the previous battle, Scarlet Fang, the second brother of Venomfang Castle's Scarlet Fang, had personally confirmed the accuracy of this information." Board and Zinnia stared blankly for a moment. Soon after, their eyes lit up as they looked at Crozius. Board said, "Crozius, this time, you have made a great contribution." Crozius, who had long expected this, smiled and said, "From the moment this person came to War Demon Valley, I noticed that he was extremely unusual. Therefore, I have been deliberately trying to win him over. It is also because of his existence that Venomfang Castle was completely annihilated this time, saving our War Demon Valley from the crisis. Now, he has requested to see Lord Manticore. I believe that as long as your lordship can satisfy some of his harmless requests, our side will be able to gain the upper hand in the 5-way battle." "Yes, that's why his lordship will definitely reward you handsomely this time," Board said with a gratified expression. He then continued, "I heard that you even gave your daughter Jasper to him? Well done, you didn't waste His Excellency's guidance." "Lord Board is flattering me." Crozius was secretly delighted. He was glad that he had made a wise decision a few days ago. All right, Crozius. Lead us to that so-called formation. We are very curious about that formation that can instantly exterminate tens of thousands of lives. Zinnia smiled at Crozius and suggested. When Han Shuo and Jasper returned to the battlefield together, they discovered that the battle had already ended. Everywhere along the way, there were huge, disgusting, grotesquely shaped abyssal creatures that were chewing on the corpses that littered the ground, regardless of friend or foe. At a glance, Han Shuo discovered that every single person on the side of War Demon Valley had joyous expressions on their faces. They were excited by that hearty, unrestrained battle. When they saw Han Shuo appear with Jasper, all of them actually started chanting Han Shuo's name. For a moment, cheers that came from the bottom of their hearts resounded from every direction of the battlefield. At present, those that remained in War Demon Valley were not the main force. They were just some low-level abyssal guards who were responsible for guarding the safety of War Demon Valley and cleaning up the battlefield. However, the simultaneous cheers from every direction were still extremely impressive. It gave Han Shuo quite a fright. Han Shuo, look at their eyes. They worship you. Jasper explained while pointing at the abyssal guards scattered all over the battlefield. Han Shuo shot a glance at the crowd. He could tell from their eyes that what Jasper said was true. These warriors who worship the strong would only worship the truly strong. Although the great demon King Manticore was their true spiritual leader, it was a pity that very few of them had seen him with their own eyes. To them, although Manticore was powerful, he seemed somewhat unreachable. On the contrary, it was Han Shuo, an outsider who had just arrived at War Demon Valley, who proved to them what it meant to turn the tide with his own strength. Nodding and smiling, Han Shuo dragged Jasper, who seemed to be enjoying this wonderful feeling, and flew straight out of War Demon Valley. He asked amusedly, "What are you so excited about?" To see one's man being worshipped by others. This is something that all women in the Abyss realm would feel happy about. He looking at them, looking at you as if you were a demon god. I feel that my judgment is correct. In the Abyss realm, beautiful women would rather become a demon's plaything than be worshipped by a low-level abyssal guard like a goddess. Jasper explained. Oh, Han Shuo was very interested in Jasper's novel explanation. When he thought about the cruelty of the survival of the fittest in the Abyss realm, he had to admit that this approach was correct. Becoming a demon's plaything would at least ensure one's safety. On the other hand, as a goddess of an abyssal guard, one could very well be killed at any time for no reason. In the Abyss realm, death was the most frightening thing. Thinking about it this way, Jasper's words did make some sense. While weighing Jasper's words in his mind, Han Shuo did not stop moving. In the blink of an eye, he had landed on the city wall of War Demon Valley, looking at the bloody shadows that were still fluttering in the stone forest, and then at the 3 demon-level experts standing above the stone forest. The corners of Han Shuo's mouth curled into a playful smile. With one thought, the demon slayer edge suddenly whizzed out from his body. A streak of black lightning fell into the stone forest in a split second. Suddenly, the 10,000 bloody shadows that were darting about in the stone forest seemed to have smelled something fishy. All of them flew toward the demon slayer edge that was hovering in the middle of the stone forest. The demon slayer edge, a weapon forged from demonic arts, could attract and absorb the souls of millions of living beings. Even though it had transformed into a low-god avatar of destruction, that characteristic remained unchanged. It was obvious that he was reluctant to part with Jasper. After calling out Jasper's pet name, he looked at Jasper as if he wanted to say something. As a father, although he had handed Jasper over to Han Shuo, he did not wish to never see his daughter again. In the beginning, Crozius was only concerned with fawning over Han Shuo, and did not look into this issue in detail. But now, after hearing Han Shuo's words and thinking about how miraculous Han Shuo was, Crozius suddenly felt uneasy, as though he was about to lose his daughter. His heart was suddenly thrown into disarray. Lord Father, I'm sorry. I want to follow him. Only by being with him can I understand what happiness is. Lord Father, please forgive your daughter for being unfilial. When Jasper learned of Han Shua's identity and understood his purpose in coming toward Demon Valley, she knew that once she was together with Han Shua, she would have to face this choice sooner or later. Ever since Jasper accepted Han Shua, she had made up her mind. Therefore, when she said those words, Jasper did not hesitate too much. It was just that her expression was still filled with sorrow and helplessness. Croesus shook his head and let out a sigh. He squeezed out an ugly smile and looked at the child who had transformed from a young girl into a woman. He said, I knew it. Forget it, I won't stop you. I just hope that if you really go to Han Shua's world, if possible, you'll come back to see me, your father. I understand. As long as it's possible, I'll definitely come back to see you. Jasper's eyes reddened as she said those words. Although she had made up her mind long ago, it was still very difficult for her to maintain her composure when she was about to leave her only family. Just like her, Croesus's eyes were also slightly red. He looked at Jasper with a helpless and bitter smile, as though he was trying to engrave Jasper's appearance in his heart, and stared deeply at her. Since I can come to the Abyss Realm, I'll definitely have the opportunity to come back again, as long as I can find my way back. Don't worry, if possible, I'll still come back to the Abyss Realm. This place seems to suit me very well. Han Shua suddenly recalled the existence of the Cemetery of Death. He felt relieved and comforted the two with a smile. All right. If Mr. Han Shua doesn't mind, you can set off with us. It will take some time to reach Black Jade City from here. I believe his lordship will be very interested in Mr. Han Shua, Board said smilingly. Wait, there are still two women. I'll make a trip back to the manor and ask for their opinion, Han Shua said apologetically. When he thought of Hemana and Sylph, the two alien girls, Han Shua couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. These two talented and beautiful girls could bring joy to Han Shua that he had never experienced before. Han Shua was really reluctant to part with them. It's fine. We'll go with you. After you've settled everything, we can set off together. We're not in a hurry anyway, Zinnia said smilingly. Zinnia said with a smile. She thought to herself that this fellow was truly a romantic character. It had only been a few days since he arrived at War Demon Valley, and he had already hooked up with 3 beautiful girls. It seemed that after arriving at Black Jade City, she would definitely inform His Excellency about his temperament. If she worked on this aspect, perhaps this fellow would be so happy that he would forget home, forever staying at Black Jade City. From the attitudes of Board and Zinnia, Han Shua could see his own value. He smiled and nodded. He then took a glance at Croesus, thought for a moment, and took out a space ring. He handed it to Croesus and said, This space ring is for you. It can store many items. In addition, as you cultivate in the elemental energy of Earth, there is a magic staff inside that space ring that can amplify the element of Earth. Try using it, it might be able to inspire you in your cultivation. Upon finishing those words, Han Shua explained the method of opening the space ring to Croesus. Croesus' body and soul had completely fused with the element of Earth. As an expert at the base god realm, all Han Shua had to do was to give a slight hint, and Croesus could immediately sense the faint presence of mental strength. He easily opened the space ring. What a huge space! This ring is too magical. Although Croesus' mental strength was weak, he immediately understood the magical use of the space ring the moment he entered it. He immediately cried out in surprise. Also, the mental strength that you can sense. If you meditate and comprehend it, it will form a wonderful harmony with your soul, allowing your element of Earth to have other uses. Han Shua smiled faintly and reminded Croesus. In any case, Croesus had been generous enough during the few days he spent in War Demon Valley. He had not treated Han Shua unfairly. In the end, even his only daughter, Jasper, had been given to Han Shua so generously. Han Shua indeed felt rather apologetic. Therefore, he expressed his gratitude a little. The One Ring. It's the One Ring. Board suddenly cried out in surprise. He stared at the space ring worn by Croesus with a face of disbelief. Oh! Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before he asked, You know the use of this space ring? Of course, Lord Manticore also has such a one ring. It can store many things inside and is extremely magical. His lordship has always worn it as a real treasure. There's no doubt about it. Bord explained to Han Shuo as he looked at Crozius with a face full of envy. Although the way he addressed it was different from Bord's words, Han Shuo understood that he indeed knew the use of the space ring. In order to manufacture a space ring, not only must one have a precise understanding of the Edict of Space, one must also understand some alchemy and some special materials. Although the Abyss realm was vast, the term alchemy had never been used. The materials required to manufacture a space ring also didn't seem to exist in this world. Therefore, it seemed that even if there were people in the Abyss realm who cultivated in the Edict of Space, it would be difficult for them to manufacture a space ring. The fact that a demon king like Manticore actually had a space ring in his possession immediately gave Han Shuo some ideas. "Thank you." Crozius hastily expressed his gratitude after learning about the miraculousness of the space ring. "You're welcome." Han Shuo took one last look at Crozius, nodded and left with Bord, Zinnia and Jasper. Hamana and Sylph, just like Jasper, were extremely determined to follow Han Shuo and leave War Demon Valley with him. Chapter 549. 3 days later at Black Jade City. Looking at the enormous buildings over 100 meters tall, bustling crowds of people, and all kinds of abyssal creatures of all shapes and sizes, Han Shuo had to admit that War Demon Valley was indeed just a small valley compared to Black Jade City where Manticore resided. At a glance, tall buildings that pierced through the clouds were everywhere. Among them, buildings that were over 500 or 600 meters tall could be seen everywhere. Han Shuo had seen dozens of abyssal creatures that were even larger than the primordious dragons along the way. In this place, anyone would feel a sense of insignificance and powerlessness. Hamana and Sylph didn't need to say much. Even Jasper, who had a rather high status in War Demon Valley, appeared somewhat reserved upon arriving at Black Jade City. Her expression was filled with reverence. Compared to Black Jade City, War Demon Valley could only be considered a small mountain village. When Jasper arrived at Black Jade City, she behaved like a country bumpkin on Earth. She was obviously restrained and uncomfortable, deeply afraid that her actions would negatively affect Han Shuo. However, amidst the reverence, the three girls also had faint traces of excitement on their faces. Black Jade City, one of the 5 capital cities of the Abyss Realm, was home to Demon King Manticore, an overlord of the Abyss Realm. In the Abyss Realm, Black Jade City was definitely an extremely flourishing city. For Jasper, Hamana, to arrive at such a place filled their hearts with reverence and anticipation. "So this is Black Jade City. Mr. Han Shuo, what do you think of Black Jade City?" Bord had been extremely cordial with Han Shuo along the way. After bringing Han Shuo into Black Jade City, he immediately asked Han Shuo with a smile. "Big, everything is big." That was the feeling that all the buildings gave Han Shuo when he looked around. Perhaps it was because some of the abyssal creatures in the Abyss Realm were relatively large in size, but the buildings here were all taller and rougher than the last. If it weren't for the abyssal creatures walking around, Han Shuo would have thought that he was in the middle of a rolling mountain range. The buildings weren't much shorter than some hills. Black Jade City is just that magnificent. Look, that Demon King's palace over 1,000 meters tall is where Lord Manticore resides. We of the Abyss Realm prefer crude and simple buildings. Therefore, the taller and more spacious a building is, the more it can highlight the identity of the owner, Bord explained with a smile. Raising his head and gazing ahead, he discovered that the Demon King's palace was indeed the tallest building in Black Jade Demon King City. The majestic Demon King's palace was built like a malevolent demon god that stood proudly in the world. From afar, the aura it exuded was extremely sharp, causing people to feel an indescribable sense of reverence and pressure. "Oh!" Han Shuo let out a soft cry. His brows were deeply creased. This magnificent Demon King's palace naturally had a kind of fierce and imposing manner. Clouds of incomparably dense black smoke lingered around the Demon King's palace that pierced straight into the clouds. Those black smoke were condensed from the element of darkness and contained defensive power. With just a single glance, Han Shuo was certain that this Demon King's palace wasn't as simple as it seemed. The energy it contained must have defensive and offensive capabilities. Those clouds of smoke as black as ink were all condensed from the element of darkness. Just from the appearance of the Demon King's palace, Han Shuo was certain that Demon King Manticore cultivated in the element of darkness, one of the 8 elements. Every time I look at the Demon King's palace, I feel reverence in my heart. That kind of pressure is natural. Truly miraculous, Zinnia muttered in a low voice as she raised her head to look at the Demon King's palace. The corners of Han Shua's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. He thought to himself, this Demon King's palace has been tampered with by Demon King Manticore's divine energy. Anyone whose strength had not reached a certain realm would not be able to sense the effects of that mysterious energy surrounding the Demon King's palace. As the spiritual leader they believed in, Manticore must have used this method to make them willingly hand over the power of faith. Han Shuo, this place is truly magnificent, Hemana exclaimed in admiration. Not bad, we have finally been to the Demon King city. Hehe, it truly lives up to its reputation. Sylph agreed. In the Abyss realm, the citizens of a certain region were not allowed to easily leave their area and reside in another city without special reasons. Especially, moving from a low-level city to a major city was something that could not be permitted. Therefore, for Hemana, Sylph, and Jasper, the young lady of War Demon Valley, this was their first time visiting Black Jade City. It was only natural for them to be pleasantly surprised and excited. All right, Mr. Han Shuo, the 2 of us will first go to the Demon King's palace to have an audience with his lordship. You can take a stroll in the vicinity for the time being. Once his lordship has any instructions, we will immediately come and bring you to him. Board explained to Han Shuo smilingly. All right, you 2 go ahead. Board and Zinnia tried their best to curry favor with Han Shuo along the way. Han Shuo had quite a favorable impression of the 2. In addition, this Black Jade City was indeed very majestic. Han Shuo was also rather interested in exploring this place. Therefore, he immediately agreed to the 2's proposal. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Hemana suddenly recalled something and hastily said, Black Jade City is so vast. What if you can't find us? Hearing these words, Zinnia giggled and said confidently, Don't worry, little sister. It's too easy for us Black Jade guards to find anyone in Black Jade Devil King City. What's more, all of you are new faces. The Black Jade guards under Manticore's command were similar to Golander's trump card, the Shadow Warriors. They were all demons who answered directly to Manticore and wielded enormous power. Although the Black Jade guards weren't large in number, every single one of them had many subordinates under their command. In Black Jade City, the Black Jade guards were responsible for the safety of the entire city. Nothing could escape their eyes and ears. So that's how it is. Hemana did not say anything after hearing Zinnia's explanation. Her expression was tinged with fear. They had long heard of the Black Jade guards. Just like the Shadow Warriors, they were an extremely frightening organization. In the hearts of some citizens of Black Jade Guards, the cruelty of the Black Jade Guards wasn't inferior to that of the Shadow Warriors. All right, Mr. Han Shuo, you 2 should familiarize yourselves with Black Jade City. We must have an audience with his lordship as soon as possible. Board bade farewell to Han Shuo and left with Zinnia. They headed straight for the Demon King's palace that was shrouded in divine energy. Come on, let's take a stroll around this Black Jade City. After Board and Zinnia left, Han Shuo brought the 3 ladies and began to stroll around the incomparably spacious streets. Black Jade City was enormous, much larger than Han Shuo had imagined. Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness and discovered that this Black Jade City was at least 10 times larger than Lancelot Empire's Asen City on the Profound Continent. There were all kinds of rare and exotic objects that Han Shuo had never seen before scattered all over the city. Many otherworldly creatures were walking around Black Jade City. Some had bodies that resembled rocks, while others had bodies that resembled trees. It was extremely bizarre. Jasper and the other 2 ladies were also very curious and chattered incessantly along the way. Hemana and Sylph had positioned themselves as slaves from the very beginning. Therefore, after Jasper became Han Shuo's woman, they didn't find it strange at all. On the contrary, they got along very well with Jasper. Of the four, Han Shuo knew nothing about Black Jade City. It was also the first time the three ladies had come to Black Jade City. Therefore, they appeared very curious and would stay behind to investigate any strange creatures they saw. Exclamations of astonishment could be heard coming from their mouths. "Bastard! How dare you roam the streets instead of staying in your cave? You're courting death." Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded beside Han Shua's ears. Han Shua turned to the source of the voice and discovered that 5 or 6 alien youths had cornered a skinny and small youth, approximately 15 or 16 years old, into a corner. They were wantonly hurling verbal insults at the youth while beating him up with punches and kicks. The youth had a stupefied look on his face. He curled up his body and covered his head, silently allowing the youths to beat him. The heavy sounds of the kicks pounded on his body, but he calmly endured them. Only the hatred in his eyes was bone-chilling. It could be seen that this young man had an unforgettable hatred for those young men from the foreign races. However, because he didn't have much strength, he could only allow them to attack him without putting up any resistance, firmly protecting his head to prevent himself from being crippled. In any material plane, such scenes of the strong bullying the weak were unavoidable. Han Shua wasn't the kind of person who liked to meddle in other people's business. Moreover, this was the Abyss realm where only the fittest survived. Everyone should adapt. Gradually, the youth with resentful and stubborn eyes seemed to be unable to withstand the repeated blows. He could no longer protect his head with his hands. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the youth was beaten to death. Just as Han Shua was about to leave with the three ladies, he suddenly noticed that the youngster's body had suddenly turned as red as blood. It was as though the blood in his body was about to seep out from his pores. Han Shua couldn't help but reveal a rather astonished expression. Suddenly, Han Shua seemed to have recalled something. His consciousness moved and circled around the youngster's body. Han Shua's brows suddenly twitched as he blurted out, "Body of Sanguis." "What?" Jasper stared blankly at Han Shua, puzzled. Without answering, Han Shua's body flashed, instantly piercing through layers of human silhouettes, and abruptly landed beside the curled-up youth. He reached out with his big hand and lifted the skinny youth up. Looking at the dying youth whose eyes were brimming with stubbornness and resentment, Han Shua asked in a deep voice, "Child, do you want power?" Chapter 550. Power. The youth murmured intermittently. His scarlet pupils were filled with longing. Who are you?" Han Shua's sudden intrusion immediately startled a few of the fellows who had been beating up the youth. One of the leaders then questioned Han Shua. In Han Shua's eyes, those youths were the kind of people he could exterminate with a wave of his hand. Han Shua paid no heed to their questions and merely lowered his head to look at the youth in his hand. "Han Shua, what's the matter?" Jasper arrived gracefully with Hemana and Sylph in tow. She looked at the grave expression on Han Shua's face and did not quite understand Han Shua's actions. In the Abyss realm, such occurrences were all too common. Those who noticed the anomaly in the area, on one hand, were attracted by the beauty of Jasper, Sylph, and Sylph. On the other hand, they found it interesting that someone else was interfering. Each and every one of them wore a faint smile on their faces as they observed. "Oh, 3 beauties." The youth in the lead wore a delighted expression and impudently whistled. His eyes roamed over the bodies of Jasper, Sylph, and Sylph in a frivolous manner. "Child, do you wish for power?" Han Shua ignored the commotion around him and continued to look at the youth with a stubborn face and a body as red as blood. Of course I want power. But, can you give it to me?" The youth murmured as he gradually regained his strength. His scarlet pupils stared blankly at Han Shua as he asked blankly. Han Shua smiled faintly and put the youth down. He extended his large hand and placed it on the back of the youth's neck. A few wisps of demonic yuan entered the youth's body and began to circulate in a mysterious trajectory. The youth's body, which was originally as red as blood, became even redder after Han Shua's demonic yuan entered. A faint smell of blood overflowed from his body, as if blood was seeping out from every pore of his body. That's right, it's the sanguiner body, Han Shua was certain. Once a person with the sanguiner physique lost control of their emotions, the blood in their body would flow at a high speed, giving people the impression that they had been splashed with blood. This special body was the best candidate to cultivate the Blood God Sutra, as it could allow one to cultivate the Blood God Sutra to an extremely high realm in a short period of time. From Chu Kanglin's memories, Han Shuo understood the details of the Blood God Sutra. Back then, when Chu Kanglin was a supremacy of the demonic path, he had an expert who cultivated the Blood God Sutra. That subordinate was quite strong, but because he did not have the body of a sanguiner, he was unable to cultivate the Blood God Sutra to the highest realm even though he cultivated diligently. Legend had it that only a person with the body of a sanguiner physique could cultivate the Blood God Sutra to the extreme and become a blood demon. However, a person with the body of a sanguiner physique could only be found by chance, not sought. Back then, Chu Kanglin had also wanted to find a person with the body of a sanguiner physique and pass the Blood God Sutra to him, so that he could create a powerful subordinate. However, he never had the chance to find one. Unexpectedly, in this abyss realm, Han Shuo actually met a young man with the body of a sanguiner physique. This young man had a firm and unswerving heart, like a piece of unpolished gold or unpolished jade. If he cultivated the Blood God Sutra with the body of a sanguiner physique, he would definitely improve at lightning speed, and become an expert that no one would dare to underestimate. Han Shuo was calculating in his heart. Suddenly, he withdrew his hand, and the dark red body of this young man, who was on the verge of death, returned to normal. His pair of lifeless eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at Han Shuo and said, You can really give me power? Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled and said affirmatively, Acknowledge me as your master, and I will give you power, power that is beyond your imagination. But, I have cultivated all 8 elemental energies, but I have never been able to cultivate any of them. Can I really possess power? Although the young man believed in Han Shuo, because he had tried all kinds of methods over the years, his strange body had never been able to give him the power to take revenge. Therefore, he still had doubts in his heart. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old, but he had a firm will and a sanguiner physique. In the eyes of Han Shuo, he was a real piece of unpolished gold or unpolished jade. As long as he imparted the Blood God Sutra to him, this young man would definitely be able to turn into a dragon and soar between heaven and earth. Looking at this young man, Han Shuo smiled and explained, Your special body is indeed not suitable for cultivating the 8 elemental energies. With your aptitude, there will naturally be a wider path waiting for you. The 8 elemental energies and the 4 laws are not the source of all the power in the world. Follow me and you will understand. Hey that fella, mind your own business. As Han Shuo and the young man were talking, the young man who was the leader suddenly shouted, Huh! With a cold snort, Han Shuo turned around and glanced at those young men. His body released a murderous aura, and a frightening evil force instantly enveloped an area of several dozen meters. Those young men, who were about to do something arrogantly, looked at Han Shuo and suddenly felt an indescribable fear. They were so frightened by the evil force on Han Shuo's body that they trembled and didn't dare to say a word. It wasn't just the few of them. Some of the excited onlookers around them, regardless of their strength, were all scared out of their wits. However, under the cold gaze of Han Shuo, none of them dared to leave. They could only tremble and look at Han Shuo pleadingly, hoping that Han Shuo would spare their lives that could disappear at any time. Get lost! Han Shuo shouted in a low voice. When those young men heard Han Shuo say this, they didn't dare to stay a moment longer and left the place, drenched in sweat. Some of the onlookers were the same. Regardless of their strength, they didn't dare to stay and watch. They all left faster than ghosts. Who the hell is that guy? What a terrifying aura. I don't know. That guy's face is very unfamiliar. He must be a foreign expert. It's too scary. As a level 3 destroyer, I don't even dare to move. This is a true expert. Hurry up and leave. I don't even dare to speak while looking at him. And after those people left in a sorry state, Han Shuo smiled and said to the young man in front of him, Those guys who bullied you should be killed by you yourself. I will give you this opportunity. Dong. The young man immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Han Shuo. He said in a deep voice, "Thank you, master." The young man wasn't stupid. The strength that Han Shuo had suddenly revealed was terrifying beyond his imagination. In particular, when the young man discovered that the few people around him who were usually high and mighty were actually trembling in fear because of the strength that Han Shuo had suddenly revealed, he no longer hesitated. He promptly kowtowed and acknowledged this unknown but evil master. "Get up. No matter what your previous name was, don't use it anymore. From today onwards you will be called Sanguiner." Han Shuo nodded with satisfaction. He pointed to the 3 women beside him and said, "Those 3 are your master's wives." Dong dong dong. Sanguiner kowtowed 3 more times before he stood up from his kneeling position. He respectfully greeted Jasper and the other 2 women, master's wives. Jasper, Hamana, and Sylph calmly acknowledged Sanguiner's address. Soon after, the 3 women exchanged glances and looked at Han Shuo with puzzled expressions. They didn't understand why Han Shuo would suddenly want to accept them as his disciples. "Sanguiner, do you have any relatives?" Han Shuo knew nothing about this disciple of his. Now that Sanguiner had acknowledged him as his master, Han Shuo should ask about Sanguiner's origins. Sanguiner's face was dejected and his eyes were red. He said in a low voice, "No. My mother has just passed away from illness. I haven't had the time to bury her." Raising his head to look at Han Shuo, Sanguiner continued, "My father used to be a powerful warrior. It's just that he died in battle a long time ago. My father and my mother were of 2 different races. My body was born different from ordinary people, and I couldn't cultivate in any elemental energy. For so many years my mother and I depended on each other for survival. Our days were very bitter. Because I couldn't cultivate in any elemental energy, I was called trash and a bastard. I've long gotten used to being bullied and humiliated. Those fellows today, their families used to be my father's subordinates. Before my father died, each and every one of them deliberately fawned on me and never dared to speak ill of me. But after my father died, they became very mean. My mother also suffered some very terrible treatment. Even her death was because of those beasts." As he spoke, Sanguiner's eyes turned scarlet again. There seemed to be a ruthless and ferocious beast hidden in his body. Although this beast had a ferocious aura, it seemed to be tightly bound and couldn't display its ferocity to its heart's content. "Don't worry. You can obtain enough power from me. It won't be long before all those who have harmed you and your mother will suffer 100 times the price." Han Shuo looked at his new disciple and promised, "Master, give me power. I want power. I want power that can kill all of them." Sanguiner looked deeply at Han Shuo and said with extreme desire, "Calm your mind. Don't think about anything. Open your soul." Han Shuo's voice was low. He suddenly stretched out his left hand and gently placed it on Sanguiner's forehead. He imprinted the most basic cultivation method of the blood mantra into Sanguiner's memory. Follow the most basic cultivation method of the blood mantra and cultivate it seriously. As long as you master all these basic cultivation methods, you can kill your enemies with your own hands. Han Shuo withdrew his hand and said with a smile. With regards to this new disciple, Han Shuo didn't know if he could truly trust him for the time being. In addition, he didn't want him to be greedy, so he didn't imprint all the cultivation methods of the blood mantra to him. Sanguiner's eyes shone with excitement. His body trembled as he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. He said excitedly, "Master, this cultivation method seems to have been specially created for me." "It's amazing." Han Shuo nodded and smiled without saying a word. Chapter 551. Black Jade City, Talia District. In a dilapidated little stone house, there were only a few simple and crude pieces of furniture: a table, a chair, and a bed. Apart from that, there was only an iron pot. On that stone bed, a woman in coarse hemp clothes lay quietly. She had long since lost all signs of life. Sanguiner silently walked into the room and knelt down in front of his mother's stone bed. Without saying a word, He kowtowed a few times and stood up with a stupefied expression. He turned to look at Han Shuo and said, "Master, I want to bury my mother." Nodding his head, Han Shuo did not say anything else. He took out a few shiny black stone coins from his space ring and placed them on the cracked table in the middle of the room. Regardless of the material plane, burying a dead person required a large sum of money. Naturally, the Abyss realm was no exception. The reason why Sanguiner had left home was to earn some money to bury his mother. He did not expect to run into some old friends who were hostile towards him on the road and almost got beaten to death. If it hadn't been for Han Shuo, this impoverished youth likely wouldn't have been able to earn enough money to bury his mother by the time her corpse rotted away. Towards this newly acknowledged master, Sanguiner did not show too much hypocrisy. He looked at the huge amount of black stone coins that Han Shuo had placed on the stone table and said in a stupefied manner, "Thank you, master." In the Abyss realm, black stone coins were the most widely circulated gold coins. One black stone coin could be exchanged for 10 blue stone coins or 100 yellow stone coins. Under normal circumstances, a few blue stone coins would be enough to bury a dead person properly. The black stone coins that Han Shuo had placed on the table were definitely enough for Sanguiner to squander. "Alright, you can finish your business first." Han Shuo nodded his head. He looked at Jasper and the other two ladies standing outside the door and indifferently retreated. As long as I have enough black stone coins it won't take long," Sanguiner answered. He didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with Han Shuo and walked out of the room as well. He said to Han Shuo, "Master and madams, please wait here. I'll be right back." "Go ahead," Han Shuo agreed. With the black stone coins in hand, Sanguiner quickly left. This youth had a kind of morbid obsession towards power. Ever since he'd obtained the basic training method for the Blood God mantra, he'd been painstakingly pondering over the training method. Han Shuo had long since noticed this from his furrowed brow expression and the abnormalities in his blood. "Han Shuo, this child has a very strong will." Jasper looked at Sanguiner's departing figure with a slight frown and asked, "But can he really become a powerful expert as you have hoped?" "Yes, he said that he can't cultivate the 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces. In the Abyss realm, those who can't cultivate these 12 energies are indeed, as he said, trash. Can such a person also possess such great power?" Sylph was also astonished. Having grown up in the Abyss realm, they obviously didn't think too highly of this young man. Han Shuo smiled mysteriously and glanced at the 3 ladies. The 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces aren't the cultivation path for everyone. Some people are gifted and destined to be different from ordinary people from the moment they were born. If this Sanguiner hadn't met me, perhaps he would have remained mediocre for the rest of his life. However, since he was fortunate enough to meet me, it's only a matter of course that he would rise above many experts in the future. Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, the 3 ladies were astonished and looked at each other. Jasper pursed her lips into a smile and said, "I believe you. There are indeed many miraculous things about you." Perhaps Sanguis will only be able to make a name for himself after meeting you. Han Shuo was rather satisfied with this disciple of his. Since he had nothing else to do, he stayed here with the 3 ladies and watched Sanguiner busily making arrangements for his mother's funeral with his extravagant coins. Originally, Han Shuo, Jasper and Sylph had planned to help Sanguiner bury his mother, but Sanguiner politely refused. He insisted on carrying out the funeral alone. From this point alone, it could be seen that this Sanguiner was indeed a filial son. The Abyss realm didn't have too many complicated rituals when it came to burying the dead. With the help of those black stone coins, it didn't even take half a day for Sanguiner to properly handle his mother's funeral. After everything was settled, Sanguiner, who had regained his composure and wept, returned to the small stone house. "Thank you, master." Sanguiner once again kowtowed to Han Shuo with great reverence and said with his head lowered, "Get up. There's no need to be so courteous in the future." Han Shuo replied indifferently. When Sanguiner stood up, Han Shuo's consciousness roamed over his body. He knitted his brows and said, "Regarding the cultivation of the Blood God mantra, if there's anything you don't understand, you must ask me. If you don't fully understand it, do not rashly cultivate it. The cultivation of demonic arts is very dangerous. A single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. I don't want to lose my disciple right after I took you in. This sanguiner had a tenacious temperament, but he was somewhat taciturn. After observing him for so long, Han Shuo discovered that although Sanguiner was quite persistent, he didn't seem to like asking for guidance from others. According to the Blood God mantra brand that Han Shuo had left in his soul, Sanguiner would silently comprehend it by himself. He had even begun to cultivate some simple techniques. Sanguiner was different from Han Shuo. Back then, Han Shuo had Chu Kanglin's understanding of demonic arts in his mind, but what Han Shuo had imprinted in Sanguiner's mind was the cultivation method of the Blood God mantra. Han Shuo had never cultivated the Blood God mantra before, so he naturally couldn't impart the cultivation experience into Sanguiner's mind. Therefore, he was afraid that Sanguiner would cultivate in seclusion and fumble around alone, and problems would arise in his cultivation. After Han Shuo said this, Sanguiner revealed an embarrassed expression and said, "So that's how it is." "Yes, master, there are indeed many things that I don't understand. This type of martial arts technique is completely different from the 12 powers that you know of. If you can cultivate it without any hindrance just by relying on that cultivation method, then that would be incredible. Tell me if you have any questions, I will explain them to you in detail." Han Shuo smiled. Having cultivated the demonic arts to this level, coupled with the many memories from Chu Kanglin, even if Han Shuo did not cultivate the Blood God mantra, he could still help him solve some of the problems in his cultivation. The Blood God mantra was the same as the God-slaying devil path. They were just branches of the demonic arts and could not be considered authentic. However, the Blood God mantra and the God-slaying devil path could be improved greatly in a short period of time, especially since Sanguiner had the body of a Sanguiner. This kind of improvement would naturally be even more rapid. However, even if Sanguiner cultivated the Blood God mantra to the extreme and became the so-called Blood Demon, it would still be difficult for him to surpass the great way of the heavenly demon that Han Shuo cultivated in the future. With Han Shuo's reminder, Sanguiner no longer fumbled around alone. He sought answers from Han Shuo for some of the cultivation questions that he did not understand. Han Shuo now had the demeanor of a grandmaster. He easily answered all of Sanguiner's questions and quickly pointed out a clear path of cultivation for Sanguiner. Sanguiner was indeed the most suitable candidate to cultivate the Blood God mantra. Under Han Shuo's guidance, after he understood the cultivation method, he was soon able to truly control the blood in his body and use the unique cultivation method of the Blood God mantra to circulate the power in his body. Sanguiner had always desired to obtain power, but in fact the power had always been in his body. His blood was his power. However, he did not have the method to use this power. He had the power in his body, but he could not release it. Now, according to the cultivation method of the Blood God mantra, when he circulated the blood in his body became as red as blood. Looking at Sanguiner, who seemed to have sunk into a wonderful cultivation state, Han Shuo nodded to himself. He was very satisfied with his disciple's comprehension and hard work. Without disturbing Sanguiner, Han Shuo gestured to the three ladies and walked out of the small stone house. While chatting casually outside, he gave Jasper some pointers on the mistakes she had made in her cultivation of mental strength. With Han Shuo, a grandmaster expert, present, Hemana and Sylph also began to meditate on mental strength according to Jasper's method, attempting to comprehend the existence of this mysterious power of the brain. Sylph had already sensed the existence of mental strength one step ahead of the others, and Hemana was also on the verge of a breakthrough. "My lord, that enemy spy is inside. I'm sure of it." A familiar voice suddenly leapt into Han Shuo's ears. Not long after, the few youths who had previously been drenched in sweat in front of Han Shuo arrived before Han Shuo with a haughty expression, an expert with the strength of a level 1 demon. Before this demon, the youths were filled with fear and trepidation. It was obvious that they were relying on their master's power, and intended to use this demon to deal with Han Shuo. They had just stood still when Sanguiner heard the commotion and walked out from inside. "My lord, it's them." Upon seeing Han Shuo, the youth was somewhat timid. However, when he recalled the background of the person beside him, his confidence soared as he pointed at Han Shuo and shouted. The other youths who had come with him also held their heads high and puffed out their chests. Having found a backer, each and every one of them pointed at Han Shuo and loudly berated him, as if they had forgotten their previous embarrassing situation. Han Shuo sneered disdainfully. He turned to look at Sanguiner and calmly instructed, "My disciple, use the power you have just comprehended and kill these clowns for me." "Yes, master." Sanguiner responded naturally. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel and hideous smile. His two hands were like sharp weapons, and in the blink of an eye, he had already reached Kaluuya's chest. The smell of blood on his body suddenly became incomparably thick. In his haste, Kaluuya could only block his chest with his two arms. Bang! A powerful force suddenly struck his body, and with a creak sound, an enormous pain instantly spread from his two arms. Kaluuya's body was thrown high into the air, as if he had been rammed by a ferocious magical beast. With a plop sound, he fell to the ground. His body curled up, spasming uncontrollably, and blood flowed out from his mouth. When Sanguiner stomped his feet, the rank 1 demon's pupils had already shrunk, and his mouth was wide open. He stared at Sanguiner in disbelief, and was startled by Sanguiner's sudden burst of power. That mysterious power didn't belong to any of the 12 major branches, but it possessed an extremely evil and frightening force of impact. This was something that the rank 1 demon could clearly feel. When Sanguiner's two hands fiercely struck Kaluuya's two arms, he discovered that the blood in Sanguiner's body seemed to have suddenly boiled up, and gathered in his palms at a high speed. Sanguiner's originally white palms suddenly turned blood-red, as if they were dyed with blood. The lines on his palms were like lines of blood, appearing extremely strange and frightening. What kind of martial skill is this? The rank 1 demon's heart was filled with questions. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he stared fixedly at Sanguiner. How is this possible? After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Kaluuya fell to the ground, his whole body twitching. He looked at Sanguiner in disbelief, and his face was filled with fear. "Actually, there has always been power in your body, but you didn't know how to use it." Sanguiner suddenly recalled Han Shuo's words, and couldn't help but gratefully turn around to look at the smiling Han Shuo. Smiling at Sanguiner, Han Shuo said indifferently, "A real man should kill. Even more so as my disciple. As long as there is hatred in your heart, release that hatred, and release it in the way that you are most willing to release it. You don't need to care about how others look at you. Even if they think you are a homicidal maniac, so what?" Before Sanguiner's mother died of illness, she was still somewhat beautiful. In front of him were several youths whose elders had wantonly violated Sanguiner's mother. These youths had also added fuel to the fire, and had even personally violated Sanguiner's mother. This kind of hatred had always been buried deep in Sanguiner's heart. The reason why he thirsted for power was also for revenge. After obtaining the answer from Han Shuo, Sanguiner closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his scarlet eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. With a sinister laugh, he suddenly flew in front of Kaluuya, who was still struggling in pain. He laughed maniacally as he pressed on Kaluuya's body, and used his sharp nails to tear Kaluuya's body apart bit by bit. In the midst of a scalp-numbing cry, Kaluuya, who had always cursed Sanguiner as a bastard, was slowly tortured to death by Sanguiner in an extremely bloody and cruel manner. "And you guys?" Getting up, Sanguiner looked at the other youths, who were trembling in fear and didn't know what to say, and laughed maniacally. "I beg you, please spare us." The youths were scared witless by Sanguiner's madness, and could only mechanically repeat these words. "I have said these words many times before, but have you ever spared me?" Sanguiner laughed maniacally. Like a savage beast, he pounced on the youths who were trying to escape, and used the power he had just obtained to decisively kill them one by one. Lord Board, Lord Zinnia, why have you come? The level 1 demon was startled and hastily bowed respectfully towards the two. Of course it's not for you, Board said disdainfully. Soon after, he went before Han Shuo and sincerely said, Mr. Han Shuo, Lord Manticore has officially invited you to come with us to the Demon King's palace. When that level 1 demon saw his superior, who was usually aloof and remote, so respectfully invite Han Shuo, and in the name of that character, he was immediately dumbstruck. He blankly looked at Han Shuo and his mind suddenly went blank. Sanguiner too had a face full of astonishment. He stared blankly at this mysterious master who descended from the sky. When he heard the invitation of that unreachable character, his heart thumped wildly. He felt that his master at this moment had suddenly become incomparably lofty. So lofty that he felt as though this master of his was a beautiful dream gifted to him by the heavens. It gave him a feeling of dizziness and shock. Under the incredulous gazes of that level 1 demon and sanguiner, Han Shuo faintly nodded and said with a faint smile, There's no hurry. I have just accepted a new disciple. There are some matters that need to be handled quickly. I will go see Lord Manticore after I finish my disciple's matters. That level 1 demon and sanguiner, who were staring blankly at Han Shuo, were greatly alarmed when they heard those words from Han Shuo. In their hearts, Manticore was an unreachable existence, and also the lord of their faith. In their hearts, no one would dare disobey Manticore's orders. Therefore, when Han Shuo said there's no hurry, they were naturally greatly alarmed. Manticore held absolute authority in their hearts. His callousness and cruelty had long been deeply ingrained in their hearts. All kinds of legends about Manticore had spread widely. However, they had never heard of anyone who dared to disobey Manticore's will and still live. Therefore, at this moment, the two citizens of Black Jade City who were well aware of Manticore's fearsomeness were greatly alarmed. The next moment, the two suddenly felt as though their hearts had stopped beating, because Board smilingly said, It's all right. His lordship has said that if Mr. Han Shuo wishes to stay in Black Jade City for a little longer, the two of us will accompany him. His lordship can wait for Mr. Han Shuo. Who was Manticore? One of the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss realm. The fully deserving hegemon of Black Jade City. A character who could kill every citizen of Black Jade City with a single thought. A character who wielded great power in the Abyss realm. Only others would wait for him, but when had he ever waited for others? At first, that level 1 demon painfully thought that Lord Board must be lying, that this superior of his had betrayed his faith. However, after thinking about it carefully, he immediately understood that this was absolutely impossible. Given the loyalty of the Black Jade Guards to Lord Manticore, it was absolutely impossible for them to betray their master. Then, this level 1 demon was thoroughly stupefied by this fact. Looking at that calm and smiling face of Han Shuo, he thought in astonishment, who the hell is this guy? Why would Demon King Manticore be willing to delay for him? While thinking about this level 1 demon inwardly rejoiced. He rejoiced that he was wise enough not to recklessly attack Han Shuo. Unbeknownst to him, cold sweat had already soaked his lapel and dampened his back. Sanguiner, on the other hand, was brimming with extreme happiness, because his master had actually suspended Demon King Manticore's invitation for his sake. What a great favor this was! Sanguiner felt as though he was in a dream, as though he was in a fantasy. That's fine too. With the two of you here I can save myself a lot of trouble. Han Shuo put on a faint smile. Soon after, he looked at that level 1 demon and said, Tell me, can I assume that my disciple will bear all the risks? With a thud, that level 1 demon kneeled on one knee and said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry, Mr. Han Shuo. This lowly one didn't know your identity. If I have offended you before, please forgive me. Oh, Board's face turned cold. He glanced at Han Shuo and said, This impudent fella, did he do something to displease you? Do you want me to properly teach him a lesson? Waving his hand, Han Shuo smiled faintly and said, Not at all. He's a very sensible fellow. He didn't offend him, so there's no need to make things difficult for him. Then forget it, get lost. We don't need you here anymore. Board lightly groaned and impatiently urged Han Shuo. Thank you, Mr. Han Shuo. Thank you, Lord Board. I'll take my leave, I'll take my leave. This level 1 demon didn't dare to say another word. He bowed and quickly disappeared in front of Han Shuo and the others. Sanguiner, let's go. I want to see you resolve everything. This kind of hatred can't be delayed even for a moment. Han Shuo smiled and looked at his disciple. Thank you, master. Sanguiner will remember your great kindness and never forget it, Sanguiner said solemnly. His eyes were red, the kind of red that comes from being touched. All right. Only by releasing all the grudges in your heart can you focus on your cultivation without distractions. Let's go, Han Shuo urged. He looked down at the corpses beside him and frowned. He asked, bored, these corpses, do you think? My subordinates will take care of such a small matter. Let's go. Bored smiled and raised his head to let out a soft whistle. After 3 breaths, a few gloomy guards dressed in black suddenly appeared in front of Bored. Clean up these people, Bored ordered. Yes, Lord, the leader replied in a low voice. Let's go. Han Shuo glanced at Sanguiner and took the lead to leave. Sanguiner looked back at the house he had lived in for many years with nostalgia. He secretly clenched his fists and turned his head away. He only followed behind Han Shuo with a resolute expression. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.